Bien, mesdames, messieurs, merci d'abord pour ces applaudissements immérités à ce stade. So I just tell you right now that I will speak French today because we are in France, but I remind everyone that we have a simultaneous translation, of course, that will work all over the 3 days. Alors, merci beaucoup à toutes et à tous d'être là, et je suis très heureux et honoré pour cette séance d'ouverture d'avoir 3 personnalités éminentes et fidèles. Et je commencerai tout de suite, sans plus tarder, à passer la parole à notre président du Sénat, Gérard Larcher, qui va nous entretenir, je crois, d'un sujet parmi les plus importants qui puissent exister dans le monde d'aujourd'hui. Le reste, c'est une surprise. Monsieur le Président.
Toute sainteté, Madame la ministre d'État, ministre des Affaires étrangères, envoyée spéciale du président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, que je tiens aussi à saluer à travers vous, Madame la ministre d'État. Monsieur le Président de l'Institut français des relations internationales et de la World Policy Conference, je voudrais saluer les ministres qui sont présents et Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadeurs, et vous, Mesdames et Messieurs. Je suis honoré, cher Thierry de Montbrial, de votre invitation, oui, honoré de prononcer l'un des discours d'ouverture de cette conférence, d'autant que je crois savoir qu'elle ne s'est tenue en 18 ans que 3 fois en France. Il n'est pas si facile dans la tradition française de transformer en rendez-vous incontournable une conférence qui traite des enjeux internationaux lorsqu'elle n'émane pas du pouvoir exécutif. C'est pourtant ce que vous avez réussi. L'audience acquise parle d'elle-même. Il s'agit d'un résultat d'autant plus remarquable que je suis frappé par la déperdition générale de contenu, d'analyse et de nuances en matière de politique étrangère, comme dans bien d'autres domaines d'ailleurs qui ont trait à l'exercice de l'esprit. Or, il existe un besoin impérieux de renouer avec une haute exigence intellectuelle pour mieux saisir la portée, oui, la portée des enjeux complexes qui se présentent à nous. La World Policy Conference répond, me semble-t-il, parfaitement à ce besoin. Elle y répond parce qu'elle ambitionne de comprendre le monde tel qu'il est et non de décrire un monde tel qu'il devrait être et ne sera pas. La World Policy Conference dessille le regard et contribue, me semble-t-il, à construire une gouvernance du possible. C'est dans ces pas, c'est dans vos pas, que je vais essayer ce matin de m'inscrire en vous parlant de la France dans le monde et de ce qui me semble, pour elle, être réaliste et atteignable. Il est des prophéties qui résonnent avec force plus d'un siècle après avoir été prononcées. Dans la crise de l'esprit, 2 modestes lettres, rédigées en avril-mai 1919, quelques mois après la fin de la Première Guerre mondiale, Paul Valéry écrit « L'Europe deviendra-t-elle ce qu'elle est en réalité ? C'est-à-dire un petit cap du continent asiatique, point d'interrogation. Ou bien l'Europe restera-t-elle ce qu'elle paraît, c'est-à-dire la perle de la sphère, le cerveau d'un vaste corps, deuxième interrogation de Paul Valéry. Et Paul Valéry de rassembler en quelques mots célèbres sa pensée, nous autres civilisations, nous savons maintenant que nous sommes mortels. Mais le propre de la prophétie, je le mets entre guillemets devant le patriarche, n'est pas d'écrire de façon inéluctable le destin, oui, le propre de la prophétie n'est que le futur le plus probable si le libre arbitre qui guide les hommes et conduit les sociétés n'opère pas. Et de fait, la vision prophétique de Paul Valéry, qu'il appliquait à l'Europe sans la limiter au continent européen, en fait ne s'est pas réalisée. En 1939, l'Europe a sombré, puis s'est relevée, a réussi à surmonter la partition en deux blocs que la guerre sur son sol avait engendrée. Elle a réussi à construire une Union européenne lorsque l'un de ces blocs a volé en éclats. Mais aujourd'hui, alors que la Chine accomplit des prouesses dans les champs technologiques et économiques à une vitesse inégalée, et que la primauté de l'Occident est remise en question, malgré la supériorité militaire américaine, peut-être son ultime avatar d'ailleurs, aujourd'hui en effet, il est légitime de se demander si la prophétie de Paul Valéry n'est pas en train de prendre forme sous nos yeux, comme en leur temps, la chute de l'Empire romain consacra une nouvelle équation de la puissance au détriment de l'Europe du Sud et à l'avantage de ce qu'on qualifiait d'Europe des barbares venus des Nord. Comme la Renaissance s'ouvrit par un glissement du monde méditerranéen vers le monde atlantique. La réflexion de Paul Valéry en 1919 demeure également féconde, car elle pose la question de la puissance, non à partir de ses déterminants traditionnels, population, économie, politique, force militaire, mais avant tout en termes de civilisation. Rien dans la réalité ne prédestinait l'Europe, je reprends ces mots, un petit cap du continent asiatique à la puissance. Et pourtant, cette puissance, l'Europe l'a accomplie, en se rendant plus maîtresse de son destin que d'autres parties du monde. Or, la maîtrise de leur destin, les pays européens sont progressivement en train de la laisser leur échapper. Pour la France aujourd'hui, le réveil est d'autant plus brutal qu'elle occupait en Europe le premier rôle en matière de politique étrangère. Il s'agissait d'une anomalie en quelque sorte, si on mesurait ce rôle à ses seules performances économiques, même pendant les 30 Glorieuses, ou à ses capacités réelles de projection. On le doit au génie d'un homme, le général de Gaulle, d'avoir permis à la France vaincue de 1940 de siéger parmi les vainqueurs à partir de 1945. Une équation intérieure singulière, oui, équation intérieure singulière à un moment donné, est capable en politique étrangère de dépasser des fragilités de fait. Je voudrais insister sur ce point. Ce n'est pas tant aujourd'hui la montée en puissance de ce qu'on appelle le Sud global, je le mets entre guillemets, ou de nouvelles puissances qui affaiblit le poids relatif de la France. C'est au premier chef, et je suis le président du Sénat de la République française, c'est au premier chef sa situation intérieure. Et si nous devons contester les éléments idéologiques, je les conteste, et les solutions présentées dans le discours du vice-président américain Vance à la conférence de Munich le 14 février 2025, ainsi que la stratégie de sécurité nationale américaine présentée en janvier 2026, au moins, pouvons-nous poser le même diagnostic général? Jamais la corrélation entre politique étrangère et situation intérieure n'a été aussi étroite et d'une portée si décisive. Pour la France, ce constat est de l'acuité la plus vive. Il est inutile de s'appesantir sur les déterminants structurels qui nous affaiblissent. Notre situation budgétaire, qui ne nous laisse guère de marge de manœuvre, et on l'a vu cette semaine, le poids de la fiscalité aussi, et ses difficultés pour nous à créer un climat propice à l'innovation et à l'entreprise. La perte de maîtrise de son territoire, je pense aux politiques migratoires que nous ne parvenons pas à contrôler, notre situation politique, en l'absence de majorité à l'Assemblée nationale, et du fait d'un deuxième mandat présidentiel qui s'achève sans qu'il y ait des perspectives claires. Je reprends les mots de Valéry. Oui, crise de l'esprit, qui nous fait douter de notre passé et nous entretient dans l'illusion de vouloir, tel un démiurge, le réécrire, à coup de comités de repentance et de lois de restitution. Il n'est pas de pays puissant qui n'ait d'identité heureuse dans les démocraties. La France connaîtra en 2026 des échéances électorales capitales. Je sais que ces échéances préoccupent nos partenaires qui craignent leurs résultats ou la paralysie liée à nouveau à l'absence de majorité. Mais je veux m'efforcer de les rassurer. Je crois au volontarisme en politique. Une nouvelle chance nous est donnée afin de remédier à la décorrélation excessive entre le rôle que la France ambitionne sur la scène internationale et sa situation intérieure. Je fais partie de ceux qui, dans les mois à venir, travailleront à faire prévaloir un programme ambitieux de réforme en prévenant les voies sans issue. La souveraineté populaire, dans sa sagesse, devra écarter un écueil, celui de porter à la magistrature suprême un dirigeant politique n'ayant pas eu l'occasion de se frotter aux enjeux diplomatiques. La Ve République est ainsi faite que le président de la République française, dès son investiture, est tout puissant en matière de politique étrangère. Et la politique étrangère, ça ne s'improvise pas une fois parvenu au sommet de l'État. Outre ses faiblesses internes, la France doit répondre à mes yeux à des défis stratégiques qui nécessitent des réévaluations. Et je me tiendrai à 3 de ces défis. La relation avec l'Afrique, Madame la ministre d'État. Depuis la fin du XIXe siècle jusqu'à la fin des années 2010, c'est-à-dire il y a peu, la puissance de la France fut indissociable de sa relation avec nombre de pays africains. Il ne s'agit pas d'exprimer une quelconque nostalgie à l'égard d'un empire colonial depuis longtemps évanoui ou d'une France-Afrique obsolète, mais de souligner le caractère, et je l'utilise, il est un peu brutal, mais le caractère saugrenu de l'affirmation qu'il ne devait plus y avoir de politique africaine de la France, c'était en 2017. Qu'il devait donc ne plus avoir de cette politique africaine, tout en prolongeant, et ce n'est pas le moindre des paradoxes, des interventions militaires qui avaient déjà beaucoup duré, sans perspective claire. Nous en mesurons aujourd'hui le résultat. Une France concurrencée partout. La concurrence est légitime, mais pas de la part d'États étrangers à l'Afrique dont la politique réunit tous les ingrédients d'un néocolonialisme justement décrié. Une France mise à la porte dans certains cas. Une France qui a introduit de la distance avec des dirigeants, comptant pourtant parmi ses principaux soutiens. Une France qui parfois n'a pas toujours été capable de soutenir ses partenaires. L'influence de la France a été détricotée en partie par la France elle-même, sans rien rebâtir de solide, en faisant le pari des sociétés civiles au détriment des responsables politiques, ou en voulant prendre pied dans des pays africains où personne ne l'attendait. Aujourd'hui, la France en est réduite à compter ses soutiens en Afrique. Or, par ses atermoiements, vous voyez que je suis, j'allais dire, sans faiblesse. La France a perdu plus que sa relation avec tel ou tel partenaire africain. Elle a perdu ce que, collectivement, il lui apportait, ses partenaires, une part essentielle de son rayonnement. Afin de retisser la confiance, le prochain chef de l'État aura pour responsabilité première, à mon sens, la formulation nouvelle, donc la reformulation de la politique française à l'égard des pays africains, dans un dialogue direct, confiant et en vérité avec leurs dirigeants. Il faudra d'abord privilégier nos partenaires traditionnels. La Côte d'Ivoire, Madame la ministre d'État, est un pilier. Et leurs responsables politiques, oui, avec eux, en privilégiant nos partenaires traditionnels et leurs responsables politiques, il faudra revoir notre aide publique au développement, en concentrant ces moyens sur nos alliés traditionnels et non en cessant d'élargir le champ, a fortiori en période de restrictions budgétaires. Il faudra aussi nous préparer à retrouver le chemin de l'Afrique sahélo-saharienne, sur le fond d'intérêts réciproques, bien compris, et d'apaisement, et vous savez ce que ça veut dire, Madame la ministre d'État, d'apaisement de cette région. Alors, c'est un ambitieux programme. Le second défi stratégique qui se pose à la France est, me semble-t-il, celui de son influence au Proche-Orient. On assiste ces dernières années à un effacement accéléré du rôle et de l'influence de la France, devenue au mieux une puissance comme une autre, au pire parfois un acteur indésirable. Cet effacement est la conséquence pour moi d'une sous-estimation de notre part de la portée des accords d'Abraham et de la recomposition qui les anime. Ce n'est plus Israël que craignent les pays arabes, mais au premier chef l'Iran et ses affidés, du Hamas au Hezbollah, avec le programme nucléaire du régime des Mollahs, ses capacités balistiques et son pouvoir de déstabilisation. Il s'ensuit un retournement de perspective. Le déluge de bombes qui s'est abattu sur les Palestiniens de la bande de Gaza, la crise humanitaire qui l'accompagne ont été perçus de façon plus aiguë encore dans les pays européens que dans les pays arabes. La question palestinienne n'est plus la mère de toutes les crises. Elle n'a rien perdu, bien entendu, de son acuité. La situation en Cisjordanie inquiète tout autant que celle dans la bande de Gaza, mais pour d'autres raisons. Mais la crainte inspirée par l'Iran cantonne, me semble-t-il, la question palestinienne à une crise consécutive des tensions arabo-iraniennes et israélo-iraniennes. La question palestinienne ne retrouvera une part de sa centralité qu'une fois le péril iranien jugulé, sinon écarté. Or, la France n'a pas, me semble-t-il, suffisamment révisé sa grille de lecture et de ce fait est remisée à un rôle d'outsider. Elle a pris la décision justifiée de reconnaître l'État palestinien, mais trop tard ou trop tôt pour que cette reconnaissance ait une quelconque incidence diplomatique. Pour la première fois de son histoire, la diplomatie française ne figure pas parmi les parrains internationaux des discussions ayant trait au Liban. À ce stade, tout le moins, c'était impensable il y a quelques années encore. Notre effacement au Proche-Orient fragilise aussi nos amis, au premier chef nos amis libanais. Dans le monde arabe, la conviction est désormais installée que pour modérer le gouvernement israélien, la voie de Washington serait la seule voie viable. Renversée, la tendance sera ardue. Notre pays conserve toutefois des atouts indéniables, dont le moins n'est pas d'être en mesure de parler, sinon à tous, au moins à une grande variété d'acteurs. Nous devrions retrouver un rôle lorsque le moment sera moins à une guerre dont nous ne voulions pas, que viendra le temps de reconstruire et de panser les plaies. Au Liban, le renforcement de l'État et de l'armée, le désarmement du Hezbollah, l'intégrité territoriale du pays auront autant de chances de s'accomplir que la France sera partie prenante. Il faudra aussi, d'une façon ou d'une autre, retrouver le trou de l'aiguille permettant de restaurer un modus vivendi avec le gouvernement israélien, et ce serait déjà beaucoup. Le troisième défi stratégique est celui de la défense et de la sécurité de l'Europe. Europe de la défense, souveraineté européenne, pilier européen de défense. Oui, les pays européens ont beaucoup enrichi le débat sémantique. J'en rappelais que 3 éléments. Mais ils ont moins contribué à rehausser la défense de l'Europe. Un constat suffira. Presque 10 ans après le discours de la Sorbonne du président de la République, promettant une Europe de la défense, et alors que l'agression de la Russie contre l'Ukraine entre dans sa 5e année, on chercherait en vain une Union européenne capable de suppléer le désengagement américain. Plus encore, nécessité faisant loi, au prix de sacrifices, d'un courage qui force l'admiration, l'Ukraine, et je sais, toute sainteté, votre attention à l'Ukraine particulière. L'Ukraine a davantage progressé en matière de production d'armement et d'innovation que l'Union européenne elle-même. Cette situation est sans doute l'héritière d'une croyance éperdue de certains États membres dans le caractère prétendument éternel du lien transatlantique à travers l'OTAN et d'une minimisation du péril sécuritaire constitué par la Russie. Si la France était vaccinée, et on le doit au général de Gaulle, contre ce premier travers de la croyance éperdue dans le caractère éternel du lien transatlantique, elle n'a pas échappé au second. Elle peine à convaincre ses partenaires que la prise de distance des États-Unis à l'égard de l'Europe n'est pas un épiphénomène lié à la présidence de M. Trump, mais correspond aussi à un mouvement de fond et à la fermeture progressive d'une parenthèse ouverte en 1941. Le soutien à l'Ukraine m'apparaît incontournable. Naturellement, la géographie est ce qu'elle est. La Russie et l'Union européenne seront toujours voisines et devront trouver à un moment le chemin du dialogue. Mais une Russie reconnue dans ses ambitions territoriales hégémoniques, récoltant le fruit de son agression militaire de 2022, est une toute autre Russie que celle qui serait amenée à une table de négociation, acceptant des concessions et des garanties de sécurité pour l'Ukraine. J'avoue que je préfère cette seconde Russie à la première. Une question se pose alors. L'Ukraine et les Européens ont-ils les moyens, oui, ont-ils les moyens dans la durée de contrer l'aventure impériale du gouvernement russe? Moi, je le pense. Dans le fond, que connaissons-nous de l'état réel de la Russie? Avec le recul, à la chute de l'URSS, les observateurs occidentaux ont été surpris de mesurer à quel point ils avaient collectivement surévalué les capacités soviétiques. Certes, les failles de nos efforts de défense restent nombreuses. L'argent, le nerf de la guerre, fait parfois défaut. Nous ne le mesurons que trop en France. Nous aurons bientôt, quelques semaines, un grand débat au Parlement sur la loi de programmation militaire. L'appareil militaire des Européens produit peu les armements les plus recherchés, un peu comme Sparte, qui dut se doter d'une flotte pour vaincre Athènes et l'emporter dans la guerre du Péloponnèse. La France et l'Union européenne vont devoir combler leur retard considérable. Je prends deux exemples, la défense solaire, la production de drones, l'une des clés des combats aujourd'hui. Mais si les prises de conscience requièrent du temps, trop de temps, l'accélération se fait sentir. Le mouvement est général au sein de l'Union européenne. Le pragmatisme finit par l'emporter. Les coopérations militaires entre États européens, des accords industriels dans le domaine de la défense, des exercices conjoints, les missions de réassurance militaire dans le cadre de l'OTAN, les coalitions ad hoc entre États européens lorsque l'OTAN peine à s'engager se multiplient jusqu'à l'Allemagne qui se dote d'une stratégie militaire, la première depuis la Seconde Guerre mondiale, s'était annoncé cette semaine même. Vous l'aurez compris, je suis davantage un adepte de la défense de l'Europe que d'une Europe de la défense qui m'apparaît assez chimérique à l'horizon d'une vie d'homme. Vous l'avez évoqué, cher Thierry de Montbrial, parlons puissance moyenne. Si Paul Valéry, dans La crise de l'esprit, nous éclaire, c'est bien sur le fait que la fin de l'histoire, un temps proclamée, souvenons-nous, par M. Fukuyama, n'est qu'une parenthèse de l'histoire elle-même, et que l'histoire est un mouvement perpétuel. Aucune position n'est acquise indéfiniment ou par anticipation. J'adresse à nos amis africains du Moyen-Orient, latino-américains ou asiatiques. Oui, je m'adresse à eux. Et je voudrais leur dire que l'effacement progressif de l'Europe et de la France ne concerne pas que l'Europe et la France. Il devrait préoccuper tout pays dont l'ambition n'est pas réduite à l'état de puissance relais ou satellite des pays plus puissants. Oui, il devrait préoccuper tout pays soucieux de l'exercice de sa pleine souveraineté. Cet effacement n'est pas inéluctable. Dans un monde de moins en moins globalisé, il existe autant de signes de structuration des enjeux internationaux autour de superpuissances comme la Chine ou les États-Unis que de mouvements centrifuges et de résistance à ces tendances en Europe comme ailleurs. Alors, le temps des puissances moyennes et émergentes est sans doute venu. Par puissance moyenne, il ne faut pas entendre des puissances en mode mineur, opérant dans les interstices laissés libres par des puissances majeures, mais une voie alternative. Oui, une voie alternative d'affirmation de la souveraineté par rapport à une structuration en bloc ou à des relations de stricte inféodation. La puissance moyenne est celle qui veut maîtriser son destin sans se limiter à son environnement proche et refuse de dépendre strictement de plus puissants qu'elle. Ne redoutons pas de l'affirmer, la France a toutes les caractéristiques de la puissance moyenne. Même si elle éprouve des difficultés à se percevoir comme telle, je suis convaincu qu'il ne s'agit pas pour mon pays d'un déclin, mais d'une opportunité, s'il veut retrouver une voie, une action plus crédible. Lorsqu'un pays s'exprime, il doit disposer des moyens de transformer ses paroles en actes. Cette règle première de la diplomatie a trop souvent été oubliée. L'Union européenne est l'exemple même de l'alliance de puissances moyennes. Mais elle peine à se concevoir en tant que puissance sur la scène extérieure, car elle s'est refusée pendant trop d'années à se doter de certains instruments de la puissance au nom d'un néolibéralisme sans bornes. Les divergences internes l'ont par ailleurs paralysée. Les pays européens qui veulent aller plus avant devraient, selon moi, constituer au sein de l'Union des regroupements ad hoc pionniers. Il y a donc la nécessité d'un changement de focale. La relation transatlantique ne peut être seulement le nom pour la France et l'Union européenne de la relation avec les États-Unis, mais doit inclure plus étroitement le Canada et les pays d'Amérique latine. La politique méditerranéenne, grande orpheline de notre diplomatie, doit être remise sur le métier, avec le Maroc dès à présent et, souhaitons-le, l'Algérie demain. Oui, nous pouvons rebâtir un pôle de sécurité et de croissance en Méditerranée occidentale. Et l'on pourrait multiplier les exemples du Proche-Orient à l'Asie, en passant par l'Afrique, où le développement de relations avec les puissances moyennes de ces régions constitue, me semble-t-il, un horizon à bénéfice partagé, de partenaire à partenaire, aux effets potentiellement stabilisateurs. Oui, il existe un espace entre, d'une part, entre guillemets, le Sud global, les BRICS, et autres organisations de coopération de Shanghai, sur lesquelles la Chine et, dans une moindre mesure, la Russie, ont mené une OPA plutôt réussie, et d'autre part, le G7, par définition élitiste, ou le G20 aux habits trop étroits. Cet espace est celui qui regrouperait les puissances moyennes ou émergentes de plusieurs régions du monde, recherchant à emprunter une tangente diplomatique, à s'extraire de partenariats trop exclusifs et à échapper à des clivages nord-sud ou est-ouest qui sont réducteurs, instrumentalisés à des fins hégémoniques par quelques puissances. Au fond, la diplomatie des puissances moyennes, c'est l'affranchissement en action de ces barrières. Je livre, en l'ouvrant à la sagacité de votre conférence, cette réflexion sur le regroupement des puissances moyennes et émergentes affinitaires, en dehors du cadre des puissances dominantes. Mesdames et messieurs, je me suis efforcé de vous parler très franchement, pas en langage très diplomatique, je le reconnais, mais de le faire aussi, je veux dire, comme je le ressens en vérité, et de faire preuve de lucidité. La lucidité, c'est d'affirmer que l'affadissement de l'influence de mon pays dans le champ international est l'autre nom de ses difficultés sur la scène intérieure, de sa souveraineté éprouvée dans plusieurs domaines, de son questionnement identitaire. Toutes ces interrogations seront sur la table à l'approche des échéances électorales françaises de 2027, et je le redis, je m'emploierai avec d'autres à essayer d'apporter des propositions de réponse viables. La lucidité, en examinant les enjeux stratégiques auxquels nous devons faire face, c'est d'opérer les réorientations nécessaires lorsque des erreurs d'appréciation ont été commises. Je pense en particulier à la relation avec les pays africains et à la nécessité de se renforcer plus vite, oui, afin de répondre aux périls sécuritaires venus de l'Est. La lucidité, enfin, c'est d'occuper une place juste, d'accorder le discours à l'action, de nouer des partenariats qui n'écrasent pas, pour faire émerger une nouvelle grammaire des relations internationales autour de puissances moyennes. Et pourquoi, je le redis, ne pas les rassembler par affinité dans une nouvelle enceinte? Oui, la France est une puissance moyenne, et c'est sa chance. Un poète français, René Char, a écrit pendant les heures sombres de l'occupation, alors qu'il était résistant, la lucidité est la blessure qui nous rapproche le plus du soleil. Il considérait la lucidité comme une catharsis qui, à partir d'un regard sans complaisance, mais jamais pessimiste ou négatif, permet d'atteindre une forme de dépassement, de libération des contraintes et de vérité. La guerre, la brutalité, la domination violente, c'est ce que nous voyons aujourd'hui, ne sont pas un horizon inéluctable. La France, l'Europe et nombre de pays dans toutes les régions du monde aspirent à un cadre international civilisé. J'utilise et je répète le mot civilisé, qui soit fonctionnel, les protège et multiplie les pôles de stabilité. Oui, la civilité dans les relations internationales, soit le contraire du règne de la brutalité. Voilà, me semble-t-il, une réflexion supplémentaire pour vos 3 jours de travaux. Merci de m'avoir invité.
Merci, Monsieur le Président Larcher, et en particulier pour avoir mis en valeur ce concept fondamental de puissance moyenne qui est à la base, absolument à la base de toute l'idée de la World Policy Conference depuis le début. Donc je vous remercie et je vais passer maintenant la parole à Madame Nihalé Kaba, qui est donc ministre d'État, ministre des Affaires étrangères et de la coopération de la Côte d'Ivoire. Et je rappelle d'ailleurs que le président Ouattara avait lui-même participé à la WPC fête d'Évian, c'est déjà lointain, en 2012. Et il y a 1 an et demi, le vice-président de la Côte d'Ivoire était parmi nous à la 17e édition à Abu Dhabi. Donc la Côte d'Ivoire fait partie des amis, je crois, et j'en suis sûr d'ailleurs, de la WPC. Madame la ministre d'État, vous avez la parole.
Monsieur le Président du Sénat de la République française, Sa Sainteté, le patriarche œcuménique Bartholomé Ier, Monsieur le Président de la World Policy Conference, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres présents, distingués participants tous en vos rangs et titres respectifs, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais tout d'abord exprimer les regrets de Son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, qui n'a pu prendre part à cette importante rencontre, car retenu à Abidjan par les obligations de sa charge. Il m'a dit de vous transmettre ses salutations et de le représenter. C'est donc avec un grand honneur et une fierté légitime que je prends la parole devant cette auguste assemblée en son nom. Permettez-moi tout d'abord de saluer Monsieur le Président Larcher, qui vient de jeter un regard lucide, il l'a dit, sur la politique extérieure de la France dans notre monde si perturbé. Je voudrais également saluer Sa Sainteté le patriarche Bartholomé Ier, dont la présence nous rappelle que la gouvernance des affaires humaines ne peut se passer d'une boussole morale. Et vous, cher Thierry de Montbrial, je voudrais vous rendre hommage d'avoir eu la clairvoyance, édition après édition, de maintenir vivant cet espace où ces conversations si utiles restent encore possibles. Le thème que vous avez retenu, entre fragmentation et interdépendance, repenser la gouvernance mondiale, n'est pas un sujet académique. C'est le diagnostic de la gouvernance mondiale de notre époque, posé avec une précision chirurgicale. Éminentes personnalités, mesdames et messieurs, l'ordre mondial que nos aînés ont patiemment bâti au lendemain de la Seconde Guerre mondiale, cet édifice de règles, de normes partagées et d'institutions multilatérales est aujourd'hui ébranlé dans ses fondements. Nous assistons à une triple fracture géopolitique. La compétition entre grandes puissances est revenue au premier plan, remettant en cause des décennies de coopération multilatérale. Les logiques de bloc que l'on croyait révolues ressurgissent sous des formes nouvelles. Fracture technologique. La révolution numérique, au lieu de constituer un bien commun universel, amplifie les inégalités et creuse un fossé inédit entre les nations. Fracture climatique et humanitaire. Les dérèglements environnementaux menacent de déstabiliser des régions entières, d'accélérer les migrations forcées et d'exacerber des tensions qui alimentent les conflits. Ces fractures conduisent à des inégalités économiques qui, loin de se résorber, se creusent entre pays développés et pays en développement, érodant la légitimité des institutions censées les réduire. Pour l'Afrique, cette fragmentation n'est pas une abstraction théorique. Elle est vécue au quotidien, dans l'instabilité de régions entières, dans la volatilité des marchés financiers mondiaux, dans la difficulté de financer la transformation structurelle des économies, dans les flux migratoires qui témoignent des profondes inégalités de développement, dans la marginalisation persistante du continent africain dans les centres de décision mondiale. Mesdames et messieurs, pourtant, aussi paradoxal que cela paraisse, jamais les chaînes de valeur, les flux financiers, les enjeux climatiques et les préoccupations sécuritaires ou encore la gouvernance des ressources naturelles partagées n'ont été autant liés. Cette imbrication nous rappelle que nous formons, au-delà de nos différences, une véritable communauté de destin où les choix des uns engagent inévitablement l'avenir de tous. Depuis Abidjan, nous mesurons chaque jour l'ampleur de cette interdépendance. La Côte d'Ivoire, premier producteur mondial de cacao, subit les effets des fluctuations des marchés mondiaux, des politiques commerciales des pays importateurs, des règles de l'OMC ou encore des accords climatiques signés à des milliers de kilomètres de nos frontières, ayant des répercussions directes sur la vie des millions de nos compatriotes. Face à ce constat, repenser la gouvernance mondiale est devenu un impératif. Le président Alassane Ouattara disait, déjà à la 5e édition de la World Policy Conference en décembre 2012 à Cannes, et je cite, « Il est nécessaire de renforcer la gouvernance mondiale afin qu'elle reflète la réalité du monde et réponde aux aspirations des peuples. La gouvernance mondiale réformée devrait reposer, à nos yeux, sur quelques piliers indissociables. Le premier pilier est la représentativité. La Côte d'Ivoire, en cohérence avec les positions de l'Union africaine, renouvelle son appel à une réforme profonde et inclusive des Nations Unies et de l'Organisation mondiale du commerce. Cette réforme doit consacrer la représentation permanente du continent africain au Conseil de sécurité. Le deuxième pilier concerne la réforme en profondeur de l'architecture financière internationale, afin qu'elle permette de garantir aux pays en développement l'accès à des financements suffisants pour assurer la transformation structurelle des économies et l'atteinte des objectifs de développement durable. À cet égard, les pays en développement qui contribuent marginalement aux émissions mondiales de gaz à effet de serre demandent que le financement de la transition climatique ne pèse plus sur leurs dettes souveraines, mais que ce financement devienne un investissement pour la stabilité de la planète. Enfin, la révolution numérique, qui est un moteur de développement en Afrique, se vit chaque jour avec son lot de nouveaux défis et de nouvelles faiblesses. Désinformation massive, cyberattaques contre les infrastructures critiques naissantes, utilisation d'outils autonomes par des groupes armés non étatiques, etc. L'Afrique et le Sud global ne peuvent plus se contenter de consommer, de subir les conséquences de ces technologies sans pouvoir intervenir sur leur régulation. Mesdames et messieurs, en Afrique de l'Ouest, la Côte d'Ivoire est un hub de stabilité et de développement humain et se veut une terre de dialogue, une économie ouverte, pleine d'opportunités et un partenaire fiable pour tous ceux et celles qui pensent que le destin de l'humanité doit converger plutôt que diverger. Face aux crises régionales persistantes, aux menaces terroristes qui pressent nos frontières septentrionales et aux flux migratoires que notre pays accueille dans le respect de ses engagements internationaux, la réponse ivoirienne n'a pas consisté en un repli nationaliste, ni en un alignement forcé sur un bloc contre un autre. Elle a reposé sur une coopération et une interdépendance assumée, structurée autour de projets concrets. Le président Alassane Ouattara est convaincu, et nous le sommes avec lui, que la paix du XXIe siècle ne se proclamera pas seulement dans des traités. Elle se bâtira dans des actes concrets, des projets partagés, la quête des intérêts réciproques. C'est sur cette note d'espoir que je voudrais vous souhaiter, au nom du président Alassane Ouattara, des travaux productifs, audacieux et surtout utiles pour notre humanité. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
Je remercie vivement Mme Nialé Kaba pour ce discours très profond qui fait également honneur à la WPC. Et je vous prie également de transmettre tous nos remerciements au président Ouattara. Et maintenant, je vais passer la parole à sa sainteté, le patriarche œcuménique de Constantinople, qui, chaque année, depuis une dizaine d'années maintenant, nous rappelle qu'on ne peut pas parler de paix dans ce bas monde sans avoir une réflexion, une référence spirituelle.
Éminence, Excellence, cher Thierry de Montbrial, honorables participants, mesdames et messieurs, chers amis. La communauté mondiale se trouve aujourd'hui à un tournant décisif de son histoire. La construction d'une paix véritable ne peut plus se limiter aux instruments traditionnels de la diplomatie. elles deviennent une condition absolue de la survie même de notre monde. La question qui nous réunit, celle de la recherche d'un cadre stable et durable de gouvernance mondiale, dépasse largement les arrangements provisoires et les équilibres géopolitiques fluctuants. Elle touche au cœur même de la coexistence humaine, car la paix n'est pas simplement un objectif politique parmi d'autres. Elle est l'expression la plus profonde de la communion entre les personnes. Elle est aussi la condition ultime de la préservation de la création face aux forces de fragmentation qui la menacent. Depuis l'origine, l'être humain est habité par une nostalgie irréductible de l'unité. Et pourtant, la réalité contemporaine semble contredire cette aspiration. Le monde dans lequel nous vivons est marqué par une tension constante entre rapprochement et division. D'un côté, les avancées technologiques et l'interconnexion économique nous ont rapprochés comme jamais auparavant. De notre côté, nous assistons à une fragmentation croissante, à la fois géopolitique et géoéconomique, se manifestant concrètement par une vulnérabilité accrue des échanges internationaux, par une instabilité des marchés et par une diminution progressive de la prospérité globale. Le système commercial international, qui pourrait être un instrument de coopération pacifique, tend à se transformer en un ensemble de blocs régionaux parfois antagonistes, structurés autour de puissances dominantes. Dans ce contexte, l'universalité du droit est fragilisée et le sentiment d'injustice s'accroît. L'expérience de l'histoire nous enseigne pourtant une vérité fondamentale. Seule une cohésion institutionnelle solide peut contenir les forces de désintégration. Après des décennies d'intégration économique mondiale, souvent perçue comme inévitable, nous entrons aujourd'hui dans une phase d'incertitude et de recomposition. Mais cette crise dépasse largement les dimensions économiques et techniques. Elle révèle une crise plus profonde, une crise spirituelle. Elle met en lumière notre difficulté à reconnaître dans l'autre, qu'il soit individu ou nation, notre prochain, un partenaire de destinée. Dans cette perspective, la gouvernance mondiale ne peut être réduite à la gestion des rapports de force. Elle doit être comprise comme un service rendu à l'humanité. Il nous appartient de repenser notre responsabilité envers les générations futures en concevant la paix non pas comme une simple absence de guerre, mais comme une plénitude de vie. Le message évangélique demeure à cet égard d'une actualité saisissante. Je vous laisse la paix, je vous donne ma paix. Évangile selon Saint Jean. Ce don ne peut rester une abstraction. Il appelle une traduction concrète dans nos institutions, dans nos politiques publiques, dans notre manière d'organiser la vie commune. Or, le système actuel de gouvernance mondiale apparaît profondément fragilisé. Malgré la multiplication des organisations internationales, nous ne constatons pas une plus grande unité, mais plutôt une complexification croissante, parfois proche de la fragmentation. Ce réseau d'institutions, s'il n'est pas porté par une vision morale commune, risque de devenir une nouvelle tour de Babel, une pluralité de voix sans véritable harmonie. Dès lors, il devient légitime de s'interroger. La diplomatie traditionnelle suffit-elle encore à répondre aux défis contemporains? Tout semble indiquer qu'un changement de paradigme est nécessaire. La réforme des institutions internationales s'impose aujourd'hui comme une urgence. En Europe, par exemple, la stabilité économique et sociale exige une adaptation des cadres budgétaires et financiers. À l'échelle globale, les puissances émergentes sont appelées à jouer un rôle plus actif et plus responsable en dépassant les logiques strictement nationales pour contribuer à une gouvernance plus coopérative. Mais aucune réforme institutionnelle ne sera véritablement efficace sans une transformation intérieure. L'économie et la politique ne peuvent être dissociées de la condition spirituelle de l'humanité. À cet égard, l'expérience de l'Église orthodoxe offre une perspective précieuse. À travers la synodalité, l'Église témoigne d'un mode de gouvernance fondé non sur l'imposition, mais sur la communion. Le Saint Grand Concile, réuni en Crète en 2016, a rappelé avec force que l'unité de l'humanité constitue à la fois un don de Dieu et une responsabilité historique. Cette expérience montre qu'il est possible de concilier unité et diversité, autorité et dialogue. Ce modèle, sans être transposé mécaniquement, peut inspirer une réflexion renouvelée sur la gouvernance mondiale, car la paix, dans sa réalité la plus profonde, n'est pas un simple accord juridique, elle est un mode d'existence. Elle suppose un regard transformé, capable de reconnaître en chaque personne l'image de Dieu. Cependant, les limites du système international actuel restent évidentes. Le Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies en particulier demeure marqué par des équilibres hérités d'un autre temps. Une réforme de ces structures apparaît nécessaire afin de refléter plus justement les réalités contemporaines. Sans une représentation équitable, le sentiment d'injustice ne peut que croître, et l'injustice est toujours un terreau de conflit. Par ailleurs, de nouveaux défis émergent qui dépassent les cadres traditionnels de la souveraineté. Le développement de l'intelligence artificielle en est un exemple frappant. Cette technologie ouvre des perspectives considérables, mais elle soulève également des questions éthiques majeures. En l'absence d'un cadre de gouvernance globale, le risque est grand de voir s'accentuer les déséquilibres et les dérives. La crise environnementale constitue sans doute l'un des signes les plus alarmants de notre fragmentation. La dégradation de notre planète, notre maison commune, engendre des injustices croissantes et alimente des tensions nouvelles. Pollution, dérèglement climatique, épuisement des ressources. Ces phénomènes affectent directement les populations les plus vulnérables et provoquent des déplacements massifs. Depuis plusieurs décennies, le patriarcat œcuménique ne cesse de rappeler que la protection de l'environnement est indissociable de la paix. L'homme n'est pas le propriétaire absolu de la création, mais son intendant. Il est appelé à en prendre soin avec responsabilité, à la recevoir comme un don et à la restituer dans une attitude de gratitude. Mesdames et messieurs, chers amis, face à ces défis, il serait illusoire de se réfugier dans des approches purement technocratiques. Derrière les statistiques et les analyses économiques, il y a des réalités humaines, des vies brisées, des souffrances silencieuses, des peuples déracinés. La fragmentation du monde n'est pas seulement une question de structure, elle est le reflet d'une crise anthropologique. Nous sommes ainsi placés devant un choix décisif. Soit nous acceptons la division comme une fatalité, soit nous nous engageons résolument dans la construction d'un ordre mondial fondé sur la solidarité. La conscience de notre interdépendance devient alors essentielle. La tradition théologique orthodoxe exprime cette réalité à travers le concept de perichoresis en grec, qui désigne une communion dynamique, une interdépendance vivante. Nul ne peut exister seul. Nul ne peut être sauvé seul. La paix suppose donc un dépassement de l'égoïsme, qu'il soit individuel ou collectif. L'histoire des nations a trop souvent été marquée par la domination, l'exclusion et la violence. Il est temps d'envisager une autre voie, celle d'une gouvernance inspirée par la justice, la vérité et l'amour. Une gouvernance qui ne soit pas un simple mécanisme de régulation, mais un organisme vivant au service de la dignité humaine. Car l'histoire n'est pas déterminée uniquement par les forces économiques ou les rapports de puissance. Elle est aussi façonnée par la liberté humaine, la capacité de choisir, de se convertir, de pardonner et de coopérer. En ce sens, l'espérance demeure possible. Elle ne repose pas sur une naïveté, mais sur la conviction que l'homme est capable de transformation, que la division n'est pas une fatalité, que la paix peut être construite. Permettez-nous, pour conclure, d'exprimer un souhait, que nos travaux ne se limitent pas à des analyses, aussi pertinentes soient-elles, mais qu'ils ouvrent des chemins concrets, que nos réflexions se traduisent en engagement réel, que notre recherche de la paix devienne une responsabilité partagée, Que le Dieu de paix et de réconciliation éclaire nos esprits et guide nos décisions. Qu'il nous donne la sagesse de dépasser nos divisions et le courage d'œuvrer ensemble pour le bien commun. Recherchez la charité, viocete in agapin, nous dit le saint apôtre Paul. Que cette exhortation devienne notre boussole dans un monde appelé à redécouvrir au cœur de ses fractures la vocation profonde à l'unité. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
S'il vous plaît, je vous remercie toute sainteté. Votre lumière, année après année, est indispensable à la World Policy Conference. Et maintenant, je me donne la parole à moi-même. Ça fait la... Mesdames et messieurs, les prémices de la mondialisation libérale s'étaient annoncées dès le début des années 80 du siècle dernier, je dis bien dès le début des années 80 du siècle dernier, par-delà les ultimes rebonds de la guerre froide, avec la crise des euromissiles et dans ce qu'on appelait encore le tiers-monde. De même, le premier accroc politique de cette mondialisation, également qualifié d'heureuse, est-il apparu en 2004-2005 avec le retour de la défiance réciproque entre la communauté euro-atlantique et la Russie post-communiste, principalement autour de l'Ukraine. Au fil des ans, cette défiance devait s'élargir en affrontement idéologique entre l'Occident, entre guillemets, et le soi-disant Sud global, entre guillemets. Le premier accroc économique majeur a surgi avec la crise financière de 2007-2008 et ses suites. Cet épisode a rabattu les prétentions de maints théoriciens de l'économie, convaincus d'avoir résolu à jamais le quadrilatère de la croissance, du plein emploi, de la stabilité des prix et de l'équilibre extérieur. En tant que magicien, Keynes n'a pas eu de successeur. Puis, en 2011, il y a eu le très mal nommé printemps arabe, dont nous n'avons pas fini de subir les conséquences. Tout cela avec en arrière-plan la montée de la Chine avec ses fulgurances surprenantes et l'anxiété croissante qu'elle a suscitée principalement aux États-Unis. Aux États-Unis, dont la société, comme ailleurs, se transforme à grande vitesse. C'est dans ce contexte, dans le contexte de l'apparition de doutes sur la mondialisation, que la première édition de la World Policy Conference s'est tenue à Évian du 6 au 8 octobre 2008, dans l'ambiance de la faillite de Lehman Brothers. 3 idées simples continuent de nous animer aujourd'hui, alors que nous nous interrogeons tous sur la pérennité d'un monde raisonnablement ouvert entre guillemets. La première idée est l'importance de la gouvernance mondiale en tant qu'ensemble de règles du jeu acceptables et acceptées par l'essentiel des États pour résoudre leurs conflits au mieux de leurs intérêts communs. Cela dans le cadre de la Charte des Nations Unies. Par règle du jeu, entendons la combinaison du multilatéralisme et du droit international, qu'il ne faut pas confondre. Nous connaissons tous les limites inhérentes à ce droit, mais une expérience de plus de 3/4 de siècle nous enseigne que les gouvernements des États, même les plus puissants, ne peuvent pas s'en affranchir sans inconvénient vis-à-vis des opinions publiques. Cela peut changer. La deuxième idée force de la WPC consiste à mettre en valeur les puissances moyennes, dont nous avons déjà beaucoup parlé ce matin, c'est-à-dire des pays qui, sans prétendre rivaliser avec les grandes puissances, ont la volonté et se donnent les moyens de contribuer constructivement à certains aspects de la gouvernance mondiale. Cette définition, je crois, est compatible avec le propos du président Larcher tout à l'heure. La troisième idée, également simple en apparence, souligne la nécessité de travailler à la recherche au sein du système international d'un équilibre entre deux extrêmes. D'un côté, la mondialisation ouverte à tout vent, comme si le fait national était aboli, et de l'autre, le retour à des formes dures de protectionnisme dans le cadre de sphères d'influence dominées par des puissances impériales, dont certaines font ou feraient reposer leur légitimité sur le rejet de l'Occident. Un rejet auquel, paradoxalement, certains idéologues occidentaux contribuent. Des sphères d'influence ou des blocs, en tout cas en compétition pour l'accès aux ressources planétaires ou potentiellement extraplanétaires. L'équilibre à trouver, c'est ce que j'ai appelé un monde raisonnablement ouvert entre guillemets. Depuis le début de la présente décennie et de la pandémie de Covid-19, tout s'est passé comme si nous étions effectivement entrés dans un engrenage que certains interprètent comme un retour des empires, avec un risque non nul de dérapage vers une troisième guerre mondiale. Ce phénomène est adossé à une compétition acharnée pour la domination technologique, finalement monétaire et financière, dans des directions et avec des conséquences largement imprévisibles. L'enjeu principal est l'intelligence artificielle. Elle imprègne déjà l'ensemble des activités économiques, à commencer par celles liées à la guerre. Depuis le début des années 2020, les guerres dites de haute intensité sont de retour dans le mépris du droit international et du multilatéralisme. D'ailleurs, il y a longtemps que les guerres ne se déclarent plus et ne se concluent plus par des traités. La guerre d'Ukraine a débuté avec l'agression russe du 24 février 2022 et plus de 4 années depuis son commencement, elle semble durablement enlisée. Au moins 1 million de personnes ont été tuées ou blessées dans les combats. Sur un autre théâtre, les États-Unis et Israël ont lancé 2 guerres contre l'Iran, celle des 12 jours en juin 2025, dont les objectifs étaient clairement définis, et l'autre, apparemment d'inspiration vénézuélienne, si j'ose dire, commencée fin février 2026, encore plus la main dans la main entre les deux attaquants, qui, selon la volonté du Premier ministre Netanyahou, frappe aussi tragiquement le Liban. Qu'il s'agisse de l'Ukraine ou de l'Iran et de ses proxys, les choses ne se sont pas déroulées comme prévu. Dans le premier cas, c'est toute la géopolitique et la géoéconomie européenne qui sont irréversiblement bouleversées au détriment de toutes les parties directement concernées. Dans le second cas, Israéliens et Américains avaient sans doute parié sur la chute de la République islamique. Les États-Unis n'avaient manifestement pas prévu qu'en se concentrant sur le détroit d'Ormuz, cette guerre provoquerait un séisme dont les effets sont déjà considérables. Il faut se féliciter de ce que, pendant ces 4 années de folie, la Chine se soit gardée de jeter de l'huile sur le feu. Mais tout cela ne peut qu'intensifier ses efforts en matière technologique et la course aux armements, ainsi que sa détermination sur Taïwan. La géopolitique de l'Asie de l'Est, dans son ensemble, se trouve affectée par ces développements. Ainsi, la désinhibition et le réarmement du Japon sont-ils probables? J'ajouterai enfin 2 remarques. Depuis notre première édition à Évian en 2008, nous nous réunissons en France pour la 3e fois seulement. Nous aurons ainsi une occasion naturelle de parler de l'Union européenne davantage que de coutume. C'est que, mis bout à bout, le cours des événements depuis la chute du communisme en 1989-1991 a profondément transformé cette union qui, aujourd'hui, est en péril. Sa structure, son efficacité et sa légitimité sont fragiles. L'Union européenne résisterait-elle à un amollissement de l'OTAN ou, ce qui reviendrait au même, à un éloignement durable des États-Unis? Comment peut-elle conduire les réformes économiques et les coopérations internes nécessaires pour devenir une vraie puissance d'équilibre à l'écart de toute velléité impériale? Une telle ambition est-elle légitime et réaliste? C'est les yeux ouverts que nous devons réfléchir ensemble à son avenir. Pour conclure, comment ne pas rappeler que les êtres humains ne vivent pas seulement de pain? La question de la véritable nature de la paix est trop sérieuse pour être laissée aux seuls experts en économie ou en politique. Le retour du spirituel dans les affaires du monde doit nous interroger. En Russie, l'héritier du communisme s'appuie sur l'orthodoxie. En Turquie, l'héritier de Mustafa Kemal Atatürk s'appuie sur l'islam. En Inde, l'héritier de Nehru s'appuie sur l'hindouisme. En Chine, l'héritier de Mao ne dédaigne pas Confucius. Mais ceux-là même qui sont animés par la quête spirituelle n'ont pas que des raisons de se réjouir. Dans certaines circonstances, rien n'est plus facile, hélas, que de manipuler les masses, surtout quand des chefs spirituels ou religieux se montrent complices de régimes autoritaires. En ces temps de grand désarroi, la quête de la paix ne va pas sans une réflexion approfondie sur le sens de ce concept qui a nécessairement, comme le vient de nous rappeler une fois de plus le patriarche, une dimension spirituelle. Voilà, mesdames et messieurs, l'esprit dans lequel nous avons élaboré pour cette 18e édition de notre WPC un programme visant à aborder les principaux aspects économiques, technologiques et politiques d'un système international, une fois de plus en pleine mutation, aspect que l'on doit essayer de saisir dans la position et le mouvement d'un moment. Je suis convaincu que seule une compréhension partagée de la réalité peut permettre d'identifier les problèmes à surmonter, ainsi que des réponses pour éviter le retour de catastrophes mondiales et redonner enfin aux jeunes générations des raisons d'espérer et d'agir dans le sens du bien commun de l'humanité. Je vous remercie. Et maintenant, avec un retard dont j'espère vous nous excuserez, en particulier le président Larcher, qu'on est bien un peu en retard, les séances et sessions normales vont commencer tout de suite.
Messieurs, mesdames, la prochaine session va commencer. Merci de prendre place. Ladies and gentlemen, the session will start. Please have a seat. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Marcus Noland. I am from the Peterson Institute for International Economics, Washington, D.C., and it is my great pleasure to moderate this first plenary session, Power Over Rules, Challenges in International Trade. I think there are three big drivers that are going to be affecting outcomes moving forward. The first of these is disruption in the economic policy sphere, and here Donald Trump is the primary disruptor. Second is disruption in geopolitical relations. Trump's a participant, but he has accomplices. And the third is the development of artificial intelligence, or AI. We will focus on that first driver, but discussion may spill over into the second and third. I am joined by 5 very impressive panelists. Their bios, in the interest of time, I will not read the bios. Those are in your packets of information. I will just give you their names and affiliations. To my immediate left is my longtime friend, Dr. Bark Tae-ho, president of the Seoul Forum for International Affairs and former Minister of Trade for the Republic of Korea. Next to his left is Sebastian Jean, Associate Director of Ifri's Geoeconomics and Geofinance Initiative, member of the French Council of Economic Advisors, and former Director of CEPI. To his left is Brian Kingston, President and CEO of the Canadian Automobile Manufacturers Association. To his left, and this is geographic, not ideological topology I'm doing, is Chiao Yide, Vice Chairman and Secretary General of the Shanghai Development Research Foundation. And last but not least is Kazuto Suzuki, Director of the Institute of Geoeconomics at the International House of Japan and Professor at the Graduate School of Public Policy at the University of Tokyo. I will give each of the participants 5 to 7 minutes to speak. I will then ask them, is there anything that they heard from the other panelists that they find particularly interesting or provoking that they would like to comment on? I will ask a question or two, and then I'll open it up to audience participation. And for those of you who have not participated in previous World Policy Conference events, this audience is not shrinking violets. They will ask you a lot of questions. So with that, I would like to turn to Bark Tae-ho for our first intervention.
Thank you, Marcus, for your kind introduction. Good morning. I'm Tae-ho Bark from Korea. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to Professor Montbrial and the WPC organizers for inviting me to this important gathering. Today, I would like to briefly share my thoughts on how Korea has been responding to the evolving global trade environment, as well as on the future of the global trade order. Let me begin with the Korea's response to the trade policy of Trump administration. At the APEC meeting, leaders meeting held in Korea last October, Korea and United States had a separate bilateral summit and agreed several important agreements. Most notably, Korea committed to invest $20 billion US dollars annually for 10 years in projects to be identified by the United States along with additional $150 billion to support the reconstruction of the US shipbuilding industry. The Korean government is currently working closely with the Korean firms to ensure that these investments are mutually beneficial to both United States and Korea. Nonetheless, Korean companies that invest in the United States at Washington's request have raised several concerns, including high tariffs on intermediate goods to be imported from Korea for their US manufacturing operations, as well as uncertainty regarding visas for Korean personnel working at the US manufacturing site. Well, although I don't want to go into the detail on US tariff policy, but I would like to note one thing, that Korea-US free trade agreement, which had been in force since March 2012 and made more than 98% of bilateral trade tariff-free, were effectively nullified overnight, causing significant challenges for the Korean economy. Despite these headwinds, Korea was lucky. Korea achieved a major milestone in 2025 as exports surpassed $700 billion for the first time. While exports to the United States declined somewhat, they still reached $123 billion. Korea's strong export performance was largely driven by intermediate goods, particularly semiconductors. Currently, more than 70% of Korea's total exports consist of intermediate goods, such as materials, parts, and equipment. A significant share of these exports goes to overseas affiliates of the Korean conglomerates. In fact, a simple analysis indicates a remarkably high correlation between Korean firms' outward foreign direct investment and Korea's intermediate goods exports of over 0.94, suggesting that Korea's exports are increasingly driven by global expansion of its firms. Recent changes in the global trade environment are likely to pose challenges to Korea, given its long-standing reliance on export-led economic growth and its relatively small domestic market. Fortunately, Korean firms possess world-class manufacturing capabilities in advanced technologies such as semiconductors, batteries, and robotics, as well as in key industries, including automobiles, shipbuilding, and steel. Korea will pursue a strategy of expanding exports linked to these overseas investments, particularly by supplying high value-added materials, parts, and equipment for global operations. This approach would not only sustain exports, but also enhance industrial competitiveness and create high-quality jobs in Korea. At the same time, Korean government supports this transition by diversifying supply chain and reducing dependence on specific countries for key raw materials and components. Korea is currently participating in the Mineral Security Partnership and considering joining the Agreement on Trade in Critical Minerals initiated by United States. In addition, Korea is engaged in discussions with the European Union and Japan to strengthen cooperation on critical minerals. Now let me turn briefly to the future of global trade order. Given the current trends, I'm not optimistic that we will return to a fully WTO-centered multilateral trading system in the near future. In this context, bilateral and regional FTAs, as well as plurilateral agreements, can play a more effective role in governing global trade. The Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for the Trans-Pacific Partnership, or CPTPP, will become increasingly important as it is both comprehensive and highly liberalizing. Expanding its membership and developing new rules in areas where consensus is difficult at the WTO, such as digital trade, state-owned enterprises, industrial subsidies, environmental standards will be essential. As we all know, the United Kingdom has already joined the agreement, and Korea is currently pursuing accession. I would also like to call on the European Union to consider joining the CPTPP. Maybe at that time we have to change the name, but which will further strengthen its role in global trading system. In addition, WTO should allow for more flexible and inclusive plurilateral agreements in areas such as overcapacity, economic security, and supply chain. Rather than strictly adhering to consensus-based decision-making that yields little progress, it may be more practical to allow limited MFN exceptions if they contribute to stabilizing and improving the global trading system. In this regard, the recent communications on the WTO reform submitted by the United States, particularly the proposal for interim plurilaterals, are constructive and encouraging. On that somewhat positive note, I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sébastien Jean.
Thank you. Good morning to all. I'll speak in French. Merci, Marcus, et bonjour à tous. Je vais donner peut-être un point de vue européen en ma capacité personnelle sur la situation actuelle et commencer évidemment par partager ce constat d'une situation qui est extrêmement préoccupante du point de vue commercial et en particulier pour l'Europe. Et cela pour plusieurs raisons. Je pense qu'il est important de le souligner. La raison la plus évidente, bien entendu, ce sont les politiques de rupture de l'administration Trump, pas seulement dans la sphère commerciale, mais notamment dans la sphère commerciale. L'Union européenne y a répondu notamment en signant l'été dernier l'accord de Turnberry qui concède au fond un schéma très asymétrique par rapport aux États-Unis, dans l'espoir que le refus de l'épreuve de force apporterait une certaine stabilité. Je crois que j'ai mes doutes forts sur l'efficacité de cette démarche et je pense qu'elle a été illustrée, sa fragilité a été illustrée notamment par l'épisode récent à propos du Groenland. Il reste que pour l'Union européenne, les États-Unis sont un partenaire commercial clé, incontournable, mais un partenaire vis-à-vis duquel la confiance est considérablement abîmée par les épisodes récents, ce qui est évidemment profondément déstabilisant, s'agissant à la fois de notre premier partenaire commercial et du leader historique du système commercial multilatéral. Donc, je crois que pour l'Europe, cela appelle à la fois une volonté de maintenir cette relation commerciale, mais également de raisonner en termes de limitation des risques qui y sont associés. Maintenant, il y a une autre raison pour laquelle la période actuelle est particulièrement problématique du point de vue du commerce international. Et cette autre raison pour l'Europe notamment, ce sont les excédents commerciaux chinois qui ont atteint une telle ampleur qu'ils constituent désormais véritablement une menace pour nos intérêts industriels les plus centraux pour l'Europe. Il faut prendre la mesure de ce qui est en train de se passer. Si on se restreint aux seuls produits manufacturés, l'excédent commercial de la Chine l'an dernier a dépassé les 2000 milliards de dollars, c'est-à-dire plus de 15% de l'ensemble des importations de tous les autres pays du monde, plus de 15% des importations de produits manufacturés. C'est absolument considérable, sans équivalent depuis au moins des décennies, depuis certainement l'immédiat après Seconde Guerre mondiale, et c'est un vrai défi et une vraie déstabilisation, pas seulement pour l'Europe, je veux le souligner, mais pour tous les pays du monde qui tiennent à garder une industrie puissante. C'est d'autant plus un problème que ces excédents, ces déséquilibres ne procèdent pas seulement, loin s'en faut, de mécanismes de marché. Ils procèdent de choix politiques délibérés, de deux points de vue au moins, en termes de distribution sectorielle des excédents et en termes de leur masse globale. Sur la distribution sectorielle, j'ai écrit récemment un chapitre, une analyse publiée dans le CPR Paris Report sur la façon dont la distribution par secteur des excédents commerciaux chinois sont étroitement liés à l'intensité des interventions de politique industrielle. Et je crois que sur le fond, cela fait assez peu de doute. Sur le plan macroéconomique, plus de 20 ans après le début des discussions sérieuses autour du rééquilibrage de l'économie chinoise, nous nous trouvons aujourd'hui dans une situation dans laquelle la part de la consommation finale dans le PIB est assez peu différente de ce qu'elle était en 2005. Nous nous trouvons également dans une situation dans laquelle, au cours des 4 dernières années, le taux de change effectif réel de la Chine, dans le contexte d'excédents croissant à grande vitesse et très élevé dans l'absolu, ce taux de change effectif réel a été déprécié de 16%. Pour un taux de change qui est géré comme l'est celui de la Chine, je crois que c'est un véritable problème et la preuve qu'il y a un ajustement qui ne se fait pas. Ce contexte est d'autant plus préoccupant qu'on a eu aussi des illustrations de différentes façons au cours des dernières années de la volonté de la Chine d'utiliser ses positions dominantes commerciales et industrielles comme outil de pression politique, qu'il s'agisse de restrictions sur les exportations, notamment de terres rares, qu'il s'agisse d'instruments de défense commerciale, je pense par exemple aux droits anti-dumping sur les eaux de vie européennes, dont je crois qu'on peut difficilement leur reprocher d'être vendus à des prix trop faibles, ou qu'il s'agisse d'ailleurs des règles édictées par le Conseil d'État récemment à propos de la sécurité de l'industrie et des chaînes de valeur, qui édictent des règles qui sont potentiellement très contraignantes pour les entreprises étrangères opérant en Chine, au-delà, il me semble, de ce qui est légitime et dans des termes suffisamment vagues pour être une vraie source de préoccupation et potentiellement de tension. Dans ce contexte, je pense que du point de vue européen, il est clair que nous avons besoin à la fois de sécurité, mais aussi d'équilibre. Et c'est ça qui doit guider nos politiques. Évidemment, l'Europe soutient fortement, est très attachée à un système fondé sur des règles, à un système multilatéral, et elle cherche à agir de façon cohérente dans ce but. Mais elle doit également être pragmatique. Nous ne pouvons pas nous réfugier derrière un respect formel des règles s'il est associé à une violation de l'esprit de traité, esprit qui est ancré à la fois dans les mécanismes de marché, dans le liberal understanding, comme on dirait en anglais, et dans la réciprocité et donc l'équilibre. L'Union européenne soutient la réforme de l'OMC, mais en même temps, elle est bien obligée de constater que cette réforme n'arrivera pas demain et que nous ne pouvons pas attendre. En conséquence, et je termine là-dessus, le besoin aujourd'hui est urgent pour l'Europe d'agir pour assurer sa sécurité économique. Et elle doit le faire de différentes façons, en faisant le ménage chez elle d'abord, sur l'amélioration et l'approfondissement de son marché intérieur, sur un renforcement de ses investissements et de ses capacités d'innovation, et nous savons que nous avons beaucoup à faire. Mais aussi, elle doit, dès aujourd'hui et d'urgence, se protéger activement contre la concurrence déloyale, qui est une menace, quand elle est une menace pour son industrie. Elle doit également travailler à nouer des accords, des partenariats, y compris avec d'ailleurs nos partenaires du partenariat transpacifique. Je ne sais pas si l'Europe va adhérer demain. Je pense qu'en ces termes-là, c'est peut-être douteux, mais je pense qu'il y a beaucoup d'autres façons de collaborer dans une logique nouvelle, qui est une logique de partenariat de confiance, qui n'est plus une logique d'échange d'accès au marché, mais qui est une logique d'assurance où un engagement politique permet de baser la confiance dans la gestion des relations commerciales, même sous pression politique. Et enfin, le dernier point, c'est que tout cela, pour l'économie européenne, appelle une plus intense coopération entre le public et le privé pour faire face au risque géopolitique qui désormais est présent et est une vraie nouvelle composante et une nouvelle menace pour nous tous qui appelle une nouvelle culture, au fond. Merci.
Thank you. Okay, so now it's not just the United States that's causing trouble, it's China as well. Mr. Kingston.
Well, thank you, Marcus. I will focus on the United States as the main disruptor of the global trade order. So in 5 short minutes, I just want to give you the North American perspective on what is happening to international trade rules, specifically what the U.S. is doing, what the implications are in North America, what it means for Canada, of course, and then give you a little snapshot of some of the impacts in the auto industry as one of the most trade-exposed sectors that we have. Quick caveat, and I give this warning every time I speak about trade policy, everything I say could change by the time this panel is over. If there's a True Social post or some other announcement, I've learned over the past year that the trade environment, particularly between Canada and the US, is extremely volatile and subject to change at a moment's notice. So hopefully nothing changes by the time this is over, but I have to give you that warning. So this has been a very disruptive year for North American trade policy. US average tariff has gone from 2% to 17%, virtually overnight. That's the highest tariff level we've seen since the 30s. And if you look at it through the perspective of comparing it to a corporate tax hike in the United States as a percentage of GDP, this is the biggest tax hike that the US has witnessed since 1993. And despite the president insisting that tariffs are paid by foreigners, we all know that that's not the case. They're paid by US business and US consumers. So this is having a major impact on the US economy. I won't dwell on that too much. I'm going to focus on Canada. And Canada has largely been insulated from these impacts because we have the USMCA, a trade agreement that we just negotiated 6 years ago. 85% of our trade is still duty-free, but that overarching number masks the fact that some of our key industries, auto, forestry, steel, aluminum, are facing tariffs of 25 to 50%, and those are having real economic impacts right now. Exports are critical for the Canadian economy. So 1/3 of our national income is derived from exports, and 74% of our exports go to the United States. If you look at our next biggest trading partner, last year it was the UK, but that was only 6% of our total export profile, and that was actually inflated because we just happen to send a lot of gold to the UK because of the high prices. China would be number 3 at 4%. And despite negotiating numerous trade agreements, Canada now has free trade deals with 51 countries around the world. We've been trying to diversify for a long time, but it really hasn't happened. And that's just because it's the gravity model of trade. You trade with the largest economy that is closest to you. So despite all of these efforts to try and diversify, reduce dependence on the United States, we still find ourselves with that anywhere between 68 and 80% of our exports are going to the US. So we're heavily dependent on this relationship, and it has been severely disrupted by US policy. To give you a sense of what this means for the Canadian economy, a year ago, the growth forecast has been downgraded by 1.5% for real GDP growth through this year, so pre-tariff, post-tariff. That's having a significant impact. Manufacturing employment is down almost 1%, and of course, every day that this volatility continues in the relationship, the situation gets worse. So the government of Canada has recognized this. I'm sure many in the room saw Prime Minister Carney's speech at Davos about middle powers working to try and bolster the rules-based international trading system. All very important work to do. We need to diversify our trading relationships as much as we can, but unfortunately, the economic reality persists. The US will always be our biggest trade partner. So if we can't sort out that relationship, it doesn't matter what we do on working with other middle powers, bolstering international trade rules, or diversifying, we're always going to be the #1 customer and seller into the United States, and so we have to figure that out. I would just note that when this first started and the US put in place these tariffs, there was a lot of talk about countries collaborating to retaliate together, and now we find ourselves rather exposed. No one really did it. China did, and Canada did, and everybody else backed down. So Canada not only has this important trade relationship, but we've actually retaliated on the U.S. You've probably read about bans of U.S. alcohol that are getting a lot of attention. We've put tariffs on U.S. vehicles coming in to Canada, and now we're approaching the review of our USMCA agreement on July 1st, and there are absolutely no guarantees that that's going to go smoothly. So the next few months are going to be really critical for this relationship, and I think will have implications for the broader international rules-based trade arrangement. Last thing I'll leave you with is just a few perspectives from the auto industry, simply because it is so trade exposed, and there are tariffs of 25% on all autos going into the United States. The current estimate is that U.S. tariffs are going to cost U.S. auto manufacturers $188 billion over the next 3 years. So this is having very foreseeable impacts. North American auto production fell by 2% last year. Chinese auto production went up by 10% last year. So the U.S. has put tariffs on its most important supply chain partners in automotive. As a result, production is going down, and competitors around the world are gaining market share. This is bad. We're at a point right now where it's more cost-effective to build a car in Europe, Korea, or Japan and send it into the U.S. than to build in America, where you have to pay tariffs on aluminum, steel, and comply with extremely stringent rules of origin. So this is the definition of a self-inflicted wound that we need to figure out quickly, or you're going to see an erosion of the North American automotive industry. So I'll leave it there. I wish I had more good news, but happy to discuss some of those auto implications in the Q&A. Thanks.
Thank you. I went on vacation in Canada last summer, and I can confirm there is no American liquor on the shelves. Okay, Dr. Tiao.
Okay, I'm very glad to be back at WPC. Today I'm talking, concentrate 3 parts. The first of all, I want to describe what happened to address unilateral protection measures. We see in last year more bilateral agreements reached, particularly EU take a very aggressive initiative. EU have closed the deal with the South Common Market. The negotiation gone through 25 years after negotiation. EU also restart negotiation with with India, finally closed the deal with India. That's very outstanding example. We also see a regional cooperation and integration strengthen. In Asia, for example, it's first time in past 5 years, China, Japan, South Korea conduct economic dialogue. That's first time in past 5 years. Also, China, ASEAN conclude the final upgrade agreement. Then we will see mid-power alliance is shaping. Prime Minister Canada, Connie, made an initiative. Actually, Canada signed agreement March this year with Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, and Iceland. Also today in opening session, many people mentioned mid-power alliance. I guess that's the good starting to deal with the protectionism. But the issue is still there. The people question, what's the base for mid-power alliance? It seems it still is the power and the might, which contradict with the criticism of so-called might is right. So as I say, it's a good start, but may not necessarily enough. Also, we see all kind of international organizations try to help their members to deal with that. But unfortunately, the difficulties they're facing, to limit their power to help countries. That's the first point I try to make. The second point is I try to identify what factor affecting the choice by different countries. What factor? I guess the first, most important factor is a geopolitical position, these countries, particularly mainly the relationship with the US. The example is EU. EU military pretty much depend on US, which give them less advantageous position to negotiate a deal with the US. Also, it's the factor is economic stress. I mean the size of domestic market, dependence on US market. The last factor, I guess, whether their leadership and the people have a strong will against unilateral approach. The last point I try to make is the recognition and the suggestions for future. The above measurement I mentioned is very proper for every country to consider to use it, but no universal approach applied to every country. Each country should try do anything benefit to their interest. Also, I want to point, don't use its own protection measure against existing one. Simply say, don't do anything hurting each other. We still should believe in multilateralism. At these points, I guess the best way to solve the dispute among themselves is to find a way of compromising. There is a good example, like Chinese EU export to, Chinese EV export to EU. There's lots of debate. Finally, they solved the issue by compromising. At this moment, I try to take my position or response to the previous speaker. He spent quite a time criticize China, say the so-called imbalance. Fortunately, I just come back from attending some conference in Washington, D.C. For example, last Friday, I guess the Mercury know that, there's a session, particular session about how deal imbalance. First of all, what's the definition of imbalance? Trade is only part of that. Gold trade is part of that. Also, service trade. Generally, we use the term is current account balance, which is the best definition. I guess French is the host country of G7. They organize a working group to deal the imbalance. The head of a working group is a famous woman or economist, is French, Hilary Ray. I met him in Peterson Institute. She made a presentation, introduced the report of G7 working group on imbalance. So the responsibility not only on China, US is tremendous deficit. EU also have a great surplus. So three major parts, China, US, and the EU, should coordinate to solve these problems. Not only just figure out to China. Also, the report very clear say many things. Exchanging rate doesn't matter with the surplus or deficit. I strongly suggest maybe people here can look at the report. I guess basically translated have already written by French I try to ask my colleague using AI translate English. I haven't get it. So I just stop here. Maybe I can answer question later.
Okay, thank you very much. And now for our final intervention of the first round, Professor Suzuki.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much for Mr. Professor de Montbrial and WPC to invite me again for this wonderful occasion. And you know, it's always difficult to be the last in such a great panel because everyone else have already discussed so many important issues. From my point of view, I'd like to offer some of the analytical framework of understanding of the new economic order in the world. And I think one of the key point is the question of the indispensability. The indispensability is probably the very important concept to understand what's going on today. On the one hand, the free trade arrangement, the free trade regime has not yet dismissed, but there are countries which have the certain indispensabilities, are using those indispensability as the weapon or the leverage to force other countries to change their policies or behavior or trade patterns. So United States, for example, Brian has discussed about the Canadian position. I think that's one of the way that the United States uses its market indispensability to leverage other countries to change their behavior. And probably Mr. Trump may have some idea of acquiring Canada as a 51st state. I don't know if that is leveraged enough, but I think that's the way that United States uses its market indispensability. On the other hand, China is using the indispensability of goods such as rare earth mineral to leverage against the others. So these indispensabilities are now forcing other countries to behave differently. So China currently, the relationship between Japan and China is somewhat difficult, but the Chinese authorities are now using some leverages of tightening the export control of the dual-use technologies and the certain items such as the restraining the tourists to go to Japan. This is another way to coerce other countries to Japan to take down what Prime Minister Takaichi has said. So I think the current economic order is, on the one hand, countries like Japan, South Korea, and many other countries which are trying to maintain the international order based on the free trade agreement and forming the minilateral, plurilateral mechanism such as CPTPP. Meanwhile, there are countries which go beyond that, the free trade arrangement, and uses the economy or the indispensability as a tool to negotiate and force other countries to behave. And this is what the Iran is doing in the Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is closed to take the international economy as a hostage, and to force other countries to push United States and Israel to stop fighting against Iran. So again, we are living in an area not only defined. The international relations is not only defined by the military powers, but also the indispensability, or how much that you can use those indispensability as a weapon. And in that context, Japan is currently taking and paying a lot of attention to what China is doing against Japan, especially in the last couple of months that China has increasingly imposing certain economic measures, economic coercive measures to take down and change the Japanese behavior. Meanwhile, the Japanese government is reacting very prudently and not conceding to such pressure. But at the same time, China is focusing pretty much on the defense sector and the military-related technologies, not to transfer to Japan. But meanwhile, Japan and China maintain a very significant level of the interdependence. So the trade, China is still the #1 trading partner, and I think from Chinese point of view, the economy, the trade relationship with Japan is still important. And I think in that context, what Japan is trying to do is that Takaichi government is now launching the growth strategy, and I am a member of the Growth Strategy Council, and focusing on the 17 different strategic sector to enhance its Japanese capabilities to be more indispensable in the global supply chain, and to make sure that we are also resilient from the other countries to use leverage against us. So in that term, Japan has, like South Korea, Japan has concluded the memorandum of understanding with the United States to invest $550 billion to the United States, which is currently to reduce the tariff of the United States, but at the same time, we are trying to build up the joint autonomous capabilities of building up the economic resilience and the economic security capabilities together with the United States. So, for example, the 6 projects which are already concluded with the United States, 4 of them is about the energy related, because we are encouraging the American industry to invest more in the AI data center, and we are supporting by investing in the United States for the energy sources. And the other one project is about the synthetic diamonds. Synthetic diamond will be the next generation power semiconductor, and that will be, this factory will be providing those synthetic diamonds for the next generation semiconductor. So in that regard, Japan is trying to do this sort of a collective measures to be more resilient and to have more strategic autonomy altogether with the United States. And so as Southeast Asian countries the other days, because of this Middle Eastern system, the incidents, the Southeast Asian countries are suffering from the lack of the crude oils. So Japan has launched the ASEC Plus Summit. ASEC stands for the Asian Zero Emission Community Summit, together with Australia and South Korea, to invest in building a resilience for the supply of the supply and the storage of the crude oil. So Japan is taking this leadership of the energy security, the security of the building the capabilities for AI and the semiconductor with the United States, and to lead the rule-based international order through CPTPP. So I'll stop here and looking forward for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to say something at this point, because both Teiho and Professor Suzuki mentioned these investment deals that the United States has concluded with Korea and Japan, respectively. And I suspect that most of you don't recognize or don't realize just how extortionate these deals are. Because what they do is they set up a structure. The 2 deals are not alike. Because the Korean president was being impeached, they didn't have a government when the United States came to negotiate. So there was a long delay. So Japan went first. And then the Koreans, when it was their turn, they could see what the Japanese template. And they were able to negotiate some differences that actually make their agreement a little better. But the basic issue is, there is a structure by which a binational committee makes recommendations, but that recommendation goes to an interagency a group of the U.S. government chaired by the Secretary of Commerce. They formulate the menu of potential projects, and then that gets passed along to the President of the United States, who picks the individual projects. So the project selection is really controlled by the United States. Then once the money is invested, it goes to a special fund that's controlled by the U.S. government. When they start investing in these projects and the money starts coming in, it's shared 50-50 between the donor country and the United States. Once the donor country gets paid back, including interest, that division shifts to 90% for the United States, 10% for the donor country. And I'm in the process of doing with some colleagues research on this. These projects have to have very high rates of return if the donor country is going to have a positive present discounted value on this transfer. And in the case of Japan, the magnitude of those transfers is equivalent to what the Germans paid in reparations between 1925 and 1929. So this is victor's justice with an 80-year time lag. The Koreans got a little bit better deal because theirs has a 10-year horizon, and the hope is that whatever new government takes power in the United States in 2029 will simply absolve the Koreans of the obligation. Okay, so that sets up my first question to the panel. Suppose in 2028 the Democrats win the election, and some reasonable Democrat with multilateralist instincts comes into the White House and comes to each of your countries and says, it was a nightmare, but the nightmare is over. We want to rebuild cooperative relations. How does your government react?
Well, first of all, I don't think even though the reasonable Democrat take the power, I cannot trust them. I mean, whether they want to go back to the pre-Trump period or not. Because if you look at the Biden administration, after first Trump, Biden is taking all the kind of restrictions themselves. And then in addition to that, they did something else. And also for the WTO, the Democrats didn't do anything, or even they start to not select appellate body judges. So what I'm saying is here, your story, if it goes like that, it's very, very nice. But I don't think U.S. Government under the new Democratic Party will do the same thing. They want to maintain the agreement made through Trump. They want to maintain it. This is my reaction to you.
So how about the EU?
Well, I think trade interdependence requires confidence, and because it requires investment, it implies risks and dependencies. For that reason, I think confidence is key to build interdependence, and it's been undermined by what's happening now. And I'm not sure just one election by somebody different will be enough to rebuild confidence. Actually, I'm sure it will not. So we hope that will be what will happen, that we can move to somewhat more peaceful relationship. But I think the signal that the approach of de-risking must also be applied to the relationship to the US. This signal has been sent. And the other side being that we need to rebuild that confidence, and that will require more than just a few good speeches. Given what we know about the decision process in Washington right now, and the international climate as well. I think I fully agree with what was said about the use of indispensabilities as political leverage. So it's a fact, and we need to build confidence to overcome this kind of lack of confidence in international trade dependencies.
Brian?
Well, I think Canadian government would, overwhelmingly welcome a change, and if it was a new stance on, particularly on things like 232s, right, where we have industries that are so deeply integrated with the United States, we're not able to diversify. That would be extremely welcome. That said, I think the scars are pretty deep here. I've never seen a fracture in such a close relationship. And I think even if you have a change in stance from the administration or a new administration, there is going to be this now, I think, long-term push in Canada to try and diversify as much as possible. And again, it depends on the sector, but people will want to avoid going through this situation again. And I think the best example of this, And our government just announced $81 billion in defense spending. Unprecedented. And part of that is because of these constant, 51st state annexation threats. So I think Canadians will remember that, and there will always be this desire to try and insulate ourselves as much as possible from future protectionist pushes. But at the end of the day, we're so integrated, so we've got to get back to a stable trading relationship.
Okay, I guess new administration probably will provide some certainty for China. But in terms of trade policy, I don't see big difference. Both, Trump administration and the Biden administration. Biden administration using the slogan called the small yard, high hands. But I don't think maybe more specific. I make a joke. Actually, Trump made China look better because he universal to have high tariff to every country, which maybe in some sense is better to China.
Well, given the deep division of the society in the United States, I think if the Democrats are elected as a new administration, they are trying to reverse what happened during the Trump administration in terms of the domestic policies. But I think the Democrats tend to have the very protectionist tendencies, and also as both Professor Park and Professor Kwao has said, that it is very difficult to assume that the new Democratic Party will engage in the free trade and the more rule-based international order, like what Mr. Biden did. He didn't come back to EPP. He didn't appoint the WTO appellate court, and Biden administration imposed the semiconductor export control. So I think using the indispensability as a leverage, Mr. Biden has been the master of that. So I think the structure, the whole structure, will not change.
Well, I think you are logically correct that credibility once lost is very difficult to reclaim. Though I was speaking to Jeffrey Frieden at breakfast this morning, and I said, and that's true logically, but it's kind of like when your wild old girlfriend calls you up and your mind says no. But then part of your mind says, well, she was a lot of fun. It's very tempting. All right, so you're not going to just immediately accept the return of the United States. So what are your options? Teho mentioned that the WTO is foundering, but you have CPTPP, which Korea is trying to join. And there's the possibility of the EU getting involved. And if the EU and CPTPP came together, now you really have something large that could be the locus of progressive trade policy making for the global economy, given the sort of dysfunction of the WTO. So is EU ready to join CPTPP?
I don't think that's the way I would frame the question. I think the EU and CPTPP have already established a dialogue. So the point, I think, the question is not about the EU joining the CPTPP, but whether a substantial, something substantial can come out of this dialogue. And the question is, what can that be, given the present circumstances, given also the fact that many of these countries in the CPTPP, most of them actually already have an FTA with the EU, and those of them that don't have negotiations. So to me, that's why it's a question not of exchanges bargaining market access, as we've been used to do for decades in trade. It's a question of building confidence, including in times of crisis, including under pressure. So it must be a kind of political commitment that an agreement, it should lead to an agreement that even under political pressure, we can deal our trade relationship based on rules. And it should also take into account the fact that economic security is now on the top of the agenda for most of our countries. It's a fact, so we need to take that into account and plan the corresponding exemptions or rules so that we can accommodate economic security with rules-based exchanges.
Great. So I'd like to, at this juncture, open it up to the floor. I see hands here and here. So first, Jeff Frieden, and then the gentleman in the front row.
And first, I want to disavow any knowledge of the crazy ex-girlfriend idea, Marcus, just in case my wife is watching. Brian, this is about Canada, which is a member of CPTPP, and also, at this point, of USMCA. How would the auto industry specifically and the Canadian industrial structure more generally deal with what essentially would be a two-tier trading system, one with the US and one with CPTPP? That seems relevant not only to Canada, but for other countries that may face a similar conundrum.
Yeah, it's a great question. The industry really wouldn't be able to pivot to anything but U.S. supply chain. And that's just because that's the way the industry was created. I mean, we've had an auto industry in Canada for over 100 years, but when the Auto Pact was struck with the U.S. in '65, we started to create this integrated supply chain. And so we always use the statistic that a typical part or component will cross the Canada-U.S. border 7, 8, sometimes 9 times before installation into a finished vehicle. And a vehicle produced in Canada, you know, we've got a GM plant building pickup trucks in Oshawa, 60% of the parts in that truck are American. So it's not even really a Canadian car, it's a North American car. And all of our regulatory structures have been aligned to the United States because we've done this together, we've built this industry together. So there has been a lot of talk because of the tariffs. Can we now find a way to export to CPTP markets, go to Europe, go to Asia? And the answer, you know, not to sound unambitious, but it's just no. There would be no commercial reason to build a vehicle in Canada and send it to Europe. You would service the European market from a European base. So we really are locked in to the United States, and there's no amount of other trade negotiations or diversification that's going to change that. If we can't get this relationship right, our industry is going to shrink. That's just how it's going to go.
Okay, we'll take the question here, and then I think we'll probably have to close.
Thank you. First, remember 2015, the end of the Obama administration? There was an agreement that was about to be concluded between the United States and a number of countries in Asia. It didn't happen for one reason, because effectively, Obama had the fast-track procedure to have it approved, and it was opposed by the Democrats, particularly on the pressure of the unions. So, I mean, if you have a new administration in 2028, it doesn't mean, I agree with what was said, don't expect to have somebody who's necessarily going to be in favor of free trade. You're more likely to have a Bernie Sanders, Zoran Mandani type of person that's going to be even more protectionist than in the past, number one. Number two, I'd like you to sort of give me your, whoever wants to answer this specific remark, are you trying to understand why? Let me be clear. Tariff is stupid. As you said, I mean, tariffs are not paid by the exporters. They are not paid by even the importers. They are ultimately paid by the American consumer. I happen to be one of them. And we've seen that already. So I agree with that. So I'm not defending tariffs. I'm just trying to understand, why do we have tariffs? Maybe it's a bad idea to have tariffs, but there are also obstacles to trade that are not just tariffs. You have market access. Let me say that from the US perspective, EU is a bureaucratic nightmare. Market access to non-EU country, to the EU country, is impossible. See what's happening between this trade between Latin America and Europe that hasn't been signed for 20 years because of the French farmers. I respect the French farmers, but this is a very tiny portion of this relationship, and yet it prevents the agreement from being signed, and therefore a lot of sectors can't benefit from it. So, last question.
Yes, please.
If you have...
We have 1 minute left in the session.
If you have a look at dependence, sovereignty, if you have your semiconductors, your rare earth minerals, your solar panels, and your electrical vehicles coming from one country, are you comfortable?
Okay, anybody want to take that on in 39 seconds?
Oh, yeah, should. Yeah, well, first of all, the market access is always used as a sort of a non-tariff barriers, and that is typically used in EU, Japan, India, many places. So let's just get over it. I mean, we have to find and this is also an encouragement for concluding the the FTA. The focusing and concentrating all this production in the one country is a consequence of the act of the firms. They are seeking the better price and the better product, and this entirely goes to the one single country. And I think what we need to do is to build up the resilience or alternatives, the diversification, and that is what is needed. So what Japan is trying to do, the rare earth mineral, Japan invested in Australia, the solar panels, Japan is investing in Malaysia. So we have to bear a cost to avoid the dependence, because otherwise that will create the indispensability, and that creates more, that lends the power to those countries. So I think what we need to think today is not just about the tariff, but also about the indispensability, and try to make more diversification to improve our strategic autonomy.
I have never felt so indispensable. I would like you to join me in thanking our 5 panelists. They have an extraordinary rich menu, and with that, we will turn it over to Jeff Frieden in the next panel.
Good morning. I'm John Lipsky from Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies in Washington, and very pleased to have the opportunity to be back at the World Policy Conference, an annual event that I always look forward to. We're going to, you may look at your program and look up here and think that perhaps someone is missing, and the answer is yes. One of the participants, Eric Brightman, has been delayed, and rather than try to switch around, we're going to shorten the program slightly and help get things, in case you were sitting and wondering how will things get back on schedule, we're going to help that happen. And we're going to talk about digital finance, and we have, I think, some very interesting presentations to discuss, some issues to discuss, and hopefully be of interest to all of you. Well, I'm just returned from the IMF World Bank spring meetings in Washington, and the discussion centered around, seems to me, 4 key themes. First, the unexpected resilience of the world economy in 2025. Secondly, obviously, the impact of the current conflict in the Middle East and its economic impact in the rest of the world. Third, the importance or potential importance for world economic developments of artificial intelligence. And fourth, the potential impact of digital finance. Other issues were dealt with, of course, but digital finance certainly was on the minds of the participants in the spring meetings. Now you can ask what in the world exactly is digital finance. Certainly it's the delivery of financial services, which are essentially transactions, the conducting of economic transactions, and as a store of value via digital channels and digital technologies. And the key qualities of digital finance, first of all, is it involves both new instruments and potentially new institutions that didn't exist previously. The attraction of digital finance is one, the potential gains in efficiency and cost reduction in conducting economic or financial transactions, and the speed and resilience of being able to accomplish those transactions. The additional hope for benefits of growth of digital finance is financial inclusion, and that the technologies allow the ability of many individuals who currently lack access to traditional financial institutions can avail themselves of financial inclusion. We've seen that in many parts of the world. And hence, the likelihood that digital finance will aid in expanding credit and modern financial instruments to many places that don't exist now. At the same time, of course, there have been issues of privacy. There have been issues raised about security. And of course, the creation of new instruments and new institutions is creating a regulatory challenge. And in fact, what we can see already is a difference in focus of the development of the means of digital finance between the US, the European Union, and China. They all seem at this time on somewhat different paths with respect to the development of digital channels, of digital finance. The risk, therefore, is that rather than expanding the efficiency of the system through advanced interoperability, that the result will in fact be the opposite, namely an incentive or motivation of different authorities to create barriers to the instruments favored by other jurisdictions. Well, today we're going to discuss this from two different perspectives. One, first, Jean-Pierre Landau, and I'm in the interest of getting us back on schedule. You can read the biographies in your program. Jean-Pierre Landau is going to provide a guide to the principal formats of digital finance, how they differ and how they're being used, on the presumption that this will be, I think, of interest and use to this audience. Secondly, we'll have Sam Aquilea, whose name I'm certainly not doing a good job of, whose surname, sorry, Sam.
So far, so good.
Thank you. Sam is going to provide a viewpoint from a user, and because it is clear, among others, Sam's from Nigeria, that emerging markets represent a potential large beneficiary and user of digital finance in ways that are both potentially very attractive, efficiency enhancing, but at the same time potentially disruptive to local financial systems. We'll talk about that and then respond to your answers. First, Jean-Pierre, please take it away and give us a roadmap to the digital finance world.
Thank you very much, John. It's really a pleasure to be here, and thank you for having me. When we talk about those topics, there's always an aspect which is absolutely mysterious, fascinating, and a little bit scary, and addictive at the same time. I think all this was summed up very well by the British comedian John Oliver a few years ago, and he said that the cryptocurrencies are about everything you don't understand about money, combined with everything you don't understand about computers. And I think he summed up, actually, the heart of the mystery. The technology is changing. For people who are not very familiar with technological issues like myself, it's a little bit of a mystery, but we feel that the technology is going to raise extremely important financial and monetary issues, and we have to be able to walk on both legs and to look at the two kind of issues simultaneously. So that's what's very important. And very often when we look at market literature or even some academic literature, the way the business is presented, we have an enormous amount of details on the technology, sometimes presented in a very obscure and not easily understandable way, and very few details on the monetary underpinning. And my point here is that we shouldn't be blinded by the technology. We should embrace the technology. It's very positive, but we should keep sufficient distance and understand what it means in terms of our monetary and financial system. And just to bring it back to the simplest thing, how do we pay today? And in the act of payment, I think we basically have two choices. Either I'm peer-to-peer, I'm in front of you, and I can pay you in cash, which is an object. It's anonymous, it's immediate, it's easy, but I have to be in front of you. We have to be physically close, literally at arm's length. Or if I want to make a payment at a distance, I have to go through the banking system to have a banking account, a network of correspondent banking, and I can make a payment at a distance. So there is a kind of choice, either direct but very close, or indirect, and I can go far away, but I need an intermediary. And what digital finance and digital money in general is to free us from this dilemma. It allows us, in theory, if it works, to pay at a distance on a peer-to-peer basis. And that's the emergence of digital cash. There is a quote which I won't give there, but Milton Friedman in 1999 said exactly that. He said the internet is going to allow the emergence of digital cash, and I will pay you anonymously, peer-to-peer, no intermediary, at a distance. And that's exactly the ambition today of all those innovations, at least in their best aspect. And as John has said, it can help financial inclusion, it can help cross-border payments, it can help eliminate a lot of frictions in our financial and monetary system, provided it's made on a sound basis, and that's actually an enormous progress. So what is the main technological underpinning? I'm not going to go very deep into the details, but I think the core thing which we have to master is the idea of a token. So a token is a digital object moving on the internet to which we attach value. That's the whole general idea. We can think of it as just an electronic file. I have my name on it. I have a value attached to it. So the whole problem is, of course, to attach a value to it. I can only access it through a cryptographic key on a public network. And that's the big technological progress of the last 10 years. We can have access to things on a public network in a very safe way. And if I access it, I take my name out, I put John's names, and I have made a payment because the value has been transferred to him. That's what a token is, basically. You will find many, many more complicated definitions, including in very international institutions like BIS. They tell you it's programmable, it has to be on the blockchain, and so on. That's accessory. The essential thing is that we have a digital object which is secure with my name on it, and I can transfer it over an infinite distance. Everything literally can be tokenized. I can have a token representing a building, I can have a token representing a work of art, I can have a token representing any kind of object. I will have, and there are already tokens representing financial securities or financial assets, and I can have tokens representing money, and that's what digital money is about. So that's the essential thing, and when we sort of accept that, everything becomes very clear. Of course, a digital object, it's an object. It's not a claim on the bank, it's an object. It's just like a cash. And it has to be recorded somewhere. So a lot of the technological discussion evolves around where it should be recorded, how it should be recorded, whether it should be distributed ledger technology, whether it should be a blockchain. I will not discuss that today. It's a very important discussion, but it doesn't have as much impact on the monetary underpinning as what I want to discuss now. Now, I have a token, I can move it around. The form of money I change. It's not a deposit, it's not a claim on the bank, it's just an object to which value is attached. And that is very, very much disruptive for the financial system and the monetary system. And it's disruptive in three ways. It's disruptive for banks, of course, because it introduces a competition on the payment functions of bank. I can pay without a bank. And potentially, it introduces a competition for the deposit function of bank, because I may not need a deposit if I can pay without a bank. So it is potentially, it has not happened yet, it may happen, it is potentially extremely disruptive for the banking model on which all our economies are based, and especially in Europe, where, as you know, banks are making 70% of the credit. It is also possible that one day the credit function may become totally subordinate to this kind of payment function, and that the big tech, which are extremely well equipped to operate such digital system, take over many functions of the bank. So that's the first potential disruption. It is very disrupting for central banks, because any agile developer can create a token, and therefore anybody can create money. And so the technology makes it possible to create private money very easily, and to try and build model more or less honest, more or less integral, with integrity, but I can create money everywhere. That's why you have hundreds of thousands now of cryptocurrency trying to move around, because any developer can do it. And more fundamentally, it raises the question of private money, the role of private money as compared to public money. We have a system now over the last century where, since the beginning, I would say the 20th century, we found a balance between private money and public money in our economy. Most money is private, bank deposit is private, but it's supported by public money. It is convertible in public money. It is regulated in a way that makes it equivalent to public money. It is guaranteed in many ways. So we had a very efficient balance between public and private money right now in our system, which ensure both efficiency and stability. This may be destabilizing because new forms of private money may be emerging, and that may create both monetary policy problems, but also essentially financial stability problems and sovereignty problems. So if I have private money which is cross-border, there was an attempt 7 years ago already by Facebook to create their own money, which was called Libra. Libra could have potentially been circulating on a network with 2 billion users as a new international currency, totally private. It was appropriately killed by a regulator, but it was a warning sign of what could happen. And of course, the third disruption is between governments. Tokens can cross border very easily. The system is essentially cross-border, and therefore we can have a new forms of currency competition. Any country could have access to tokens in dollar or tokens in euro, and so the technology allows currency competition, dollarization, much more easily than before. So triple disruption for the banks, for the central bank, and for the government. So how is this going to be settled? We don't know. And for that, we may have to come back to the basic question, what gives value to these tokens? Where do their value come from? Can we trust them? Can we not trust them? Can we use them safely or not? And depending on the answer, a lot of the questions I have raised will be solved one way or another. So theoretically, value for money, and you see that we are forced to ask ourselves a very fundamental question about what money is. It can come from many sources. The first one is I decide it has value. That's what Bitcoin is trying to do. Bitcoin says I have value because I'm scarce. And so scarcity gives me value. I find personally this argument extremely fragile because if something is scarce is useless, it doesn't have value. So the question for Bitcoin is what use it has. I won't elaborate on it, but it's clearly not a payment instrument. So if its value must come from somewhere else, I have personally some question at the level of its value right now, but this may be a matter for debate. The second source of value may be backing. So backing is the idea that when I hold a monetary instrument, it has some kind of an asset on which which supports the value of that instrument. This is the idea of stablecoin. The stablecoins are tokens which can be issued and which are quote-unquote backed by some assets, some securities, some credit, and so on. The backing is a very ambiguous concept. It just means that I have an asset somewhere and a liability somewhere, but my ability when I hold the token to access the assets, that's a different question. The convertibility issue is very difficult. After all, our deposit banking are backed by the credit and the assets of the bank, but it doesn't make those deposits by themselves liquid. We need more. We need the lender of last resort. We need the central bank. We need something which helps us to make sure that this is really money and that we can have value to it. And too long, is that okay? And then the further focus question is to say it is public. Fundamentally, any kind of money that I hold, whether it's private or not, has a sort of implicit or explicit convertibility into public money. And that's what we have now. That's what we have now. We know that the central banks stand behind the banking system. We know that if we want to have access to cash, we can have access to cash, at least in principle. We know that there are lender of last resort facility which prevent the banks from failing and from at least from guarantees the liquidity of our deposit. We know that central bank money is there behind the scenes, and it allows us to transfer a deposit from one bank to another bank. That ensures that all the deposits are considered equivalent, what the central banker called the singleness of money. So at the moment, we know that public money is there backing private money. And the big question for the future, if we have those new forms of private money emerging in digital form, is whether we will still have that. And that question is at the center of all the policy debates we have now. Some economists said 2 years ago that we are going through a battle for the soul of the financial system. And that's exactly what it is. What kind of relationship between private and public money shall we have in the future due to technology? And we can see that different countries are moving in different directions, at least differently looking at the issue. It seems to me right now that the problem is on its way to be solved in the US. So the US, through the recent legislation, which is a Genius Act, seem to have found a balance between the big tech, the banks, and the big tech and the banks are going to cooperate. They may issue new forms of digital money, and the government will ensure that this digital money is supported by the issuance of government public debt. So the government will find a new way to issue public debt, the big tech and the bank will find a new way to issue digital money, and everybody will find new ways to promote the international use of the dollar as a medium of exchange and as a store of value. I think that's the guiding strategic principle between the Genius Act, and that form of cooperation will allow the US government not to issue their own digital currency, because they will ensure that the private digital currencies issued by the big tech and the banks is actually almost equivalent to a public money. In Europe, the issue is much more muddled. You know that the central bank, the ECB, is very keen to promote a digital euro, a project which I think I support fully personally, which is very good. But there is clearly some pushback by the banking system. And the banks are very, very afraid that if we, you and I, the ordinary citizen, we have access to public money in a digital form on our mobile, that will trigger one way or another some loss of deposits from the bank, some difficulties of funding, some increase in the cost of funding, and that will impede the intermediary function and the credit function of the bank. And so you can see that in Europe, the opinion is very divided on this idea of at least a retail central bank digital currency. I find that paradoxical, personally. I find that a little bit, I think we should need a more strategic vision. I think the bank and the central bank are actually complement in our system. The banks have access to the central bank balance sheet. The big tech do not. It's a huge advantage for the banks. And I think it should be easy to find a compromise where both the banks and the central banks issue their digital money, and the banks are supported by the central bank in doing that in a way which does not disturb their business model. It is very important. It is very important strategically for Europe. We talk a lot about the capital market union, but we tend to forget that our payment system in Europe, as soon as you get cross-border, is actually dominated by US firms. MasterCard and Visa do the bulk of cross-border retail payment in Europe. So at the moment where you think and talk a lot about strategic autonomy, sovereignty, data, and so on, this is certainly maybe seen as an anomaly, and we should maybe focus more our attention, taking into account the technology, by creating more payment and more sort of payment union in Europe, which seems to me as urgent, if not more, as the capital market union. And last word about the emerging economies. it's very significant that emerging countries are making inroads in making retail digital payments easy for everybody. Brazil has a system, the PIX, which is now an enormous success, where hundreds of millions of people can very easily access to retail payment, whether you have a bank or not. India is making the same with 1 billion customers on its huge infrastructure, whether, again, you have a bank or not. So it's a situation now where emerging economies, maybe because they don't have a legacy investments to amortize like the bank have today, are making much more progress, at least faster progress in this area than we are doing in advanced economies. Yeah. Thank you, John.
So if we could summarize this in terms of instruments, you have an array that runs from central bank digital currencies, which is what the ECB is headed for, and I'll interject a editorial comment. I think the use case is not so clear. If the central bank is going, if the ECB is going to offer retail digital currency, it will disintermediate the banks. If it just goes to the banks, if it's only on wholesale, not clear how much efficiency it really adds to the system. But that seems to be the focus. In the US, the focus has been on, in fact, a prohibition on the Fed to pursue a digital currency, but instead to focus on stable coins. Stable coins being a private issue of a digital value that has backing. And you're probably aware of the Genius Act in the US, which is an attempt to put regulatory constraints around the issuance of stablecoin in the interest of giving them greater credibility. And then there's crypto, which is unbacked and trades outside of any regulatory, for the moment, outside of any regulatory constraints. And today what we've seen is crypto is mainly used for speculation or for those who want to hide transactions from authorities. Stable coins are being used as a store of value and as on and off ramps, for example, to crypto. So many of the stablecoin holdings are being used as a store of value on and off an intermediary for crypto. Digital currencies seem to have both, I should have said, the Chinese authorities, the PBOC, the central bank, has its own digital yuan that has seemed to have limited appeal in use. So the question is, there's a fourth form that is less talked about, but is potentially very useful, and that is what there's a vocabulary problem here. Jean-Pierre used the idea of tokens that as a general phrase, but I use tokens to mean tokenized bank deposits, which is a specific use. It strikes me that bank tokens, digital bank tokens, which represent bank deposit value, are potentially a very attractive instrument in that stable coins are inherently what I call story money. In other words, if you were offered a stable coin, you're going to want to know who's the issuer, what are the reserves, how does it operate, what other forms of security are there, etc. If it were, for example, not to use any arbitrary bank, a JP Morgan dollar token, it doesn't require much explanation. Either it's represented, it's backed by the JP Morgan or any other bank, use any other bank name, backed by their balance sheet. In other words, you don't need to know much more about its value and security. This strikes me as potentially highly attractive as a digital asset internationally. So this a version of either stable coins or tokenized bank deposits. And as Jean-Pierre suggested, eventually you could tokenize government bonds, et cetera, et cetera. It could be a generalized form. Could be both very attractive and very disruptive. Now let's look finally to Sam. How does this all look to somebody who, as a potential user, both today and in the future?
Thank you, John. And this raises a very interesting question, which is if the regulator is playing catch-up, vis-a-vis what is already happening, because the interesting thing with digitization, especially in this situation, digitization of, money, is that there is business to be done, and that business does not have to wait. So there is the view from the boardroom versus the view from the Bloomberg terminal, for example. But the interesting thing is that the corporate users or the everyday users of this are finding it very, very interesting. I mean, digital money, call it crypto, call it, stable coins, were confusing until it wasn't confusing. And not being confusing is that you can, from the comfort of your phone, make a payment for a good or a service versus having to go through the regular, banking system, or as the case may be. And of course, people are finding what works better for them or not, irrespective of, what the regulator thinks or what the academia that is behind it is saying. And, referring to what Jean-Pierre was talking about just now, stable coins seem to be the most popular and the most adopted, from a user perspective, because it is backed by something. People are used to money still in its conventional sense, but want the efficiency of technology backing it to make things a lot smoother, to make transactions a lot more efficient, as the case may be. And to make it really short, I think the adaptation now is going more towards stable coins because there is something backing it up, whereas crypto is seen more like a store of wealth that is not backed by much other than speculation. There is the ambiguity of it because sometimes you don't know, where it's coming from or who has it or not. And, like you said, any chap from their computer could create something and give it whatever value that, they want to give it to until, the whole thing crumbles. So in effect, the point is that it is, being adopted, it is being used very rapidly. And the question is, what do the regulators have to do to provide a lot more clarity, to provide a lot more guidance, so that we don't find ourselves in a situation maybe like we did during the financial crisis in 2008, where it was almost self-regulation until self-regulation, became a problem. The challenge that we have to, face today is digital money is solving problems. It is bringing financial inclusion. It is bringing efficiency. It is bringing speed. But how does interoperability start to happen in such a way that what's happening in Abidjan, for example, is corresponding with what needs to happen in London or Johannesburg or Dubai, or as the case may be, or all of the, trade flow intersections that there are. So interoperability is actually the product here that needs to, happen for enhancement to become a lot more efficient, number one. Number two, then, is the financial inclusion question that we are solving. How do we make it a lot more sustainable? How do we make it a lot more durable, such that there isn't, something happening here today that everybody is used to, and then tomorrow the regulator comes up with something else. And we've seen that catch-up playing with, the issuance of, digital currencies by a lot of central banks, not just here in Europe, but in a lot of emerging markets. In Nigeria, where I come from, the government has issued the e-Naira. There's the digital Naira. But nobody's using it. Nobody's using it because there's not a lot of clarity around it. And there's a lot of other governments that are doing that. So the important thing is what is working, how do we bring interoperability to it, and how do we ensure that in doing so there is sanity so that everybody understands what the rules of the game are. But is it solving problems? Yes. Is it bringing efficiency? Yes. Is it effective? Yes. I don't have to wait 3 days for financial a transaction that requires a transfer from point A to point B to get to the destination. Today, with the comfort of your telephone, you could, make all of those happen. And that is the key thing today, is how do we just bring clarity, to this, irrespective of the disruptions that is causing. Obviously, there is disruption for banks, there's disruption for central banks primarily. Maybe there is opportunity for telco companies, because telco companies are almost becoming banks and conveyance terminals, or as the case may be, maybe they're going to be benefactors in this. But ideally, how do we just make sure that this digitization exercise that we are on is a lot more sustainable? And that's the key. Interoperability, and how do we ensure that at the end of the day, we are not finding ourselves in a situation where we are dependent on things that are not within our control, because the financial markets won't wait. Business has to go on in effect.
So the implication is this is an attractive and intriguing form of finance that is inevitably going to grow, and the greater, presume that the clarity is going to evolve around it.
That's right.
So the right interpretation really is that this is a way of the future that is going to become much more prevalent. Does that sound right to you, Jean-Pierre?
Absolutely. That sounds right to me. I still think, but maybe it's my sort of DNA, I still think the major issue that we all have to solve is this balance between what is private and public. Private has the advantage of efficiency. Nobody wants to have a payment system which are managed by the public sector. But public has the advantage of value. It gives value. Value comes from public commitment. It comes from the ability to and we saw that. You mentioned the 2008 crisis, okay? 2008 crisis, we had a moment where the French president came on the TV and said, I guarantee all the deposits. Fortunately, nobody asked what it meant precisely, okay? But that was the moment. So we had billions, trillions of private money which were hanging there with doubts about their value, and the government said, I guarantee them. And I still remember, I can tell the story now because it really inspires my thinking about that. I had a friend who was working in he was at the top of one big French private bank, and in November 2008, so a few weeks after Lehman, he called me and asked whether he could open an account at the Banque de France personally. So you had the gentleman who was responsible, and I know that story has repeated itself in many, many places. So the people who were issuing private money in those periods started to have doubt about the value of private money. And we know from history that it happens from time to time in the 19th century. So private money is very good, very efficient, very reliable. You must be sure at some stage that it will be backed by public money. That's really my fundamental argument to issue a central bank digital currency. I know the argument is not efficiency. I know the business case is not there. I know exactly. But you have to think what happened in exceptional circumstances. And you have to figure out a way, if we all our money, and your kids, they will hold their money in their digital mobile in the form of token. There's no doubt about it. The question is whether they will have a bank account or not. That's a big question. But they will have their money there. The kids who are born today, they will have their money on their mobile. What happens if one day they think they have a doubt about what they have on their mobile? I think it's our responsibility to think about that question. And I think that makes the case for a public digital money accessible to all of us. I'm sorry, I've been a little bit.
So, I guess we haven't resolved this issue, other than to suggest that it's fundamentally attractive. It's fundamentally, potentially very disruptive.
That's right.
That it's going to develop at a high rate of speed, and there's ambiguity about format and about public responsibility. There's going to be pressure. Again, it seems clear that there's a real differentiation between focus of authorities here in Europe on the digital currency in the US and the promotion of stable coins, and I think ultimately tokenized bank deposits. And whether, I think a key issue is whether this proves to be disruptive enough so that authorities are motivated to start creating barriers and prohibiting forms of disrupting, forms of digital finance from disrupting their domestic systems. We shall see. We're supposed to, on the one hand, ask questions from the audience. On the other hand, we're out of time. Is there one question? Did someone have an insist? Please, one question, and then we'll end.
Thank you so very much for the analysis. I do understand that we needed to oversimplify decentralized financing and digital finance to the point of no return in the interest of time. Personally, while I consider cryptocurrencies to be just the tip of the iceberg, whereby the bulk would be hidden in Professor Landau's discussion on various other sorts of tokens, I would have a specific question regarding the American regulatory regime. For example, we have seen quite many initiatives back in the States, not only the Genius Act, the latest being the Clarity Act. It has passed the House. We do know for a fact that there is a heavy debate in the Senate. And I would like to ask you if you have any information about the Clarity Act actually being embedded into law or passing into law, as well as your evaluation regarding the controversy that's actually being deployed in front of our eyes before the Senate and the various objections that have been proposed.
I don't know anything about it. I cannot answer.
You cannot answer?
No, sorry.
I'm particularly asking concerning the role of the Clarity Act in disambiguating taxonomy issues among various sorts of digital instruments.
Yeah, but the Clarity Act is still is not law. Is still under debate.
Indeed.
That I think we'll pursue this offline if you don't mind. We're told it's time to move on, and we can speak after the session. Thank you very much.
Anwar, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good morning.
Good morning. First of all, I want to tell you how happy am I that you are with us today for this 18th edition of the WPC, in spite of these very special and painful circumstances. So thank you again, Anwar. And of course, my first question is an obvious one. How did we get to that situation in the Gulf countries and the Middle East?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Terry, and very, very appreciative of the invitation and of joining you today to also address how we see these developments that touch all of us, really, from our perspective here in the United Arab Emirates. I think these are issues, in my opinion, that have been long delayed. And a lot of the crises in the Gulf and these crises have also touched other areas of the Middle East and beyond, have centered a lot, to start with, a lot about Iran's nuclear ambition. And of course, from that, we have seen a series of diplomatic attempts and military, really, confrontations in order to address this issue. In all cases, the diplomatic attempts as well as the military confrontations have not been conclusive. So I think this has been among history now of more than 15 years of recurring crisis, whether diplomatic or military. We are seeing now one of the most serious of these confrontations. For the United Arab Emirates, we have worked very seriously in order to address these crises diplomatically. We have, in all our communications with our American friends and others, as well as our contacts with Iran, we have always said that diplomacy is the way forward. And I think our realization that diplomacy had failed came when the negotiations broke down in Geneva, and the whole region and beyond had very little time to really to adjust to events that occurred after that.
So how do you look? Do you see the future? It can be looked at from various time dimensions. One, of course, is the short term. How do you think the war can stop in the foreseeable future? And of course, there is another level which is beyond how to reconstruct trust, particularly in the Middle East with Iran and its neighbors, and security, a new kind of security architecture. So that these, in fact, are two questions. The immediate future, let's say the next few weeks, if we can think in terms of weeks, and the longer term reconstruction of some kind of security architecture.
Well, I think this is a very wide question, of course, but important, very important one. I think to start with, Iran's strategy was to enlarge the war with very little consideration of its longer-term regional relations. And I think in the long term, this will also affect Iran's position and posture in the region. It has now become very clear to the region to the United Arab Emirates and other countries that Iran is the long-term threat. And I think you have to define between relations and trust and confidence. Relations are bound to come back at some stage, but trust and confidence are different than relations. Iran, I think, will be seen as basically the strategic threat from the region's perspective for many decades to come. Now, as I said, this is independent of the nature of relations that will have to be rebuilt and will take whether medium term or longer term. These are two different areas. The attack on Iran was an American-Israeli attack, but Iran chose to enlarge the war and include the region. We were attacked in the United Arab Emirates with more missiles and drones than Israel. So clearly this was a very conscious plan by Iran, not only sending a message of enlarging the crisis, but also sending a message of very little consideration for Iran's Arab relations, as if Tehran was telling the Gulf countries, the Arab Gulf countries, that you don't matter in my calculations. And I think this is going to last for a very long time. Now, going back to the question, I think in the shorter term, there is clearly right now a situation where there is a struggle of wills. I think what Mr. Qalibaf said recently in Persian, and we have seen it, where he's telling the Iranians that, he's giving them a reality check. He's saying, of course, the Americans are stronger than us. Of course, they have more resources than us. Of course, they have more capabilities than us. So he is trying to sort of coin the Iranian interpretation of victory in the regime still standing, not in the regime actually winning the confrontation. So at this stage, I think both parties don't really want to go back to war. The Americans, through the second boycott, have found a very, very effective war of hurting Iran and continuing the war by other means without actually going to war. And the Iranians also are seeing that their continuous blockade of the Straits of Hormuz and the sort of attacks on shipping is self-perpetuating their impression in capitals around the world as a pariah state, because everybody really sees that. They see them as a pariah state. They don't see that as a legitimate way of self-defense. Now, this calculation, in my opinion, can go on for a week or two, but it cannot go on forever.
Why?
So clear.
Why do you think that?
Because you will see the Iranians, for example, now actively attacking more ships in response to the second blockade. And the Americans now are addressing the issue of Iranian small fast boats and the issue also of mines. So trying to also recreate reality. So I see this sort of tug of wills taking some time, but not forever. It has to, go into another stage, which can bring us back either to a sort of beginnings of a political agreement or another form of confrontation. I think at the same time, we are seeing also a very disjointed, disunited Iranian leadership. The fact that they have all come out in a statement to deny that the Iranian leadership is split really in terms of confrontation or negotiation. I think that in itself is clear indication that they look at that as a serious concern. So clearly, we have to really think about it. Since 1988 until 2026, Iran has been governed by an iron-fisted theological order under the late Ali Khamenei, Ayatollah Khamenei. And that regime will not be recreated. That regime was, born out of the War of Iraq, 8 years of War of Iraq. It was born by the personality of the late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. It was born of a different age. That will not be created. And I think what we are really seeing today is the sort of disunited jockeying in terms of what to do. And this is also, again, not new within Iran. I mean, we've seen it previously with President Rouhani's period. We've seen it previously with President Khamenei's period. We've seen it also with the Green, what is called the Green Revolution, which is also was within the regime itself. So these, in my opinion, are considerations. In the short term, as I said, the current standstill will take a little time, but it cannot go on forever. So I put my money on the resumption of negotiations, to be honest. But I will also not discount that because both parties, I think, in their interest and in the interest of the region, is to do that. But I don't really see also these negotiations successful unless we really have, a return to reality away from maximalist views. Longer term, I see many things. I think number one, for the Gulf regions, as I said before, Iran clearly today is the strategic threat. And no matter of how much return to normal relations, no matter how much return to various niceties of diplomacy or economic transactions, etc., the Gulf attempts in what I would call a Nord politics in comparison to Willy Brandt's Ostpolitik has failed. Countries that have tried to be the mediators for Iran were targeted by Iran. Countries like us who had an active commercial activity with Iran were targeted by Iran. Countries who share natural resources with Iran were targeted by Iran. Countries where they have signed strategic agreements with Iran have been targeted by Iran. So clearly, all of us share in the sense that in whatever thinking we have to think, Iran is the strategic threat. I think the second thing here, this will make America's footprint in the region more prominent, not less prominent. I've seen some ideas and opinions that have said that because of this, American bases in the region are no longer a security asset, they are a security liability. I disagree with that because it's not the issue only of bases. It is the issue of equipment, it's the issue of alliance, it's the issue of training, it's the issue of a political and diplomatic approach to other areas. So in my opinion, since we already know the limits of American commitment, and it doesn't mean a blanket security assurance for the region, I think the relationship with America will remain a major spine in how we look at security. I think on the other hand also, I see more of a decoupling between Gulf security and what I would call Arab security in countries like the Levant, including Syria and Egypt, etc. In these areas, in my opinion, you can clearly see for a country, for example, like Syria, that Iran is a threat, but Israel is a threat. For a country, for example, like Lebanon, Israel is a threat, Iran is a threat. But I think in the Gulf, there is a decoupling happening. I mean, forget the rhetoric. I think more and more analysts will not see Israel as a threat. And this is, I think, a process that will become a stronger. Nobody, I mean, they might come and have a statement here and there. They will always be committed to the Palestinian cause, but they will not see Israel as a direct threat. In fact, many of them, I think, will open up political channels and perhaps will be more and more interested also in Israeli defense equipment, etc. So these are some of the longer things. Now, my final point also is we are really looking into a crystal ball. And the crystal ball means that it depends a lot on what we will see in Iran. And I think what we will see in Iran will be basically a different version of the Islamic Republic. It will not be the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei version of the Islamic Republic, because that, as I said, was very dependent on a certain personality, on a certain period, on a certain goal. And here, I think the priorities now for Iran of rebuilding, of re-establishing not only regime survival, but also economic survival. And I think this will need from Iran a lot of rational thinking beyond all the statements that we hear right now in the war.
Well, thank you very much. There are many, many aspects. Well, let's go back to the short term, because, of course, the longer term will very much depend on what is going to happen in the next few weeks or so. So you insisted that there are clearly two options, let's say. One is some kind of diplomacy in a relatively short time span. And the other one is enlargement of the conflict, as you said, in other forms. So perhaps what do you mean by other forms? But this, in turn, depends on the evolution of the regime itself, because who wins against whom will, to a large extent, determine, decide among the two possible options. So can you be a little more explicit on these two options and what it means in terms of leadership in Iran, including the fact that you recognize to have made a mistake somewhere, that is, in terms that you did not expect, as you say, you did not expect that after the under an attack from the US and Israel, the Iranians would immediately enlarge the conflict against you, against the Gulf countries, but also against everywhere, because the current situation is a huge economic mess which affects everyone. So if you could elaborate a little bit more on how you see the political evolution in Iran.
Definitely. Let me take you back a little bit from the UAE's personal engagement with the Iranians. So a month before the war, we had our Minister of State, Lana Nusseibeh, visit Iran and meet the Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi, and other counterparts in the foreign ministry in Iran. And this was a request by the Iranians. And she came back very satisfied with the political consultations that we have. The message that we had from the Iranians of, a more solid relationship. They understood, at least they told us, that the UAE was working to avoid confrontation, and they were very, very much looking towards greater and greater economic relations with the UAE. And these were quite substantial. A couple of days before the war, our president, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, met the late Ali Larijani, who came to visit. And Sheikh Mohammed describes that meeting as his best meeting with an Iranian official in the last several decades. So it was a meeting that was candid, and it was a meeting that basically spoke about the future in terms of the relationships, in terms of the economic prospects for economic cooperation, etc. Of course, understanding also that we have our differences over many issues. So the trajectory that we had on the relationship from all the signaling of the Iranian government were very positive, and were not directly about a regime that had plans for a full-scale attack on the UAE and the region. So clearly, going back to these and thinking about what happened, I see really a dichotomy in Iranian decision-making. There is a political circle that is more rational, that understands what are the major priorities of Iran as a state. And then there is a military group that actually decides on the decisions of war and peace. And as a result, I think this is what happened. And I think what we are seeing today in terms of a more public disagreement between the two sides is very indicative of the difficulty of dealing with Iran. With the late Ayatollah Ali Larijani, you had all these things coming to the same individual. And as a result, they will be synthesized. Today, there is no such thing, in my opinion. And as a result, I would say that we expected that there will be some Iranian attack in the region, but we did not see this full-scale attack. Let me give you an idea. We were attacked by more than 2,800 drones and missiles. 10% of these targeted what I would call military installations. 90% or 89% to be precise, targeted basically civilian infrastructure, energy infrastructure, etc. This is not, as what the Iranian propaganda says, is an attack really on American facilities. This is hardly an attack on American facilities. This, in my opinion, is number one, a pre-designed strategy that can actually see that they are unable to confront the Americans and see the region as the soft belly. They did not realize that we were able to shoot down 96% of what they threw at us. And I think this was another, another miscalculation that they have. But I think more than this, there is a callous consideration that Iran has of its neighbors. Iran is willing to act like a David in front of the American Goliath, but when it comes to the region, they want to be the Goliath, acting like the David's here. And I think this has to change for Iran to rebuild its relationship in the region, and it does need it. And I'm saying to rebuild the relationship because rebuilding the trust, I don't think will come. These are two different things. you can't be attacked with 2,800 missiles and drones and then talk to me about trust. That will take ages and ages and ages. But for Iran to rebuild the relationships, I think it has to show respect to its neighbors to start with. Once you show respect to your neighbors and their sovereignty and their defense, then I think you are in the beginning of a healing process. And I think this is what is needed right now.
One last question. We have still 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes left. How do you see the future of Lebanon?
Yes. I think, again, this brings together the Iranian proxies in the region. And I think it is interesting to look at the response of the Iranian proxies in 40 days of war. I think the Houthis, for example, have chosen self-preservation and have decided not to be engaged with the war because they have seen the cost of the previous war on themselves and on Hezbollah. So I think there have been different lessons in this area. I think in Iraq, it's a more complicated picture. It is really about Iranian militias outside of the control of the central government. So these militias have been a very active arm of the Iranian response, whether attacks on neighboring countries or whether attacks within Iraq itself. And as a result, you don't have one militia there, you have several militias, but the ones that are closer to Iraq to Iran have been more of an Iranian proxy rule, unlike the Houthis who have chosen self-preservation. I think in Lebanon, it's interesting because in the first Gaza war, the decision of Hezbollah was a decision by the late Hassan Nasrallah, who they are an Iranian proxy, but there is a certain Lebanese element in that decision. In this war, the decision of Hezbollah to engage on Iran's behalf has been an Iranian decision in Lebanon. And many Lebanese politicians speak about senior Hezbollah politicians who did not even know about the early response of Hezbollah under Iranian commanders against Israel, but then closed ranks and took that decision. But strategically, I think this has also been a reversal for Iran. Why has it been a reversal for Iran? I mean, just look at the old taboo of negotiating with Israel. That taboo is broken down. This would have been unprecedented 3-4 years ago. So the Iranians might have gained some tactical support in the overall confrontation. But I think, like what they have done in the Gulf, strategically, it has been a huge mistake. And I think this will continue to basically hinder Iran's attempt at sort of going back to normal, in my opinion.
Well, Anwar, thank you very much. Time is up. And let me just say to finish that we all here at the WPC remember very well the 4 editions that we had in the Emirates. And this is one of the reasons why we think of you and wish you all the best.
Thank you.
In the foreseeable, in the future, short and long term. Thank you, Anwar.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thierry, and have a great conference. Thank you.
Love, 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 got 'em dreaming about
Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Frieden. For those who don't know me, I'm a professor of international and public affairs and political science at Columbia University. And it is my great pleasure to try to keep you awake after lunch with an excellent panel. The organizers have given this panel the very frightening title, Fiscal Firewalls or Fiscal Freefall, with a somewhat more optimistic subtitle, Charting a Path to Stability. And we have a great panel for you. Like others, I'm not going to bother to go through all the very impressive biographies, but I will note that we are going to obey logic rather than the alphabet and go in an order that makes intellectual sense rather than alphabetical sense. We will start with Vincent Cohen from the OECD, then go to Nicolas Véron from Bruegel and the Peterson Institute, then Masoud Ahmed from the Center for Global Development, then Jan Kotalnem, I can't get it right, sorry Jan, of the Club Praxis. So we will start with a presentation by Vincent Cohen, and Vincent, I know that you would like to use the podium, so feel free.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much to the organizers for having invited me again to this exciting event. I would like to start the slides here, but I'm not sure how that works.
There we go.
No, that's not me.
Oh,
that's Jan.
That's
I'm
Jan,
honored,
yes,
but it's not me.
Can someone...
I would find it hard to speak to Jan's slides.
Where is... who is in control? And can we please... No. Also not you. Please stay tuned. We are experiencing
that's me.
difficulties.
Okay.
There we go. Okay.
So let me start with a shocker. 39 trillion US dollars. That's the size currently of the US federal debt held by the public. It's over 120% of US GDP. So even worse than in our host country, which is not exactly a model in this instance. So I'll talk about debt sustainability, about what policymakers could do to reconcile sustainability and growth, and why it's important to have fiscal buffers. So let's start with the global picture. In a number of countries, public debt is now on an unsustainable path. The global fiscal deficit, the world here, is around 5% of GDP in 2025, according to the IMF Fiscal Monitor that was released last week. And public debt, depicted on the chart, is set to approach 100% of GDP by 2029. At the same time, government's interest bill is rising from 2% of GDP recently to 3% of GDP in just 4 years, and trending up, reflecting the normalization of interest rates that has taken place. Now we're in an environment where demographic headwinds mean that trend growth is going to slow. So growth may not be helping much with the denominator of that ratio going forward. Second point, OECD projections show that on current arrangements, aging-related spending on pensions, health, long-term care could rise by 3 to 6% of GDP, depending on the country, by mid-century. This has actually started to happen already in the countries of the OECD that are furthest along on the aging curve, namely Japan and Korea, countries where schools are being converted into elderly homes and where wedding halls become funeral parlors. So aging will drive up public debt in those countries, but also in the US. Here, so sorry, these are the interest rates I was discussing, the normalization with the end of free money. And this is the trajectory as estimated by the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, for federal debt. So a straight line, almost exponential line, which is quite scary. The third thing to take away from recent work at the OECD and the IMF on this is that fiscal frameworks matter. Indeed, well-designed fiscal rules do reduce deficits and volatility, especially when these rules are simple, transparent, and supported by strong independent institutions. I don't know if Jean-Claude Trichet is here, but if he is, he would certainly agree. He who laid the foundations of the euro and hammered home this message about fiscal discipline 3 decades ago. And this is where the contrast with Northern Europe is instructive. Northern Europe, where 2 of my US passport-carrying children have taken refuge now. And countries like Sweden, Denmark, and also my native Netherlands have combined rules with strong domestic ownership. Sweden operates with an essentially balanced budget target over the cycle, a multi-expenditure ceiling, and highly credible fiscal council. Denmark has binding expenditure ceilings anchored in laws and supported by broad social consensus. And the Dutch have long relied on multi-year expenditure frameworks and prudent fiscal policy supported by an influential independent fiscal body. The key lesson here is not rigidity, but credibility and political buy-in. Rules work better when they are internalized, as opposed to being seen as external constraints imposed by the IMF or the European Commission. It also helps if they are perceived as instruments of intergenerational fairness, that is, to help ensure that current policies do not systematically come at the cost of our children and grandchildren. So what should policymakers do to restore or safeguard fiscal sustainability without killing growth? Well, the Nordic countries, again, offer some useful lessons. High employment rates there have helped mitigate fiscal pressures. Extending working lives is actually one of the few policies that simultaneously helps the fiscal position, raises potential growth, and distributes adjustment more evenly across generations. In the Nordics, the retirement age, as you can see here, is already very high by French standards, and it's set to rise further in line with life expectancy. Second, there is room to improve efficiency in health and long-term care, which is one of the biggest elements in a country's budgets. OECD work shows that outcomes vary enormously relative to spending. So value for money differs considerably across countries, and digitalization, stronger primary care, and prevention can actually slow down the growth of health spending without reducing quality. Maybe Jan will say something about this later, and maybe Sunday morning in the first session, we also learn more about how health spending can be made more efficient. Third point, tax reform. Broadening tax bases with fewer VAT exemptions, better property taxation, more revenue from environmentally related taxes can help, and Denmark stands out as an example in that respect. Last point, fiscal buffers. Recent years have demonstrated that large shocks are not rare events. The countries do need fiscal space to be able to adequately respond to pandemics, financial meltdowns, natural disasters, energy crises, unplanned increases in defense spending. So building buffers in good times is what enables flexibility in bad times. It's also central to intergenerational fairness. Failing to rebuild buffers after shocks leaves future governments and taxpayers with less room to respond to the next crisis. And this is also where fiscal policy intersects with financial stability. Stronger public finances reduce the risk of destabilizing sovereign bank feedback loops and disorderly adjustments, issues that Nicolas might touch on next. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Vincent. I have to say, as an American, to me, what is particularly shocking is not just that U.S. federal debt is now about 120% of GDP, but that less than 20 years ago, it was 60%. So it has doubled in, less than one generation. Nicolas.
Thanks so much. Well, thanks first to the organizers for having me again here. Vincent made a perfect transition. We hadn't staged that, but indeed I will take things a bit more from the financial sector side, because I'm not really a fiscal policy person, but I work a lot on the financial sector. 15 years ago, give or take a few months. In this very conference center at Les Fontaines, some of us participated in a simulation of the Eurozone crisis, which at that point was getting worse and worse. Bertrand Badré is here. He was one of the participants. I may be omitting some of those in the room who were there. It was fun. The picture at the time was that there was a lot of disorder in the world, but particularly in Europe. And Europe, and particularly the Eurozone, was an exporter of financial instability. You couldn't go to Asia or the US or other parts of the world without being asked, will the Eurozone survive? When is Brexit going to happen? That kind of things. I'm saying that not just because I'm happy to be back in this wonderful place, but also because it gives me, and I hope I can convey to you, a sense of perspective of how much has changed in the last 15 years. And I will not be too sweeping here, but I will focus on the EU and the US. In the European Union, I think by and large, compared with 15 years ago, we have put our financial house in a little bit more order. The banking sector, which is the core of the European financial sector, as you know, is much better capitalized. There is a lot of lobbying right now to decrease capital requirements. Again, in Europe, that would be a major mistake. I hope European policymakers don't listen to those siren songs. We are making baby steps toward a very better organization of our capital markets. That's what European jargon calls a capital markets union or a savings and investment union. So far, not much has happened, but there is an active discussion. And on the fiscal side, the fiscal situation of individual member states has generally deteriorated, France being the textbook example of that. But I think we have much more of a sense than we had 15 years ago of the ways the European level, in some cases the Eurozone level, can contribute to stability. And here, both what happened during the Eurozone crisis, the setup of the European stability mechanisms, the creation of those financial assistance programs, which were, by and large, extremely successful. The countries that went into financial assistance during the Eurozone crisis are the best performers now of the Eurozone. Greece is particularly spectacular, but also Spain, Portugal, Cyprus, and Ireland. And in 2020, in response to the pandemic shock, the EU, for the first time, set up a program of borrowing and spending differentially in different member states, so with cross-member state transfers at scale. That was the next generation EU program. It was a one-off, but it was a major proof of concept of what the EU can do when there is a need for pan-European fiscal stimulus. And I think in terms of providing a safety net to the European fiscal equations of the different member states, this changes the equation quite radically. Of course, it's well short of a fiscal union. It's not a permanent borrowing and spending mechanism, let alone a mechanism to collect tax revenue at the European level. We don't have that. We have some little things, but they're not scalable. But I think we're doing much better. And we have demonstrated, once again, actually yesterday, with the finalization, after a somewhat painful process, of the decision to provide 90 billion euro to Ukraine for its defense, 60 billion of which are for the defense industrial base, so only 30 billion for the funding of running government expenses. So it's now mostly military, which is a big difference from what the European assistance to Ukraine was at the beginning of the war of aggression by Russia. I think the EU is demonstrating its capability to mobilize money when that's needed. And it has developed considerable resilience. Of course, the EU overcame with difficulty, political pain, the migration shock of 2015, the shock of Brexit, no contagion to other member states, the shock of the invasion of Ukraine and the energy price spikes of 2022. So, essentially, you got my picture. The EU has gone from exporters of instability to importer of instability. Let's move to the US. I'm not going to expand on the fiscal drift because Vincent has been very eloquent about it. I will just say that when I look at the US financial sector now, I see this massive swing of the pendulum. We had tightening of the financial supervisory and regulatory framework after the great financial crisis, Lehman Brothers, 2008. Now we're going the other way, and this is accelerating and going actually very fast now. People talk about deregulation, but that's only the tip of the iceberg. There is some deregulation. It's actually not that radical. What is radical is what the current jargon calls desupervision, which was dismantling the elimination effectively of supervisory capacity. So public authorities are less and less able to monitor risk and to address the buildup of risk concentrations in the US financial system, and that's terrifying. But that's not the only terrifying thing. We have a broader process in the US, I think it's fair to say, of institutional erosion. The Constitution is not working the way it's supposed to be. The courts are not working the way they're supposed to be. When you look at, for example, what is particularly important for financial markets, the addressing financial crime, addressing white-collar crime, addressing preferential contracts for friends and family of the ruling elites, addressing corruption. And this is maybe a moral issue, but it's certainly a financial market issue because the strength of US financial markets is based on equal access to the market, equal treatment of investors, things like best execution, financial transparency, enforcement of accounting standards. There's a whole infrastructure there that is eroding together with the rule of law, and that's a problem for the markets together with many other dimensions. I'm not going to mention security wobbles. We'll see what happens in the Gulf next, but I think this is not this is something we'll have ample opportunity to discuss again during this weekend. So let me circle back. 15 years ago, Standard & Poor's in August 2011 downgraded US debt. What happened? The US government got more preferential borrowing treatment from the markets. Why? Because of the safe haven effect. So when S&P downgrades US debt, it's actually good for the US as a borrower because it's bad for the market. People go to the safe haven, and the safe haven is the US treasuries. That's called the exorbitant privilege in the economic jargon. It worked in 2011. By the way, the reason why S&P downgraded the US was not really the numbers. It was the deadlock in Congress and the problems of US political governance. This probably was not completely stupid from them, but we see how it is now. Now, this safe haven effect is evaporating in the US. We've seen that with the last few weeks. When there is a shock, a negative shock to the market, the borrowing conditions of the US government deteriorate instead of improving as they did 15 years ago. 15 years ago, the sitting ducks, the stray bullets, the people who took the stray bullet were actually mostly in the Eurozone and particularly France. French banks, for a brief moment in early September, lost access to dollar market liquidity, and that was a shock to the French financial community. Bertrand remembers very well because in our role-playing game, he was playing the French banking sector, and that was quite memorable because it echoed what was happening in the real world at the time. So we're in a different world now, but I'm very grateful to be back at Les Fontaines and look forward to the next steps of this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicolas. And thank you also for reminding us of the importance of financial stability in the context of thinking about fiscal policy. The two are obviously related. I have to think that at least part of the loss of, or the indications of some loss of confidence in the Treasury securities in the American context is related to the perception of the unsustainability of the debt burden at this point. It's also related to uncertainty about the time path of American economic policy more generally, but there is that connection between fiscal stability and financial stability. Let me turn now to Masoud Ahmed.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Thank you, Sognim, for all the organization. And I want to move the conversation to a different group of countries, because Vincent's chart had, as you saw, the world, rich countries, and then you had emerging markets, and within emerging markets and developing countries in particular, there are some very low-income countries, and I want to say a little bit about a different dimension of the debt problem as it affects that set of countries. Of course, if you think about low-income countries and watch what's been happening with their debt numbers, you'll see that they've been rising more or less in over the same period and mirroring a little bit what we saw for the rich countries. But the aggregate debt to GDP ratios are considerably lower than the ones you see for rich countries. And it's a fairly simple explanation for that, which is that they can't access markets in the same way. So if you want to build up big debt, somebody's got to be willing to lend it to you. And when these countries get to about 50%, which is where the average is now for low-income countries, most of them find that they're squeezed out either from markets being able to lend to them, even their own citizens are less willing to lend to them. The bigger problem they face is therefore not so much the amount of debt, but the carrying costs, because the interest rate that they pay is, of course, considerably higher than the interest rate that's paid by OECD countries. As a result, for the median low-income country now, they spend about 10% of their revenues on servicing the interest on their debt. And there are some well above the median, obviously half of them above the median, and for some that number goes up to 30, 40%. So some of them are spending quite a lot of their revenue on servicing their debt. One number that you will hear often quoted if you listen to speeches by politicians about debt in low-income countries is that 3.4 billion people live in countries where they spend more on servicing their debt than they spend on health and education combined. So it's about 45 countries where that's the case. And obviously this is a shorthand way of saying that the debt servicing is, because they can't keep adding on to the debt servicing crowds out other kinds of expenditures that they have. This has all been happening over some years, and this is the picture that would have existed 3 months ago. That picture is now likely to get worse for obvious reasons, because as a result of the current conflict, increase in the price of energy, increase in the price of food, increase in the price of fertilizers, impact on their exchange rates, what you're going to see, and actually higher borrowing costs, what you're going to see is a further ratcheting up and worsening of the picture that I've just outlined. Kristalina Georgieva at the spring meetings, the managing director of the IMF at the spring meeting, had a very nice chart which grouped all the countries of the world and tried to see which were the ones that were most likely to be adversely impacted by the current crisis in terms of economic impact. And she sort of divided them all up into quadrants, and the ones that are the most impacted are low-income oil importers. So if you see the low-income oil importers of the world, they all kind of move off in her dynamic chart to the bottom left-hand quadrant, which is the place you don't want to be, right? So situations like to get worse. Now, so the key for this is not so much how do we establish stability? There is some form of stability now, but it's not a stability that anybody thinks is a good place to be. So it's how do we get these countries out of this and be able to find ways to finance investment and to be able to finance the health and education and other expenditures they need to be able to grow and provide services to their people. There's only two ways in which you can do this. You can either give them more additional financing. That financing has to be concessional because most of them, as I said, don't have access to markets. They can't afford to carry non-concessional financing. Or you have to find ways to reduce the debt servicing that they are paying. There's been action for a while on both fronts. Neither on one nor on the other have there been any spectacular results. Actually, I think that's an overstatement. On neither has there been much that you can demonstrate as outcomes. Since this is mainly an official debt issue, the people who try to resolve this are in the context of groupings like the G20, groupings like G7, the international financial institutions, the IMF, the development banks try and find ways around it. And when it comes to providing new financing, the key is to ensure how can you mobilize that new financing, which will largely have to come from the development banks, the development finance institutions, and from the IMF, because as you know, bilateral concessional flows, aid flows, have actually gone down dramatically. And they went down by the largest percentage that they have gone down since the numbers started being collected for the last 20 years at least. Last year, they went down by almost a quarter. The US, as you know, has cut its development assistance by almost half. And Europeans have also been cutting it, but with less noise about it. But the numbers have been going down all around. So it has to be mostly from multilateral institutions. When it comes to dealing with the actual debt stock, because a few countries, you can't just do that. You have to actually reduce the debt stock. There is a process that was been in place for a while. You don't want to get into too much of the mechanics of it, but it's called the common framework. And the thing about it is neither common nor a framework. It's a very painful, long and slow process to actually resolve the debt problems of countries. And the few, it's 4, that have decided to get into it have found it to be a sort of long, dark tunnel from which the exit is not clear, as a result of which others who should go and get their debt restructured because they're just trying to push off dealing with the inevitable are very reluctant to go into this long, dark tunnel because the exit from it is not obvious or clear. So we're not in a very good place in terms of dealing with the debt issue for that set of countries. There's more hope of providing them with financing. That's good, but it doesn't actually deal with the underlying problem for at least not all of them, but a significant number of them for whom just providing new financing is just pushing the problem out, but will have to be dealt with later. So I'm going to stop with that.
Thank you, Masoud, for reminding us that although in general, so far we've talked about instances in which there is too much debt. In some sense, in some parts of the world, there's too little. Countries, developing countries, on average, should be borrowing heavily. They have enormous investment needs that can't be met with domestic savings. And the international financial system has not been good, and neither have the developed countries in terms of concessional assistance been good at providing the debt necessary to address the investment needs of developing countries. Let me finally turn to Jan Kotanlem. How was that?
That's
okay, good. I practiced for continuing on this topic.
Well, thank you very much, Jeff. Thank you to the organizer. I'm very glad to be back here at the WPC. So I'll complete what was said until now by focusing maybe at the... Where are my slides, by the way? Yeah, thank you. Maybe I'll focus on the intersection between efficiency and equity, right? To go back to some of the issues that Masoud was just bringing up. And of course, under a huge constraint, which is that the world is very complex, right? We are facing many, many crises. We are under an existential threat in the form of climate change. And on top of that, we're in the middle of a very consequential industrial revolution, right? So that's a lot, and probably it requires new thinking about ways to make people and companies and countries more resilient and more agile, right? And yet, as we've just said, indebted governments have very little leeway for more discretionary spending, unfortunately, right? Therefore, they must try to do what on the private side we've done forever, which is to do more with less. And they have no choice but be more efficient. Otherwise, they lose elections. democracy weakens, and then extreme parties gain traction, right? Oops. Yeah. So efficiency, before we talk about spending more, regulating more, borrowing more, we should ask a simple question. Can the public sector be more effective, and can the private sector be more competitive, right? If the answer is no, probably you don't want to touch anything, right? And I think when you do act, try to act with the highest possible return. Now, going back to the tech revolution, I think, it's an obvious lever: better data systems, AI-assisted decision-making tools, smarter targeting of public services, etc., etc. It's very interesting to see that the Trump administration, at the end of last year, signed a contract with company Palantir, right, to basically interconnect all the federal systems and then hopefully do some optimization on top of that. It's not obvious to me that the ultimate goal is not to track illegal immigrants, but that's a start towards sort of more modern approach, if you will. Interestingly as well, France had a very similar attempt more than 50 years ago with the system some of you may remember. It was called the Safari system, but it was never put into action. At the extreme, you've got China with social rankings sort of permitting daily life now in ways that probably go too far. So you need to find the right equilibrium. How much state intelligence is useful and how much becomes too much control, right? But I think there's real potential here. And then, of course, there is rule of law. We talked about that already. More generally, I would say rule-based order and the importance of institutions, right? Because predictable rules foster investment and prosperity. That's quite well established. Now, just a little focus on Europe and how we can get more efficient there. The main message of the Draghi report is essentially that the gap between Europe and the US is due to the tech sector, not manufacturing, not services, but specifically tech. So the real question is, why don't we have a Meta or Google in Europe, right? And the answer I've come to is agility, right? The tech industry is uniquely volatile and risky. And companies that can succeed are the ones that can change direction very fast. The way Meta abandoned the metaverse in a few months to focus full speed on AI around the time ChatGPT was introduced at the end of 2022. That kind of move requires being able to restructure very quickly and at a reasonable cost. And unfortunately, what's happening in Europe is that for the most part, you cannot restructure in a way that is cheap. It's expensive, it's slow, it's legally complex and challenging. And the consequence is that companies don't take big bets. So what we show on this graph is that when restructuring is very expensive, like in France, Spain, even Germany, then you're stuck. Then you cannot really invest heavily in the high-tech sector that matters so much in terms of growth, right? On the contrary, if you're in the US, Sweden, Denmark, Switzerland, you can, right? So my recommendation would be in a European framework as part of EU, recommendation would simply be to copy what Denmark has done and introduce flexicurity on, in all our European countries, and perhaps at least for the top earners that are directly involved in innovation, engineers, and technical talent at the core of that revolution. We can provide generous transitions, portable benefits, active retraining, but we must give companies enough flexibility to hire and fire as they see fit in this kind of very fast-moving context. A similar logic applies for green finance. Going back to Masoud's issue around, financing transition in developing countries, we can't rely entirely on public money at this stage, I think. But then private capital will only flow if investors can measure what they're actually funding. And right now they cannot really, because carbon reporting is mostly inconsistent, expensive, and easy to game. So what we've been developing with some colleagues is sort of blockchain-based carbon accounting system that is more or less copied on the VAT supply chain system and could allow us to move to a system where carbon footprint can be measured much more accurately in a way that is much cheaper and auditable. And that's a kind of structural fix that could unlock private investment without requiring more public spending. This graph is just to show you that starting with basic estimates of carbon footprint, the process I just described can converge fairly quickly and give companies the opportunity to have very clean, very accurate reporting. And finally, a few words about equity. The instinct is always to spend more, right? If you look at the French welfare system, for instance, it has become so layered, so complex, that it is simultaneously expensive and unfair, right? It misses people who really need help and subsidizes people who don't. So better targeting is very important to do two things at once, right? Actually help people who need it and free up resources by eliminating programs that aren't working. So in my view, that's not austerity, that's precision, right, of your public policies. And it requires the same thing as efficiency does, which I mentioned before, which is good data, good system, well-documented choices from governments. And probably a few design tools are underused. Negative income tax rates, for instance, can increase labor market participation while reducing net social transfers, right, which are very desirable in Europe, for instance. And then you have things like lifelong learning tax credits that can align incentives towards adaptability rather than just income support. None of this requires more spending, it just requires smarter spending effectively. And I would add to finish that equity matters, especially during transition. Say Europe wants to move partially to a capitalization pension system. There is a huge funding gap, and you need to make sure that the transition cost is going to affect all the cohorts in a way which is equitable, right? So that's very important. And as a closing thought, I don't think there's necessarily tension between equity and efficiency. Simplification helps both. Better incentives helps both as well. And more transparency helps both as well. Yeah, I'll finish here.
Thank you, Jan. And this reminds us that in speaking about the fiscal constraints that governments face and the lack of or shrinking of the fiscal space, it is still the case that virtually all governments face substantial and growing needs, especially in an environment of increasing uncertainty. We have increasing military needs. We have increasing needs for the climate transition. Even without thinking about mitigation, adaptation will also be expensive. And that leaves aside even the social considerations that have already been raised. I would also note, I was thinking as you were talking on, that at some level, the lack of fiscal space that many, especially of the developed countries face, and especially my own, may help explain the pattern of geoeconomic policies that are undertaken, because rather than invest more in the military, you can use costless, or not costless, measures that don't involve fiscal policy, like imposing tariffs, which actually has a revenue effect, or export controls, things like that, that put the burden on consumers in the private sector in order to achieve geopolitical goals. So lots of pressures pushing in perhaps the wrong direction when it comes to fiscal policy. I wanted to probe for a couple of minutes, and then we'll turn to the audience, on one front in particular that I think we're all wondering about. And Nicolas, you noted that the countries in some sense had the worst crisis were the ones that have since been the best performers during the Eurozone crisis. I don't think we would recommend a bad crisis to solve fiscal problems, but you know that does come to mind. And then you said, I think when in giving some examples along these lines, Vincent, you talked about well-designed fiscal rules, but as a political economist, my question is always, who enforces those rules? And you even mentioned that in the cases in question, there was broad popular support for them, and in a sense that suggests that the fiscal rules that are successful are those that are endogenously supported by the population. And that leads me to a question that I hope someone will address, or at least give some thoughts about, which is, what might you suggest as a politically feasible path to a more sustainable fiscal stance?
Well, just to follow up on what Nicolas said about a crisis can be good for public finances down the road. The case of Sweden is a case in point. They had a severe crisis in the 80s, and policymakers for a generation remembered this crisis very vividly and laid the foundations for sound public finances by establishing a number of fiscal rules that they have stuck to thereafter, and that are very successful. But indeed, I don't recommend going for a crisis for that purpose. Another country I can think about is Japan. I worked in Japan for 3 decades, and in every OECD report for ages, we've always urged them to raise the level of the consumption tax, which is still very low, but they finally accepted to do that in the 1990s, going from 3 to 5%. In 1997, bad luck, this was the year of the Asian financial crisis, and so in the public's mind, this increase, small increase in the rate of the consumption tax was a disaster because of the pain inflicted by the exogenous Asian financial crisis. So they had to wait 17 years before they took the next step, raising the rate from 5 to 8% under Abe Shinzo. And then another 5 years, and several OECD reports later, they went from 8 to 10%. And there they stopped there. Unfortunately, they need to go to 20% plus in order to address the public debt mountain, the Fuji-sized public debt mountain, over 200% of GDP. So even the US still looks good compared to Japan, except that, well, in Japan it's domestically financed, so it's an issue of distribution across generations more than a debt to foreign creditors. So the solution for Japan is clearly to continue to raise this consumption tax rate, but I don't think that the current prime minister is very inclined to do so. On the contrary, she's talked about having more exemptions for basic necessities, etc., etc.
Well, maybe it's not so much an immediate crisis of the Swedish or Eurozone variety, but I do note that at this point, interest payments on the federal debt in the U.S. are 5.5%, 6% of GDP, and as if and when interest rates rise, as they may well do, that will become really a burden that politicians will have to pay, I believe, will have to pay attention to. I have a question for Jan and Masoud. I was thinking as you were talking about not only the financing of the transition, but financing, which you mentioned, Jan, but financing of other needs. And since I think we can probably agree that large increases in concessional finance are unlikely, what can be done, what can we do to make it more profitable and attractive for capital, private capital, to flow to the developing countries, whether for the transition or for broader developmental purposes? Masood, go ahead.
So let me just say a couple of things on that, Jeff. One, I think the first thing that makes the biggest difference are the conditions in the country which is trying to attract the capital in terms of the fundamentals of just basically getting your macro right and sending the right signals on that. It all sounds a bit boring, but it makes a difference. And also the business environment. And do you have people coming in? Do they feel confident that when they need to withdraw the money, they'll be able to withdraw it? Will the rule of law mean if they go to court, they're going to get a fair hearing? So these things really matter. And I think that's, without that, all the other stuff is just gimmicks. You know, it has short-term impact, doesn't work. Beyond that, is there something else we can do? And the answer is yes, there are things that we can do. Often at the margin, if you have a development bank involved in the financing, that sends a signal of assurance to the private sector that wants to come in on a big project. The development banks, particularly the multilateral ones, have been saying for over a decade that mobilizing more private financing is one of the things that they feel is part of their business. And they've set up many kinds of windows and instruments. The bottom line, though, is that the results so far are pretty mediocre in terms of their ability to mobilize private finance. And the main reason is that it actually requires them to be willing to use their balance sheets in a more creative way than the simple mechanisms that they've done in the past. And it also requires them to change their mindset. There are people sitting in this hall who have been trying very hard over the last few years to try and get some of the development banks to follow up on their rhetoric with actual projects, and it's a hard slog. So I would say one of the things that the shareholders of these institutions can do is to reinforce the message saying, look, without private money, we're never going to get the financing that we need for the transition and for investment in these countries. You are the instrument that we have set up to help do that. You need to do the internal changes that you need to make to be able to do this better and make that a central part of the performance assessment of these institutions. So I would say that's the other thing.
So really double down on the catalytic effect of the IFIs.
Catalytic effect, look at the way they use their own balance sheets. I mean, there are lots, we can get into lots of specifics. The bottom line is they could be doing a much better job on mobilizing private financing than they currently are, while still staying within the kind of prudent risk parameters that we have set for them or that their shareholders have set for them.
So Masood and I probably speak to the same people regarding developing banks. My feeling is that I think we've reached the limit of what the public sector can contribute. And yet we have a gap which is huge, right? We are missing financing by an order of magnitude, right?
$1 trillion a year, probably.
Yeah, exactly. So to me, private financing is key. I mentioned one aspect, which is about essentially carbon pricing accuracy, right? That could go a long way, but that's not enough. Then, to me, there are two additional factors. One is country risk, right? I mean, if you're dealing with emerging markets where clearly there's political instability and all kind of risk that a private company cannot easily manage. And second, obviously, FX risk as well, right? And that's where the public sector could help mitigate some of these risks, right? I think if you have the combination of these three factors addressed, then you're in a better shape to drive liquidities from the private market, which, by the way, a simple remark, the reason why markets seems to be under some kind of drugs right now, right? So resilient. That's probably because we have a lot of liquidities that could go somewhere else, right?
Right. Yeah, which in a way brings us back to Nicolas' point about financial stability, because much of the underutilized or undermobilized funds are undermobilized because of financial uncertainty about the countries in which they might be invested. So, why don't we take the remaining time to take some questions from the floor? Go ahead. We have a microphone somewhere up here in the front row.
Thank you. One question and one remark. The question is probably more for Vincent and for Nicholas. Who's holding the public debt? Does that make a difference? Because you talk about the level of public debt, and in my opinion, it makes a difference, but I'd like to have your opinion. Second comment, when you talk about the debt to GDP raising from 60% to 120%, you didn't mention the fact that actually in the US, 2/3 of the public spending at the federal level is mandatory spending, which is Medicare, Medicaid, veterans, which means that the Congress has no role in that. And discretionary spending, if you had defense and debt servicing, discretionary spending is hardly more than 10%.
But the big increase, I'll let them answer, but just to say, the big increases leading us from 60 to 120 are almost exclusively due to post-financial crisis spending, the fiscal stimuli associated with that, and pandemic spending. Those were the big bumps. You're right about the limited amount of discretionary spending available, but we had two major shocks whose aftermath have not been handled well, I would say, by fiscal authorities. And so, yes, questions for Nicolas, a good question for Nicolas and for Eric.
Just stating the obvious, the US fiscal trajectory is completely unsustainable to a much greater extent than what we see in other parts of the world by and large. If at some point it gets brought back to the to a sustainable path, it will probably have to involve tax increases, which at this point is a no-go in US politics. So I think you cannot think of the debt sustainability equation or the fiscal sustainability equation in a jurisdiction like the US if you're not talking about a much broader kind of consideration of the political environment and climate.
Vincent?
Yeah, if I may add, yes, it makes a huge difference who holds the debt. I mean, Masoud has underlined that for developing and emerging market countries who depend a lot on external creditors, there's this risk premium that makes it unaffordable to go anywhere near where they should go for financing their domestic projects by debt. And for Japan, which has an incredibly high debt ratio, the saving grace is that it's held almost totally by the BOJ and the domestic savers. There is also the dimension of financial repression, as the literature calls it, after World War II. In the US, public debt was very high. It was at about where it is now. And there were mechanisms to force certain institutions or holders to hold that debt, even though the interest rate was lower than it should have been on a shadow price basis. So yes, it makes a huge difference.
And I can make in that context, I can make one optimistic and one pessimistic observation. The optimistic observation is that we have a period in recent American politics in the 1990s when not only was the budget deficit reduced, but we ended up with a surplus. And that was done with a Democratic president and a Republican House and Senate. So it is possible for a bipartisan government in the US to deliver a superior fiscal stance. I remember in 2000, 2001, there was much debate over the problems created by the surplus. Milton Friedman was very concerned that the surplus might be invested in private equities. So that was a big, of course, George Bush solved that problem with the stroke of a pen by implementing tax cuts. But there is that positive history to build on. The negative, I hesitate to mention it, but the negative is that, as you have said, the contemporary political environment in the US is not conducive to fiscal probity, and it concerns me that we see very little movement by either party in thinking about what the broader implications are likely to be. Another question from the floor. I can't see if there are any hands up. Ah, yes, okay, yes.
About emerging countries, don't you believe that geopolitics and geoeconomics also creates a sort of new grammar for private investors, especially in the assessment of a country risk analysis or a sovereign analysis. For example, focusing more on real economic criterias, like dotation in critical raw materials, like I can see it on markets. People are trying to reassess the grammar of sovereign risk assessment, stability also, and so on. What is your opinion?
I think the short answer is yes. I mean, it does add another dimension. It raises, look, people have always looked at the geopolitics in making country risk assessment, right? But the weight of it goes up. The weight of it goes up, making people maybe more risk averse more often, but I wouldn't rule out the fact that it may actually make some countries benefit from that weight going up, because suddenly they look a little more stable because they're seen to have the kind of the right friends at the moment. Now, how long friendships last in these things is something that the people who are doing the assessment are better placed to do.
Yeah, I think the fundamental job of assessing risk hasn't changed. It's funny to see that we talk less and less about risk managers now and more about futurists, right, which is a new sort of AI jargon, but it boils down to the same. Yeah. Yeah.
The mic is over there.
So I don't really hear discussion of interest rates, but the sustainability of the debt cannot be divorced from that. And if you look at the United States, over almost 100 years, the growth rate has exceeded the interest rate. So that to tell you that basically the United States has been under-indebted. They should have had lower taxes and more debt because they kept outpacing it. And the phenomenon where interest rates have been higher than growth in the US is fairly recent. It's, or at least in recent history, it has only happened after the COVID crisis and inflation. And perhaps the reason that rates have stayed elevated in the past few years has been that there's also been massive investment in AI, which hasn't yet translated into GDP growth, but might in the coming years.
So a source of optimism, Vincent?
It might, God knows, but interest rates may also go up much further than where they are now. Actually, it's quite puzzling that they're not higher than where they are now. So if you talk about R minus G, yes, that has been an anchor for financial stability and sustainability so far, but it won't remain the case forever. Especially, you saw the CBO chart. The debt is exploding. So at some point, investors will start to ask embarrassing questions, including foreign investors.
Right. Nicolas?
A couple of years ago in this panel, we would probably have had to talk about modern monetary theory. You remember that?
I do remember that.
We no longer talk about that.
Yes. Well, the general conclusion, I think, among my economist friends is that our star has been rising and will continue to rise for the foreseeable future. And so that will raise questions. That's on the real front. On the financial front, there is very ample, relatively recent evidence that although people are still willing to invest in the U.S. in times of trouble, they are less and less willing to invest in Treasury securities. And that is, as I say, both due to some questions about the fiscal sustainability of the U.S. and about the inconstancy of administration policy. So I think there may be room for optimism, and you may be right that growth will take care of all the problems. We've been hearing that story since the early 1980s, that budget deficits don't matter because tax cuts don't matter because growth will take care of the problem. So you might be right, but I think experience indicates that at least in the American context, it has not been right for 40 years, and maybe it will be right in the next 10. But in any event, on that perhaps optimistic note, we will close and turn it over to the next session. Thank you all for participating.
I think voodoo economics.
Right.
So I think we can start the new session. Minilateralism with the treaties, insight from the G7 and G20. I will speak French, being French. Je suis Philippe Etienne, ancien Sherpa G7 et G20, et on m'a demandé d'être le modérateur de ce panel en même temps qu'un intervenant, puisque celui qui devait être le modérateur n'a pas pu nous rejoindre. Et nous avons avec nous trois personnalités beaucoup plus expérimentées que je ne le suis, dont certaines étaient déjà là l'année dernière. D'ailleurs, j'en profite moi-même pour remercier les organisateurs de la World Policy Conference et Thierry de Montbrial en particulier de m'avoir de nouveau invité. Donc, nous allons procéder de la manière suivante. Je vais faire une petite introduction rapide, puis je donnerai la parole à Li Yemin, un ami. Nous étions ensemble Sherpa G20 à Hambourg, et il pourra faire valoir son expérience, mais aussi son expérience de la politique commerciale. Nous avons en direct Gary Littman. Gary, hello. Are you in Washington?
I am.
Gary est Senior Vice President for Global Initiatives at the US Chamber of Commerce. Ça tombe bien, cette année, les États-Unis ont la présidence du G20. Et nous verrons les sujets dont Gary veut parler. Et puis nous avons aussi la chance d'avoir avec nous Andreas Schall, qui est le directeur des relations globales et de la coopération à l'OCDE, mais qui est aussi le Sherpa de l'OCDE pour le G7, le G20 et la PEC. Voilà, donc je crois que le tableau général du panel a été bien dressé, notamment lors des introductions très impressionnantes ce matin. Comme l'a dit Thierry de Montbrial, le système de gouvernance et de droit international qui fait que la communauté internationale fonctionne depuis 1945 connaît aujourd'hui une situation de crise. En même temps, le titre de notre réunion, c'est fragmentation et interdépendance. L'interdépendance augmente quand la fragmentation augmente. Donc, il y a là un problème évident et de plus en plus sérieux. Je ne crois pas qu'il faille pour autant, et je le dis comme diplomate, puisque j'ai été diplomate français pendant plus de 40 ans, et vous savez combien la France est attachée au système des Nations Unies. Je ne crois pas pour autant qu'il faille abandonner les Nations Unies, et en tout cas pas la Charte des Nations Unies, ni un texte aussi fondamental que la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme. Mais il faut aussi prendre acte. Je crois que c'est le président du Sénat qui parlait ce matin de la gouvernance du possible, et Thierry qui parlait d'un monde raisonnablement ouvert. Il faut prendre acte de l'état du monde. Il faut se réjouir qu'il y ait quand même dans ce système multilatéral des résultats qui continuent à être engrangés. Je pense à l'adoption récente en 2025 du traité sur la haute mer et la protection des zones marines, ou très récemment, par exemple, l'accord à Genève sur un traité pour la prévention des pandémies. Mais la situation est telle que ce que nous appelions ce matin ce que M. Larcher appelait les puissances moyennes affinitaires sont amenées à travailler non seulement sur la réforme des Nations Unies. Vous savez que le secrétaire général sortant des Nations Unies, M. Guterres, a fait des propositions de réforme. Il faut évidemment les appuyer. La ministre d'État de Côte d'Ivoire a d'ailleurs rappelé combien il était important de continuer à travailler dans un esprit de légitimité et d'efficacité, car les deux vont ensemble, à la réforme de ces institutions et des institutions financières internationales qu'elle a aussi citées. Donc ces puissances moyennes, affinitaires. Elles doivent continuer à rester engagées, je crois, sur ce chantier pour rendre le multilatéralisme, comme le dit le président français Emmanuel Macron, plus efficace. Mais elles doivent aussi travailler, quel que soit le terme que l'on emploie, minilatéralisme, coalition de volontaires, coalition of the willings, et d'autres appellations. Elles doivent travailler à surmonter les défis actuels aussi, en travaillant, en réfléchissant ensemble et en œuvrant ensemble à adapter le système international. Alors il se trouve que le G7 existe depuis 50 ans, le G20 au niveau des sommets existe depuis bientôt 20 ans, et ce sont précisément des instances qui sont plus flexibles, en tout cas qui regroupent un nombre de pays qui ont en commun un certain nombre de caractéristiques, mais qui sont aussi très diverses, y compris notamment le G20, bien sûr. Et donc, c'est intéressant de voir aujourd'hui quelles leçons on peut tirer du fonctionnement du G7 et du G20, et est-ce que le G7 et le G20 eux-mêmes représentent aujourd'hui des solutions à ce phénomène de fragmentation croissante. Bien entendu, nos panélistes aborderont le sujet sous un angle plus général, et je crois que, en particulier, notre ami coréen, Imin, va aussi parler des sujets commerciaux en général. C'est à lui que je vais donner la parole en premier, et je reviendrai en dernier pour présenter le G7, mon expérience du G7, mais aussi par rapport à quelque chose de très précis, qui est l'actuelle présidence française du G7, puisque cette année, c'est la France qui préside le G7 et qui prépare le sommet d'Évian en mi-juin cette année. Et donc j'aurai l'occasion, après mes trois collègues, de revenir sur le G7 et la présidence française du G7.
Merci Philippe. Tout d'abord, je tiens à remercier Thierry et son équipe de m'avoir invité à cette 18e édition du WPC. Je suis très ravi, je suis vraiment ravi d'avoir cette opportunité de partager avec vous mes idées sur les récentes évolutions du paysage international économique ainsi que le système de gouvernance mondiale. Je suis d'autant plus heureux d'être ici à Chantilly en fin avril avec ce temps magnifique. Okay.
Et bravo et merci pour votre superbe français.
I would like to begin by addressing the profound structural shift currently redefining the global economic and trade landscape. Most notably, we are witnessing the systemic breakdown of international cooperation. The 4 G20 summit since 2022 demonstrate that the G20 could no longer have meaningful impacts on global issues, given the breakdown of the global cooperation mechanism, mainly caused by intensifying US-China conflict and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In this backdrop, the G7 has regained its importance by coordinating international sanctions on Russia. However, its continued lack of representativeness in the global economy, whereby its share in the global GDP has dropped from around 65 when it was created in mid-70s to 30% now, compared to 85% of the G20, limit the role of G7 as a global governance entity. Furthermore, as the conflict in Iran begins to drive the wedge between the United States and Europe, there is an increasing risk, I may say, that this June's G7 summit meeting will be just a formality, a gathering of the leaders who cannot no longer agree on the common path forward despite sincere effort of France. The expected failure of WTO ministerial meeting in March and the stalemate within COP climate negotiations serve as further evidence of this collapse. Without restoration of global cooperation, meaningful progress on climate change or international trade remains out of touch. I would like to highlight the collapse of the rule-based international trade regime. The US administration has abandoned the principle of MFN, Article 1 of the GATT 1947, and the most important pillar of the modern international trading system. The challenge on MFN has not just begun under President Trump administration. With the declaration of Janet Yellen, then US Treasury Secretary under Biden in April 2022, that US would pursue free but secure trade with friendshoring, the WTO fundamental principle of MFN is dead. What is more serious is it is not just confined to the United States. In January this year, EU Trade Commissioner proposed to weaken the unconditional MFN. Under his proposal, lower tariff would no longer apply automatically, but would instead be tied to fair practice and open market in the partner country. As you are aware, WTO's dispute settlement mechanism, once hailed as the crown jewel of the Uruguay round negotiations, remain paralyzed. Amid escalating tensions, both the United States and China are undermining international legal framework by the increasing extraterritorial application of their domestic regulations. I'd like to draw your attention to how the big three, US, China, and European Union, are destroying the rule-based international trade regime. As of end of March, 9 countries have signed the reciprocal trade agreement with the United States. None of them has requested change of the agreement despite the decision of the US Supreme Court invalidating reciprocal tariff and fentanyl tariff under EPA on February 20th. If you see the dispute settlement provision of the 9 signed agreements, including the US-Indonesia reciprocal trade agreement, which was signed just 1 day before the decision of US Supreme Court, it is deviating from the general dispute settlement provision of trade agreements. It says, if a party considers that the other party has not complied with the provision of this agreement, that party may take action in accordance with its domestic law. It means the US would no longer accept WTO-type dispute settlement system, which allows independent panel to examine and to find which party is not in compliance of the agreements. It means US will interpret the agreement. According to the report of Inside US Trade on April 14th, China issued the regulations creating a framework to retaliate against extraterritorial measures imposed by certain Western countries, laying out a process by which it could restrict foreign and domestic companies from conducting trade and business in China if they comply with the US improper extraterritorial jurisdiction measures. These regulations could subject entities that comply with the US rules to Chinese trade restrictions or even criminal proceedings, adding to a challenging regulatory environment where global firms have to satisfy both US and Chinese laws simultaneously, which I think not possible. As for the European Union, the EU proposal to eliminate tariffs on all US industrial products to implement US-EU deal of last year is clearly violating Article 1 of GATT MFN. For example, EU's tariff on MFN tariff on auto is 10%, but it decides to eliminate tariff only for the autos of the US, even though there is no FTA with the US or other permissible exceptions. I thought EU would eliminate MFN tariff because there are not so many auto exporting countries in the world. European Union has an FTA already with Korea and Japan, who are the most important auto exporters. Therefore, if they eliminate MFN tariff on autos 10%, there's no direct impact. But US, the European Union, decided the elimination of 10% tariff applies only for the US autos. I'm so disappointed because I thought European Union is a champion of the rule of law. That champion of the rule of law is now abandoning the rule for commercial benefit. In addition, because of the impossibility of producing a consensus on global issues, we can see the recent trend of fragmentation of the international rules, particularly on climate change and digital economy. Finally, we can see the strengthened government intervention in the economy. Deglobalization, fueled by the 2008 financial crisis and COVID-19, has ushered in a new era of aggressive state intervention. Direct result of this increased state intervention in the market is the subsidy. As a result, the European Union, United States, Japan are now engaged in a subsidy race to counter China's state capitalism and de-risk supply chain. I can say the invisible hand of the market is giving way to the visible hand of the state. Mesdames et messieurs, pour conclure, je voudrais reprendre les mots du général Charles de Gaulle. Les traités sont comme les roses. Ça dure ce que ça dure. C'est pourquoi nous devons essayer de faire en sorte que notre engagement soit plus durable, même si le paysage mondial change constamment. Merci.
Thank you, Hemin. If I may just comment what you said about the EU, I don't think it is exactly justified to put it exactly on the same level as China and the United States. You can criticize the EU, and I think that somebody has done it this morning on another panel for not standing firmly enough in the negotiation of the Thornbury deal. This is fair. Although it was not that easy for the European Union at that time for reasons which are not necessarily all economic, as you know. But I think the EU remains really today much more than the US and China, which use these coercion methods you and others this morning also have underlined. It is not what the EU is doing. And from this point of view, I think it is fair to say that the EU remains in the defense of the rule of law. But I see the point. And you were not very hopeful for the G20 either. But now we will give the word to somebody who is in Washington, in the capital of the G20 this year. And by the way, I am really happy to give you the floor also, Gary, because when I was ambassador in Washington, I remember our really nice relations with the US Chamber of Commerce, and I'm really glad to see you here now. You have the floor.
Thank you, Etienne, and I'm very pleased to be part of this conversation, although unfortunately unable to travel this time around. And just the obligatory disclosure that the US Chamber of Commerce is a totally private association. We receive zero support from any financial support from any government, including that of the United States. I have to say that. You know, if I echo Thierry's comments about the spiritual dimension, we think of ourselves as the temple of American business, where companies come when they believe in collective action, in shared destiny, if you will, in common good. And I want to report to you that from the point of view of American business and a lot of multinationals based in the United States, multilateralism is still alive and well. American business is not withdrawing from the global markets. We appreciate all the difficulties. I agree with almost everything that has been said so far about the challenges. But from the private sector point of view, there's no option but engage with partners around the world, encourage the capital flows, the flow of goods, the flow of ideas. And that's what we're going to represent. And as been said, this year we are lucky to be the head of the Business 20, which is the counterpart to G20. And by the end of the year, November 9th and 11th, we will host in Washington the largest gathering of business in a generation in Washington. And we have no doubts that it will be noted by the political authorities, by everybody else, by the markets, that we are totally committed to working with our partners and making sure that we all contribute to global progress, prosperity, and wealth creation. Actually, this is 250th anniversary of the publication of The Wealth of Nations, so not a bad date for that. In terms of the G20, G7 global governance, it's absolutely true that they are challenged by the political realities domestically, and I think it's an important conversation for think tanks, for academia, for strategists to figure out why these institutions and multilateral institutions as a whole are experiencing the loss of confidence and incompatibility with with domestic politics and aspirations. That's looking back, and there's a lot that could be done there to understand better why what's happened. But we have to look forward, and we need to see what's going to happen in a world that is indeed fragmented. Fragmentation is a fact. No one's disputing that. It creates all new boundaries. It creates sharper edges between different markets. At the same time, it creates a diversity of growth paths, diversity of solutions, more opportunities to engage in a variety of debates where you don't rely on some universally accepted truths, some kind of language that's been around for 50 years and never challenged. And hopefully that will lead to proliferation of opportunities. In fact, that's the way the private sector looks at it, at least the American private sector. And when we talk to our peers from all of the other business federations around the world and many companies doing business in the United States, they're all future-oriented. We do a lot of analysis, but that's not the point right now. The point is to see where the opportunities lie, what should be constructed from the fragments that we all witness right now. The role of legacy institutions like G7 and G20 is a question mark. G7 is a legacy. No one would have come up with something like that today. The relative weight of economies is different. The aspirations are different. But, you know, We live in the world of legacies, from museums to cultural legacies to everything else. It's not a criticism that it's a legacy institution. It just means that it has survived a lot of commotion over its 50 years of history. It has seen a lot, and politicians have developed a muscle, at least at some level, to look at these institutions as a place to resolve issues, or at least to understand each other's positions better. And the markets know what G7 is. You don't have to explain it. In fact, the way that they've been around, yes, it's a weight, but also it's kind of a brand, right? And it can have longevity and value in new circumstances. It depends on us. It depends on those people, those organizations, those stakeholders who work around it. Today, G7 is hosting a meeting, I think in Paris, of environmental and energy ministers, right? And we are participating in some of the events, we, the private sector, there, thanks to the French government and MEDEF. So there's a dialogue, there is common ground, there's utility, people are invested. And I must say it's the same with G20 in a different way, but we've never seen US-based multinationals more interested in this fora than right now. They're no longer taken for granted, which has forced companies and their advisors to focus on the utility, on the vulnerabilities of these organizations, how they can be used, how they can be reformed, leveraged, but nobody wants their demise. Now, it does not mean that new institutions won't arise. And I think the title of this panel is very, very apt. I suspect that new institutions, new bodies will not be based on treaties. They will not have enormous staffs and beautiful buildings. They will be a lot less formal, a lot less fragile, a lot more flexible, but also the geometry of these organizations does not have to be rigid. You could imagine various configurations based on, I don't really believe in coalitions of the willing. It could be coalitions of the compelled, coalitions of responsible, but there'll be a variety of these groups. And the private sector really wants to make sure that they are there because there's no real scaling growth opportunities without cross-border operation. And we understand that very well. And I think the capital markets understand it quite well. This year, we are focused on G20 because we're chairing the business side, next year B7. And it's united by one imperative: accelerating economic growth in G20 markets, which will spill over to the rest of the world. The new instruments, the new engines of growth is the question mark. And what we are trying to do is to avoid a situation, I think was referred in a previous panel, where there are decisions like the new framework for debt resolution that really don't reflect the reality, neither new nor framework you heard. We really are desperately looking for new language, the new narrative that explains what we are about, what the joint conversations are about, or should be about. If you work with artificial intelligence and new language models, it just rehashes the old language. We really need breakthroughs there. And I think this conference is an opportunity for that. In fact, I'd love to see conversation continue between the annual conferences, because what G20, G7, everybody else are lacking is a way to describe where we're going. And the private sector is thinking about that, but that's where we need collective talents. Let me stop there. I'm happy to talk more about what we are up to this year, but ultimately, I just want to reassure at least this audience that American business is not walking away from multilateralism.
Well, thank you, Gary, for the commitment you mentioned of the US business to cooperation and to multilateralism. You repeated at the end of your of your contribution. I think it's really important, and thank you also for your reflections on flexibility of future-oriented cooperations and for the necessity for the governments to work with the business community. This is really important, and I think we will come back to this. But first, I would like to turn to our third panelist, whom I'm very happy to meet again, dear Andreas. We have met in another context with Thierry last year, and you are one of the best experts of those formats, both G7, G20. So, and the point of view of the OECD is also really interesting. So, please.
Merci beaucoup, Philippe, et un grand merci aussi à Thierry de Montbrial et à Madame Kwan, à toutes vos équipes pour cette organisation de cette conférence qui ne pourrait pas être plus ciblée comme elle est. With that, I move from Molière to Shakespeare, with your permission, and I will also start on a very personal note because I think we met in the G20 in Germany with both of you.
The three of us. Yes.
The three of us, the G20 in Argentina, so we have a long history. And I'm often asked, what is a Sherpa? Because people do not know the role of a Sherpa. And for those of you who don't know, Philippe Etienne wrote a book on this, Le Sherpa, Mémoire d'un diplomate aux avant-postes de l'histoire. De l'histoire.
Indeed, every time I am asked about the book, the first question is, what is a Sherpa? Can you explain?
We did not agree on this before. I'm not getting any returns on it because we are not allowed as OECD officials to take any third party payments. But let me say, a Sherpa is somebody, it's not a short version of the book. I really recommend you to read it, and I ask you afterwards, Philippe, to give me a little note in the book. A Sherpa is a person who carries the tough dossiers, the complex dossiers for its leader to a summit, to a bilateral meeting. A Sherpa is supported by a sous-Sherpa who is carrying the tough dossiers for the Sherpa, and the sous-Sherpa is supported by a yak, you know, this big animal with long hair. And I mean, when I started my career, I had a couple of kilos less and a bit more hair, so I was looking more like a yak, and I was working like a yak. It's kind of, that's why I'm a true believer in multilateralism, and I'm a true believer in G7, G20 formats. I'm a true believer in the importance of international cooperation. But the current situation shows, I believe, shows that we rather need more than unilateralism. We need multilateralism that is effective. Yeah. And we need to prove today, and this is also a lesson from the conversation we have with the US administration, we need to prove that this multilateralism delivers for policies, that it delivers for the people, that it improves the environment for the people, that it's not something academic. And of course, in this current context, geopolitical tensions are higher, consensus is harder to achieve, universal institutions are increasingly challenged, but this challenge has not diminished the need for this cooperation. And let me give you another, and then I stop with personal anecdotes. Last year, 2 years ago in India's presidency, I went to the Himalayas, to Ladakh. And on 5,000 meters, I was confronted with a billboard saying, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. And this is precisely the situation we are all in at this very moment, in the spirit of continuing promoting multilateralism. We have an economic energy crisis triggered by the evolving conflict in the Middle East. Critical mineral supply chain security is under stress. Excess capacities in key industrial sectors make it complicated for some of our industries in Western economies to further survive. So there is a need to talk about this issue, and there is a need to use international cooperation for this. And this is my general message to you. We need this, what you describe in the conference program, this minilateralism, this where a few countries talk. We need to transform this minilateralism to effective multilateralism. So we have a long history, and Philippe mentioned that we were together in the 50th year of Rambouillet, where Helmut Schmidt and Valéry Giscard d'Estaing launched the G7 cooperation as G6 in a moment where we had an energy crisis, an oil crisis, a currency crisis. Similar, I mean, it was similar but different from today, but it was a huge, courageous step to launch this process. So the G7 was always a group of like-minded countries. A smaller group could be more effective because it's more like-minded. But I mean, the G20, for example, represents 80% of global GDP, 70% of exports, 60% of the world population. So, I mean, these figures show you this is not multilateralism. The G20 can be a convener and an accelerator of multilateral institution. And the G20 has proven this, and last year under South Africa's presidency, the OECD was asked to do a G20 at 20 review, where we kind of looked into where was the G20 effective. And we asked all the countries, how do you judge the G20? And the message is crystal clear in the 2008-2009 financial crisis, macroeconomic coordination, fiscal monetary policy stimulus, the biggest in our history in economic terms. It has helped to avoid protectionism at that time. It laid the groundwork for Basel III, for the Financial Stability Board. Our tax work in the OECD was conducted. So multilateralism, G20, can be effective. There was always a clear division of labor between G7 and the G20. The G7 with smaller, more aligned membership can move faster, can go further on politically sensitive issues, can work as a policy incubator. The G20, by contrast, has large-scale diversity, legitimacy, maybe bigger legitimacy in terms of inclusiveness, but it faces also greater constraints in reaching a consensus. I'll give you one example. This year, both presidencies, and Philippe will probably talk about it, have the issue of global imbalances on the agenda, the G7 and the G20. The G7 approach is very ambitious. Members are targeting shared diagnostic, concrete policy commitment scenarios, possible monitoring framework. G20 discussion is a bit broader, but also more inclusive because it has, of course, also many emerging economies around the table. Developing a shared definition is important. Identifying measurement challenges, understanding the drivers of imbalances is key. So, in sum, on this part of my intervention, I would say, I mean, it's a very simplistic message. A smaller group can push further. Larger groups are needed to build global buy-in. And this brings me to the last part of my intervention. I believe here international organizations come in. Because when we want to prove that multilateralism is effective, you need to have a commitment of leaders on a policy, and you need to have others who kind of do the monitoring, the surveillance, or the implementation. We have started, for example, with 38 members 15 years ago. It was still possible 20 years ago for individuals to hide money on the Cayman Islands. This is no longer possible. It was possible for countries like Facebook or Google to kind of count their profits, their profits and losses, so that they would not pay taxes anywhere. This is no longer the case today, and this is thanks to the work of the G7, the work of the G20, and this is something, and the OECD, and this is something we have started in the OECD to work with 38 members, then to bring it to the G20. Today we have 148 members in the base erosion and profit shifting inclusive framework, so almost global. And we have more than 160 members in the Global Forum on Tax Transparency, which is basically looking into that individuals pay their fair share of taxation. So these are examples for effective or efficient multilateralism, and these are I think, examples where we show that it's worth to work on them. I think for this, and this is the role of the OECD in this business, multilateralism or minilateralism that becomes plurilateralism, and then multilateralism can only work if there are international organizations and actors who help to ensure A, continuity, B, implementation, and C, scaling by bringing in larger audiences to this. So on this high note, merci beaucoup. I leave it here, happy to go further into deeper into this, but I'm a true believer that we need all to work together in making this system work better, and I'm one of those, like Gary, who said multilateralism is not over. We just need to inject a bit more realism into the game, and we need to kind of inject more energy into it as well.
Exactly, and thank you for mentioning this way of starting with a smaller number of countries, and the example of taxation, cooperation taxation, which is really difficult, yes, as a subject, is a very good example, and our G7, G20, and OECD at the center could increase the number of countries participating in joint commitments. Thank you also for mentioning that cooperation, international cooperation is a bit like democracy. The criteria, the final criteria is to deliver results for the people, for the countries. In this context, I will say a couple of words about the G7 presidency by France. It is true, Hemin has said it, that it will, and thank you for mentioning it could be very difficult, because then the expectation not being high, we can hope to have a good result or a good assessment. I can't tell you, because I was a G7 Sherpa of the last French presidency, that our president is very much committed, yes, to what he called how to build efficient multilateralism. And it belongs to our tradition in France. We see more and more fragmentation. We will not, in the G7 presidency, cover all the fragmentations, of course. There are a couple of priorities, but we will do, like 7 years ago, through an inclusive way, both in terms of inviting, because as you said, I mean, the G7 is not anymore what it was at the beginning, of course. But we will invite other countries like Brazil, India, Korea, Kenya, to participate fully, like we did with some countries 7 years ago, not to be outreach. So really to build something more inclusive at the level of the countries, but also, and here I come back to what Gary said, building coalitions beyond governments with other stakeholders, both in the business community, in the civil society, in the local governments also, to build pragmatic, to reach pragmatic results on very concrete issues. Now, the biggest issues, you've mentioned it, and it was mentioned at another panel. The first one is the so-called question of global imbalances. Our Chinese colleague this morning mentioned the meetings in Washington, and the report published in France by a group of economists led by a French economist, a remarkable woman, Madame Rey, who gives a basic judgment by economists from China, the US, France, and Germany, I think. And on this basis, we organized together with the G20, because it's also, as you said, the topic of the G20, so with the US government, a series of meetings. The objective is really to say that we will be efficient if we handle these imbalances in a cooperative way and in a joint way. And it includes, as Andreas said, the question of the monitoring. But first, we have to reach a common diagnosis. And here, I come back to your three big responsible powers: China, America, and Europe. In this question of imbalances, those are the three major contributors. And we recognize this. And of course, the question is to arrive, thanks to this report by some very, very good economists, to a joint diagnosis, and then to agree on how we could handle this and to be helped by international organization to monitor how we can deal with that. It's very ambitious. It's very ambitious. But on the other hand, if we don't do it, the fragmentation will get worse and worse. The markets will be more and more closed, and what you have described for trade will be worse and worse. And it is not only about trade, it's also about financial debt sustainability, financial
imbalances. So this is the first priority set by our president, even if we know that it is really difficult. So we will do everything we can to make some headway. Another priority is linked to the, and it's also something which the OECD knows very well, to the, I would say, the crisis of the paradigm shift of the development policies. And I think Masoud mentioned in the previous panel the crisis of aid financing, and he said it is not only the US, although very spectacular in the US, but also in Europe and in other countries. So how can we build real and mutually beneficial international partnerships with a new way of measuring these, including private and public financing? How can we improve the resilience and the sovereignty of the partners? How can we, especially in domains like health, which is really in a big crisis now because the financing is completely down, self-reliance and through investments, including, as I said, mobilization of private financing. The third priority I wanted to mention in view of the Evian Summit, which will take place from the 15th to the 17th of June, is the critical supply chain of critical materials. It's really a terribly important subject, which I'm sure is also very well followed by other, I think in the US, for instance, the US government has taken some initiatives. It's really how can we reach a pragmatic cooperation between interested countries, both on the supply and on the demand side, to improve the resilience of our economies, but also of global economy and global trade. I want to mention a last priority because some people have said this morning that AI, of course, is the most important issue for the future, and it is true. So in Europe and in France in particular, but also in a broader sense in Europe, we think that we must combine a strong promotion and distribution of the benefits of AI, including to SMEs and to those who have not access, also worldwide to those countries who don't have access to the computing capacities, for instance. So it is also a global issue. But on the other end, to secure the protection of those who have to be protected, including our younger citizens. So it is one of the subjects we handle now very carefully in our presidency. It is really difficult to get a consensus, of course, but I think we, as a G7 presidency, didn't want to choose easy subjects. We wanted to choose the real subjects, and we'll see what will be the result of this program. I would like to maybe to open the questions to the audience. If you have questions to some of us, please ask your question.
Let's go ahead and ask. Are we waiting for
a microphone? You have two, Masoud.
Thank you. Two related questions quickly. One, you said, Andreas, that for you the G7 is a like-minded group and therefore you can do certain things. It's clearly less like-minded now.
Yes.
Say a little bit about how you see the G7 evolving. Can it still function? What kinds of things can it do without having the same degree of like-mindedness? Related question, there's a lot of discussion of coalitions of the willing, of middle powers getting together, creating a new international order. Do you think that a new international order without a hegemon is something that can be created and sustained, or do you feel you need a hegemon to have an international order?
you want to answer for the
Yeah.
like-minded?
Thanks so much, Masoud. Very good. Two questions. First of all, on the G7, I mean, my first G7 summit was actually a G8 summit 2006 in St. Petersburg, on which I went as a very young yak for the German government. And the very young yak on the Russian side is today still the Russian Sherpa. So, I mean, I've seen ups and downs on the G7. The G7 was seen to be dead after the financial crisis. There was kind of the idea that the G20, and I mean, this was deliberately, I mean, we had the idea in Heiligendamm to create a G13 together with France. So we had created a process which included Brazil, China, India, South Africa, and Mexico. This did not work because the financial crisis, or there was a secretariat for this, then the financial crisis came and we had the G20. And at that moment in time, nobody believed in the G7 anymore. But then President Putin and his large-scale aggression on Ukraine kind of reunified the G7 as a group anymore, reunified the G7 as a group again. So this is the thing. I mean, the fact that we are currently have nuanced different views around the table, to put it mildly, does not mean that the G7 will not have a future. And I mean, I have to say, I mean, recent G7 finance ministers meeting chaired by France, or a G7 finance and energy ministers meeting, delivered actually a real good conversation. How do we deal with the situation that we have a blockage in the Strait of Hormuz? How do we deal with the energy? What is our coordinated action? So even if there are different views around the table, this is an important one. Last point on the hegemon. I took my A-levels in 1989. This was the year when the Berlin Wall fell. So large parts of my life I was kind of living in a situation where two superpowers, Russia and the US, were fighting each other. And we were on the streets against bringing us nuclear weapons into Germany. So this was the situation in my youth. I mean, and nevertheless, we have developed an international order against even against the background that there were two superpowers kind of in a Cold War situation. Today we have two other superpowers who might have their fights among themselves, and we will need to continue to deliver a multilateral order, which includes more countries, because we are living in a multipolar world, which also includes Korea, India, and others.
I would also recall that the G7 has had results. The Japanese presidency, for instance, started the so-called AI principles of Hiroshima. There is a true coordination on AI, on Ukraine and Russia. You have mentioned it. And now we have the crisis, the war in Iran. And we have, you said it, like 50 years ago when we started with an energy crisis. And the G7 is really useful to coordinate the reactions on energy, the stocks, strategic stocks. So just to give some examples I should have given from the outset to show that it still works in spite of the disagreement between the United States and many other members of the G7. But I think you wanted also to add a word.
Philip, I would like to talk about your three priorities on the French G7 presidency this year. First is the imbalance. Second is the supply chain of the critical minerals. And third is AI. Those three issues need cooperation of China. Without cooperation, China is nothing. No. It's nothing. China doesn't accept the imbalance is their problems. They do not understand that, and they will not agree with that.
And this is the reason why we discuss with China inside the G20. It is what happened last week in Washington. Of course, no, you are
critical mineral supply chain is against China. China will accept that. China, as I mentioned, declared the regulation to punish foreign and domestic companies who comply with U.S. extraterritorial measures. You see? Then it is against this critical mineral supply chain agreement. And third, AI. What's most important issue in the AI is the cybersecurity. Without China, without Russia, cybersecurity cannot be resolved. So I think ideal is like-minded countries, small countries plus middle power countries. That is an ideal reality. Without big powers, there is nothing which can be resolved. The reality is, I may say, 2 + 2. US, Europe, China, Russia can be, I think, a vehicle to move forward the global agenda.
Before we close, Gary, do you want to add a word? A final word.
Final word. Well, I must say that we are exceptionally grateful to the French government for setting up the table in G7 and dialogue with Business 7 on all these issues. On the private sector side, we're not going to ask the questions the same way the governments have put it. I don't know that many companies worry about global disbalances or the restriction of development assistance. I think we have similar concerns, but expressed differently. And to have the dialogue between like-minded or less like-minded governments, we have to make sure that there's a dialogue between business and governments. And that's what's been our goal. We, during the financial crisis of 2008, we had similar conversation about the utility of Business 7, Business 8, vis-a-vis Business 20. And there was 100% agreement instantly that B7 would remain valuable. Why? As the seat of particular corporate culture, and most multinationals that are very proud of the independence of the states. But we all wanted to have robust dialogue with the states. So we have a say in how G7 agenda is set up and makes sense in the global world. And we're still at it. And we're doing the same with G20 on behalf of Business 20. So I'm quite optimistic that the government officials, institutions will keep receiving a lot of input from the private sector. On that you can count.
Thank you.
How the institutions take it in is a question mark.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for this. I think we should close now, yes? Sorry for being a bit late. Thank you very much, dear colleagues.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us at this late hour in the afternoon. On behalf of my fellow panelists and myself, I would like to thank the WPC for inviting us and for remembering to include Asia as a topic when we've been so preoccupied elsewhere over the last 4+ years, and with the Gulf taking so much time and energy now. I would like this. This session has great possibilities and some limits. We've got possibilities because we have representatives from China, Northeast Asia, Japan, and Korea, and myself is sort of unidentified. But we don't have people here from Taiwan or the Southeast Asia. So we'll try to bring the conversation around to that topic as we proceed. I'd just like to say as a way of introduction and impose on your patience to note that 40+ years ago, the Asia-Pacific region was being affected by the huge changes taking place in China. The US had extracted itself from the Vietnam conflict quagmire, if you will. The Chinese had made a decision under then effective leader Deng Xiaoping to start to recover from the damaging effects of the Cultural Revolution and to break out in the 1980s. Less well discussed is what happened in Taiwan at that time, because Taiwan was under pressure from the US to liberalize from the Chiang Kai-shek regime that had taken over after the end of the Chinese Civil War on Taiwan. Taiwan was being left behind because the US shifted its diplomatic relations to Beijing and was trying to promote the reforms that Deng Xiaoping was initiating symbolically and effectively on the mainland. There was a big transition going on. And the story that's not often told is of how Taiwan reacted to those changes. The leader at that time was Chiang Kai-shek's son, Jiang Jingguo, and he knew that time was running out for authoritarian government, that he had to experiment with democracy. The best friends in Congress were pushing for Taiwan to democratize and for the US to support that effort, even though Taiwan had lost diplomatic relations with the US. Looking internally, the Taiwanese had to figure out what to do with themselves. There's a man many people today whose name they don't recognize, but at the time, KT Li Guoding, was the premier under Jiang Jingguo, Chiang Kai-shek's son, and he was the man who, after discussing with his colleagues and bright people in the Taiwan economy, what should the place do about its future? They did quite successfully democratize their political system and shed some old institutions, but they also embarked ahead of the thinking, I think, of most countries, that on the path towards developing information technology. Now, in the 1980s, they probably didn't know what that meant too much, but they did create a company called Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company and associated supply chain firms that went with that. And again, much overlooked through the 80s and 90s. But today, TSMC and its role in the world of semiconductors is unmistakable. It's a big player. In this period, Taiwan has continued to lose diplomatic support. Today, it has 11 countries that still have formal relations with Taiwan. Just in the last weekend, Taiwan's president wanted to go to a ceremony with its last African friendship country in Eswatini, the enclave in South Africa, within South Africa, and China effectively prevented that. The diplomatic isolation has grown and grown for Taiwan. PRC has broken off official and unofficial, never had official, but had unofficial, quasi-official dialogue with the mainland and Taiwan in the period when Ma Ying-jeou was president from 2008 to 2016. But when that ended, the mainland broke off contacts between the two. And so we entered a period where Taiwan grew more isolated, had some strengths, but China went from its very difficult period in Tiananmen and sort of went into the international doghouse in the early 1990s, but recovered its reform spirit, entered the WTO, joined in 2001, entered properly in 2002, and went on to great strides in economic growth. So we've had this tremendous change in the dynamics of East Asia, and one of the major territorial unresolved questions, together with North Korea, South Korea, and their division at the DMZ, was the question of Taiwan's future vis-a-vis the rising power of the mainland. And it's in that context today that we're discussing how the nations of the region and China itself view the greater power and influence, economic and strategic, that China has acquired in this transition period, and what it means for hotspots. Now, 4 years ago, when Russia invaded Ukraine, there was a lot of talk, certainly in the US and in security circles, about whether or not the implications were the US would be distracted by the fight in Ukraine and would not have the resources to provide adequate protection to maintain the status quo of Taiwan's autonomy in the Western Pacific. And we've now gone forward a few more years, and the same questions are being asked. Just in the last few days, the Center for Strategic and International Studies published a report on the depletion of American arms in attacking Iran together with Israel in this latest conflagration between Iran and these other countries. And the warning is that we are running down our supplies. American ships that are normally in the Pacific have been transferred to the Persian Gulf area, and a lot of troops have been moved. The Marines have sent a Marine Expeditionary Unit from Japan to the Gulf. So we've got a lot of change in the region and possible implications for the stability of the Asia-Pacific region. And it's in that framing that I would like to then invite our speakers to start off. We'll start with Professor. You've got the introductions in your materials, so I won't repeat that. Invite Professor Hasoya to lead us off.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Doug, for your brilliant introductory remarks on the discussion that we are going to have. And also I'd like to repeat Doug's comment on thanks to the organizer of this conference, wonderful conference, here in a beautiful castle with so many eminent people in this room. It's always good to back to this community of the WPC. Well, it's quite ironical at this time to mention that perhaps Asia now is perhaps one of the most peaceful places in the world. A few years ago, many people thought about the possibility of a big war or contingency in the region. But having seen the war in Europe and also in the Middle East, we don't have any major war or conflict among leading powers. So we can say that we are very fortunate in Asia without seeing such a desperate, tragic wars. But the question is to what extent and how long we can maintain the current situation. I don't know whether this can be called as a stability and a peace, but so far, I think that the major power are restraining themselves of exercising their huge military power in the region. My answer to this question is that war is quite unlikely in the short and medium term. So that's why I think that we can still enjoy both peace and stability in the region. But at the same time, there must be two big preconditions for this. But before that, I also like to mention about the fact that 5 years ago, a very famous American admiral, Philip Davidson, at the time commander of the Indo-Pacific Command, mentioned on the possibility of a war in the region, particularly between the United States and China, particularly in 2027. But recently, just a month ago, American intelligence community, a director of national intelligence, mentioned the Office of the Director of National Intelligence just published a report in which it revised the previous position on the possibility of the war. It said that the war in 2027 would be quite unlikely. So it means that their assessment, more or less, was wrong, with several comments in which they expected that war was coming. Why we saw and see some misunderstanding about that? There have been a controversy between Japanese security experts and American security experts. And the majority of Japanese security experts have been saying that it is quite unlikely that China would invade Taiwan soon. It would be extremely difficult for China to do that. And it is also extremely costly for China to do that. But at the same time, I understand why American security experts and the practitioner policymakers are saying on the possibility of the war. And actually, I talked with some of them on why they are saying that. They are quite worrisome about the weakening position of both the United States and Japan. According to many war games and also war simulations, always the United States is defeated in those simulations. In a war between the United States and China. So it is quite imminent for the US government to see the rapid increase of military spending of both United States forces and its allies, Japan and ROK, together with some other countries. So it is essential for the United States or some of the military leaders to warn its own allies as well as American people that we shouldn't be complacent about our position because China is rapidly expanding its military power. And we are in a very weak position. That's why they're warning many people in the United States and outside, I mean in the allies, like Japan and Korea and so on the necessity of strengthening the deterrence towards China. So that's why it is more or less quite understandable why they said so. And then I also like to mention about the Japanese position on this. Japan has maintained its previous position, of course, during the Prime Minister Takaichi's administration as well. Japan has maintaining the previous position of Japan's policy towards China. It means that Japan understand and respect China's stand that Taiwan is a part of the PLC. People's Republic of China. So it means that we don't like to see the rapid change in the status quo of China while understanding and respecting China's one China policy. So we need to think about two things. Number one, we need to maintain the strategic balance in the region by strengthening Japan's defense capabilities, by strengthening Japan's alliance relationship with the United States, while creating much better relationship with the ROK. But number two, we also have to know that it is essential to maintain the status quo in the Taiwan Strait, trying to prevent that the Taiwan would try to be independent by rapidly destroy the previous status quo in the region. So we need to have two preconditions, as I mentioned. Number one, maintaining a strategic balance in the region. Number two, by expanding Japan's defense spending to match the pace of Chinese military build-up. And number two, we need to see that Taiwanese government would not rapidly change the status quo in the region. So by maintaining two preconditions, I think that we can, in Asia, maintain the continuation of the peaceful order there. But I don't know the future, so we will perhaps discuss in the future afterwards. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kim.
Well, thank you, Doug. Well, it's a great pleasure to be back to WPC here in Chantilly. Well, we are sitting and meeting in this very serene forest in Chantilly, but I think that outside the chateau, I think we are faced with burning fronts and burning theaters, eastern part of Europe, including Ukraine and the Middle East. And perhaps the Asia-Pacific geopolitics, the topic of this afternoon, probably has been selected since there are some hotspots and emerging potential flashpoints that was well described by the moderator at the beginning. The map is shrinking day by day. Whatever happens in Middle East is now directly tied and linked to the future and even contemporary level of prosperity that is now being enjoyed our part of the world in the Asia Pacific. Well, I was a bit relieved and also very much in agreement with what Professor Soya has mentioned at his opening remarks. Asia is very fortunately is enjoying the absence of war and conflict. But still, I think this peace, we could ask ourselves whether it's eternal, lasting peace, whether this architecture is already in place to sustain so-called peace, or is peace with some elements of uncertainties and instabilities. Maybe that's the point that we could start with our conversation. Let me just turn the clock back to 6 months ago when APEC leaders got together in Gyeongju, the ancient capital city of Korea, where President Trump has met with President Xi Jinping of China. I think it's a historic get-together, and that we have seen a bit of truce or ceasefire in tariff wars between the United States and Japan, a bit relieved. Also, we have seen a bit of stabilizing kind of the milestone to lift up the global stock market a bit. But at the same time, on the sideline of APEC leaders meeting, in 11 years' time, President Xi has visited South Korea. And they had, President Xi Jinping and President Lee Jae-myung, newly elected president, just got to office in June 2025, last year. They first met in Gyeongju on the sideline of APEC leaders meeting. And more importantly, it was followed by the state visit by President Lee Jae-myung of South Korea to Beijing in the first week of January this year. It's kind of within 6 months' time, there was exchange of visits, high-level state visit by President Lee from South Korea and President Xi Jinping from China. Well, that is a bit illustrating the kind of status of this, how the newly elected Korean government is trying to manage its kind of the ties with Beijing. And according to the most of the Korean experts and also Western experts as well, both China and South Korea are trying to restore the relationship between Beijing and Seoul, and also try to get the momentum rolling off to cater to their economic demands. And perhaps that's why I think there's the general atmosphere between Seoul and Beijing getting warmed up in comparison with previous 11 years' time when this no high-level exchange of visits were taking place. But on the other front, when Professor Hosoya has mentioned about kind of the current status of relations between Japan and PRC, the last summit meeting that was held between Japan and PRC, China, was, I think that's, if my memory is correct, is in 2024 on the sidelines of APEC leaders meeting in Peru. There was, I think, November in 2024 when Prime Minister Ishiba has just taken his office. So I think there's a bit of hiatus between 2024 November until now. I think that was well explained by Professor Hosoya on Prime Minister Takaichi's very firm and principled policy toward China. We are witnessing a bit of two different tactical approach. That's my understanding. If I think Professor Wang might correct me if I'm wrong. Two different, two-tiered approach vis-a-vis Japan and South Korea. Economic coercion, economic kind of the control or whatever engagement with both countries are a bit distinctively different. Well, the China's kind of approach toward neighboring countries has not been that uniform, not one size fits all type of approach. Now, I think there's increasingly during, especially after Prime Minister Takaichi has taken her office, is they're trying to put more pressures upon Japan, especially through regulatory control and regulatory coercive measures, and at the same time, on the other hand, for South Korea, they have been rather managing the level of restraints vis-a-vis South Korea, and not directly undermining the basic foundation of bilateral ties between China and South Korea. Some experts are analyzing and trying to read this kind of the distinctive approach by PRC to these two neighboring countries, basically to drive a wedge and try to neutralize kind of the Japan's more assertive and strong actions, especially when something happens in the Taiwan Strait. But I'm not sure, I'm not a geopolitical expert, but I just tossing up an idea or the observation that is now being shared by some of the scholars. And another aspect that we might have to see is that the public opinion vis-a-vis China is shifting, especially in Korea. Well, especially younger generation is showing a quite high level of anti-China feeling sentiments. It's, of course, now it's being a bit slowed down, but the increase of kind of perception, which is very unfavorable to China as a whole, is very rapidly ascending. So that's kind of the gap between the government-to-government or warm-up ties and general sentiments on the street, especially among youngsters, 20s and 30s, is a bit widening up. So I think that's something that is related with, I think there's the South Korean, especially young generation's perception and priorities given to fairness and values and independence. So I think that might be something to be dealt with in the long term. At the same time, I think that's because we don't have any representation from Southeast Asia, let me just expand the geographical horizon. Every year, the Singapore-based ISES USOP Institute, which is a well-known Singaporean think tank, is publishing annual report titled State of Southeast Asia. From 2024, China has overtaken the United States as a choice when they were forced to choose one superpower to be aligned with. So when the first survey has started, always the US was the #1 choice when they were really forced to choose one out of two. But now, I think the margin is not that much, but still the majority, about slim majority, 52% of the respondents from Southeast Asia are preferring China rather than the United States. So I think there's, in general, the US is losing ground, regardless of what is happening in Beijing or in Jakarta, in Singapore, in the Philippines, in South China Sea. I think that's the general trend showing this, if they have to choose one, they prefer to have China. So that's the kind of the demonstration of the decreasing relevance on the part of the United States. So I think that's when we are going back to the Strait of the Taiwan Strait. I think that's when, of course, the geopolitical, geostrategic observation is primarily important, but at the same time, we have to take into account the economic impact, economic implication, and at the same time, societal and general public perception on how to deal with China. Well, I will just stop here. Just
no, thank you very much. I think we all have benefited from hearing, from my perspective, two very realistic approaches. One which just describes stability through strength, if I may, and another which describes interaction and diplomatic involvement and efforts to suppress irritations in relations as a way of managing the rise of China's power in the neighborhood from which you all come. And thank you for that. Now we turn it over to Professor Wang.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Paul. I'm very happy to be back again to the WPC, joining others. Talking about Taiwan, I think the first priority in the Chinese mindset is the US-China relationship, which is overshadowing the Asian Pacific security for a long time. Now that the US-China relationship is somewhat stable than before because of the forthcoming visit by President Donald Trump to China, scheduled for mid-May. And there are many people talking about that when I visited the United States last month, this month. And there are a lot of things to think about in the US-China relationship. But the top priority on the Chinese side is, again, Taiwan. There are expectations on the Chinese mainland that when Trump comes to China, of course, he will talk about his top priority is economy, is trade, is maybe fentanyl trade, and other things. But the Chinese are thinking about Taiwan because Trump is said to be the most friendly U.S. president to China for decades. I don't know whether it is true or not, but he speaks very often that he likes Chinese top leader Xi Jinping, and he thinks China is a great power, China has great potentials, and he wants to give the Chinese the message that he is trying to make a deal with China. But to the Chinese, I think the deal must include Taiwan. I think there are many Chinese who are thinking that as Trump is going to make a deal, we can offer some economic assistance and trade and other things to Trump, and he should say something better about Taiwan. For instance, people say he should say United States does not support Taiwan independence, or the better saying is the United States is opposed to Taiwan independence, or the United States should say it is in favor of a peaceful unification between China and between mainland and China. The best thing he could say is the United States recognize Taiwan as part of China. But to me, I think we should be realistic. First of all, he might not say something that is very positive about China's relationship with Taiwan. He may say something that sounds better than before. But whether he could deliver in the future is another problem, because he's not that favorably received in China, in the United States today, and he may change his mindset if he doesn't make the deal with China to his term. So I think the atmosphere between China and the United States will remain stable towards next month and probably toward the end of the year, because he is probably inviting Xi Jinping to go to the United States later this year in December or in November in the United States. So that is a positive side. But Taiwan is still a very special place in the U.S.-China relationship. Trump may not be very interested in Taiwan, but some other people in the U.S. Congress, in the think tanks, among China hawks, they are pushing for some other agenda. So the danger is still there. That is my first point about the U.S.-China relationship. The second point is I'm joining my friends from South Korea and Japan in talking about, there are two countries' concerns about Taiwan. One thing I should mention is, the Chinese were very much worried when they heard the Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi saying something like the contingency about Taiwan is a contingency about Japan, something like that. And that offended the Chinese leadership, and the bilateral relationship deteriorated rapidly. In my own case, it's very difficult for people like us, scholars in international relations, to go to Japan. Not because Japan doesn't welcome us, but mostly because we in China are not encouraged to go to Japan. And the Japanese officials and scholars and business people do not come to China as often as before. That is a loss for both countries. I hope the situation will come back, but I don't expect the situation to change very rapidly in the near future, because not only because of the statement made by the Japanese Prime Minister, but because China has worried about Japan's connection with Taiwan, Japan's increased military budget, Japan's military exercises together with some other countries, that China as a background. In my discussion of South Korea, I agree with Ambassador Kim that things were quite good last October when there was summit between Chinese and the South Korean presidents. But after that, there were some incidents that are worrisome. For instance, a top security and intelligence officer in South Korea made some statement that also offended the Chinese. He said something like his country could use the Taiwan issue as a bargaining chip in exchange of China's policy toward North Korea, or China should put more pressure on North Korea. And that led to the suspension of China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi's visit to Seoul. And as Ambassador Kim also mentioned, there were increased and unfavorable feelings in younger generation in South Korea toward Taiwan. The same thing is happening in Chinese younger people. Their attitude toward Japan and toward South Korea are not very favorable, with the increased nationalistic feelings in China. Then I will talk about the cross-strait relations between the mainland and China, the mainland and the PRC. I think there are undergoing changes in general in favor of the mainland in the cross-strait relations. China is improving its relationship with the KMT, the Kuomintang, in Taiwan, and China is also taking advantage between the DPP and the KMT. There are differences, and the DPP government is not too much favorably received in Taiwan itself at this moment, although the economy seems to be quite all right. And the Chinese are putting more pressure on the United States and other countries to isolate pro-independence movement in Taiwan. As Dr. Paul just mentioned, China successfully blocked Taiwanese president's visit to a South African country. But in my recent interactions with Americans, there are reduced concerns in the United States about the forthcoming Chinese military attack on Taiwan. Previously, there were discussions that in the United States and elsewhere that China might make decisive military action against Taiwan in 2027 or beyond, but there are lessened concerns about that. And China maintains immense military superiority vis-a-vis Taiwan. And I don't think China will take a major military action in the near future attacking Taiwan. But of course, China will also maintain its military deterrence against Taiwan independence in the near future. Finally, I should say something about ASEAN, because we don't have a representative from the Southeast Asia. But I think ASEAN in general is moving in the same direction as it has moved before. That is, it does not take sides between the United States and China. Over the Taiwan issue, all the ASEAN countries recognize Taiwan, recognize the PRC as the legal government of China, not Taiwan. But there are different degrees in which people in Southeast Asia are seeing Taiwan. For instance, Singapore still has a very strong connection with Taiwan. Singapore has a private but important military connection with Taiwan. And the Filipinos, they have their territorial disputes with China, so they are, their attitude toward China is influenced by that territorial dispute in favor of Taiwan. And Indonesia and Malaysia are generally in the middle. Thailand also has a military pact with the United States. So things are very different in Southeast Asia in the attitude toward Taiwan. In the near future, there will not be any significant change. But in the long run, because Taiwan has its policy tools, its semiconductor trade with Taiwan, and its TSMC is very important in Southeast Asia in connection with the United States. That is also a very scientific factor. I think I should state here.
Well, thank you very much, Jisa. Listening to all of you, we're dealing with hot spots in Ukraine and Persian Gulf, but not in East Asia where there are hot spots potentially there, but they're not exploding for us. It's often cited that President Xi Jinping has said the West, China is rising, or the East is rising, and the West is declining. Would each of you subscribe to that view as to the U.S. role vis-a-vis China in the Asia-Pacific?
Thank you very much. Well, this is perhaps one of the most essential misunderstanding at the side of China. United States remains really strong, both economically and militarily. The problem is, the trust of the trust in the future of American role in the region. Whether United States continue to engage in the region, whether we can trust American foreign policy, or whether we can trust American role in the world in preserving peace and stability. So even though the power, size of the power of the United States remains strong or even expanding, but the trust in the United States has been shrinking in American allies. That is quite problematic when we think about the peace and the stability in the region. So that matter to us all.
Do you have views on that?
Well, I think that's basically, I'm in agreement with Professor Soya. And the key is lying in the level of trust, level of credibility on the part of the United States, especially administration by administration. We are witnessing quite a turbulences and fluctuating kind of approaches and policies vis-a-vis Indo-Pacific or the Asia-Pacific. And now I think there's, especially with that very unilateral and the non-multilateral approach taken by the Trump administration, I think there's increasingly people are self-questioning whether this strong commitment that has been awarded by the United States, especially for South Korea and Japan, will be sustained forever. So that is, I think that's at the opening session this morning that we have heard phrase like reconfiguration. There's the people, especially in the academia, are wondering whether reconfiguration, especially in the alliance structure, is really in need. Whether it's in really urgent need, whether it's for the midterm and long-term research, or it should be taken really seriously and be fed into war games and war preparations when something happens, especially even with the contingency plans for whatever flashpoints will break up, whether it's Taiwan Strait or North Korea.
Professor Wong, do you have a thought on that?
Well, as Dr. Paul just mentioned, East rising, West declining is a very popular notion in China, especially in social media. It is not a government statement, but it is very popular. I myself have some reservations about this. What is the East? Is Russia the East? Is Japan the East? if the East is rising, probably Japan and South Korea are also rising, but I don't want to take that as an issue. But people just say China represents the East, the United States represents the West. And if China is rising, the United States is declining, I still have some reservations. The United States has a lot of problems, especially when the president has faced with challenges in the Middle East, in other countries. But generally speaking, I don't see it as a declining power. I think its share of the GDP in the world is the same, 25%, something like that for decades. Its technological know-how is still #1 in the world, but China is catching up very rapidly, especially in geopolitical, geo-economic, geo-strategic terms. And that is a fact. I'm very proud of it. When I was younger, China was very poor, and now we can see eye to eye to many other countries in our economic development. So I think China should remain prudent in international relations. I think China has been very sober-minded about its own power, especially in the perception of the leadership itself, not the social media. So I think this is my answer to it.
Those are three, I think, very insightful and not common responses. So thank all of you. We've got a couple minutes for quick questions. If there are people in the audience who would like to, in the front row, I see a hand here. You have a microphone down here in the front. Thank you.
Very quickly, when you talk about the US-China relationship, look at what the Trump administration did shortly after he came to power. Panama, he wanted to make sure that the two sides of the Panama Canal were managed by a company in Hong Kong, Hutchison, and another company also affiliated to China would be removed. The Greenland problem, one of the explanations was that Chinese would be, because of global warming, able to come closer. So, and one thing also is that Jimmy Lai was condemned to life in prison in Hong Kong, and there was absolutely nothing from the Trump administration.
Your question?
When Biden was elected, there was a meeting in Alaska, if you recall, and they were arguing for hours about human rights in the Uyghurs. And so at least the good news is that China is no longer a lecture about human rights.
I'll take that as not a question, but a comment, unless someone would like to respond. Over here, we have another question on the front row as well, to your right.
Thank you very much. Briefly, one of you gentlemen mentioned war games in which China always won in a war with the United States. I'm surprised because presumably that war would mainly be over Taiwan. And everybody knows that landings are extremely difficult. So if you could just say a few words, how this war was supposed to play out, because most things that I've heard is that that landing would be enormously perilous and was very unlikely to succeed. Thank you.
Any of you want to?
Well, I'm not a military expert, but just cite one example. Just simple blockade of sea lane of communication is a huge catastrophic, impactful scenario that we could envision. But
yes. There are both within the government and within the think tanks in the United States. There are several important
scenarios, right?
War games and the simulations. And I think you're right in saying that it is extremely still difficult for China to invade and occupy Taiwan. The problem is the power balance between US forces there and also Chinese forces there. Because, well, China is there, but at the same time, United States, actually, American forces is scattering around all over the world. It takes time to gather those forces in the region. So within a few days or weeks, maybe China would be decisively control the area. The problem is further, Taiwan would be able to maintain the battle until American forces would gather there. But until then, maybe, United States would be in a really difficult position to fight back Chinese forces in the region. So in this way, I'm not quite sure how within the government, because it is not disclosed. So that's why I don't know the consent.
Suggest, as I read all of these various reports of war games, my conclusion is that the cost of each anticipated conflict is going up for America in ways that we don't anticipate in our public debate. The extent could be quite high, and you get different outcomes in different games depending on different predicates. But the net cost of having to fight this conflict is going up, and that sort of, for me, it points us to other directions. Find a way to avoid the conflict. Now we have questions in the 4th and 5th rows up here. And then that'll be it.
Yes.
Here, 4th. Microphones? Oh.
Well, my name is Im Sung-jun, former Korean Foreign Service official. Well, thank you very much for your remarks from all the panelists. I mean, but I would like to point out that, well, their views are quite, apart. I mean, from different perspective. Well, my argument is that, there are still a lot of uncertainties in the security situation of this region.
No, could you be a little quicker with your question?
My question is that, well, I find that Japanese new Prime Minister Takaichi seems to be quite assertive to strengthen the Japanese military preparations. I mean, in the face of Chinese military rise and North Korean continued, development of nuclear weapons and missile capabilities. So my question is, what is the final destination of Takaichi's policy? I mean, a revision of the Constitution. Professor Wang, another question for you. Are you comfortable with Trump's shifting of attention in the Pacific, leaving some vacuum?
If you could respond as briefly as possible, because we're really out of time, please. Either also Sandra or Professor Wang.
I forgot the question.
Takaichi.
No, he should say about Takaichi. I should say about what?
May I answer first?
Go, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, Prime Minister Takaichi has not changed previous Japan's foreign policy, and the increasing budget, the defense spending was defined and decided by Prime Minister Kishida Fumio 4 years ago. And this year, Japanese government is trying to, under Prime Minister Takaichi, trying to revise 3 security documents, related documents, which Fumio Kishida, Prime Minister Kishida, created, published.
So it's more status quo than change?
I don't know, but myself and Professor Kazuto Suzuki, who spoke in the first session, are within the Prime Minister Takaichi's advisory panel on the security policy. So we will do something within several months to create a reliable, trustworthy national security strategy.
Give me one word of clue. What's the question?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Say it again. Say it again. I'll give a very short answer to your question. I see, yes. Now, a very short answer. Yes, yes. I think China is pleased that the United States is distracting its own attention from Asia, from the general picture here, but he is focusing on South America and the Middle East and his domestic problems, and certainly China is happy with that. But the question I would ask others is whether the United States has changed its position about pivot to Asia. That is a long-term strategy, but I cannot have a good answer at this time.
Well, we don't have time for a better answer anyway, so thank you very much. Thank you all for appreciate your comments.
Good afternoon. Hello, I just arrived from Delphi, if you're wondering, but the Oracle wasn't home, so I have come here to gather wisdom, and I'm so happy to have made it. I just made it a couple of minutes ago, just got off a plane and zipped through traffic, and I'm thrilled to be here with you this afternoon that it worked out, because I've been really looking forward to having this conversation that we're about to have right now. We are meeting at a time of crisis, as you all know, which for me is beginning to feel constant. We barely got over the pandemic, barely recovered from that, and now we have radical fluctuations in US trade and foreign policy, and wars in the Middle East and in Ukraine. The economic impact of all of this, of course, is very visible in all sorts of ways. There's volatility in energy markets, there's greater uncertainty for investors, there's pressure on global supply chains, disruption in some cases. At the same time, there are deeper shifts underway. Multilateral institutions are being challenged, traditional alliances are being thrown overboard, and new ones are being formed. The geopolitical landscape is in a state of upheaval. And now artificial intelligence is accelerating change. It's attracting large-scale investment, it's reshaping industries, and it's increasing demand for energy, of course. So we have to ask ourselves, is the global economy just going through a difficult cycle, one which it will recover from? Or is something more fundamental changing in the way the system works? How should we think about what comes next? And we're very fortunate to have with us two outstanding leaders in finance and business who can help us think this through. Please join me in welcoming Dominique Sénéquier and Patrick Pouyanné. My name, by the way, is Terry Martin, but I'm not the important one here. I'm simply the job of asking a question. Thank you. Patrick, I'll just quickly introduce him. I'm sure you know them already. Patrick Pouyanné is chairman and CEO of Total Energies, you might hear me say, managing one of the world's largest energy portfolios across oil, gas, LNG, and a growing electricity business. Dominique Sénéquier is founder and president of Ardian, deploying private capital at scale across energy, infrastructure, industry, and with a long track record of navigating economic cycles. My first question is to you, Dominique Sénéquier. You've said in an interview recently, just last month, that it takes roughly 4 years to recover from a major crisis. Does the current environment fit that pattern, do you think, or is this time different?
I think it's too early to tell. I think it's too early to tell, and we have to listen to Patrick, because the brand is very important to make a true analysis of what will happen. Depends, it's very short, long. For the time being, the stock exchange will come back later on. It's not expecting a long war, it's not expecting a big recession, but will come back. But I think depends really on the view of Patrick on the brand, and it's not my specialty.
What would need to happen for you to conclude that this is no longer just cyclical, but that it is structural or systemic?
The worst crisis was not an oil crisis. The worst crisis was the great financial crisis of 2007 to 2009, where the stock exchange went down by 66%. It was down, the S&P, to 666, okay? And then today it is above 7,000. And on the last 7 years, the S&P went up by 16% yearly, okay? So it means that on a long period, for the time being, the stock exchange has been very, very comfortable in its growth. This means also that for people who are looking very long term, and so it's quite rare, but even if the stock exchange was going down by 25% today or tomorrow or in the coming weeks, it would not be a disaster seen from 2019, sorry. So we have to look very broadly. It's not only oil, it's not only a war. Financial people have also an ability to create crisis, which is quite important.
Yes, we did learn that very, very much during the financial crisis. Patrick Pouyanné, do you share that view? What are you planning on the basis of this turbulence passing, or do you think the global energy system is being permanently reshaped?
I mean, Dominique wants me to speak about what will happen. We should all ask Mr. Trump what will happen, and the Iranian leader. You know, there is one leader somewhere. We have entered into, we have opened a Pandora box, and we don't know how we will close it. And then the consequence is on the oil markets, on the gas markets, but it's only the consequence of the Pandora box, I would say. My view is that, in fact, I will take, if I'm looking what happened, I fully agree that for me, I think in 50 years in the history book, this financial crisis of 2008 will be an absolute anchor point of explaining what is happening since. I think for me, this is a point where, in fact, we are building for 30 years a world of free trade, opened, a global world, optimizing the goods for consumers, looking for peace. And in 2008, in fact, we lost a sort of trust in the foundation of this world. And then we shifted, and it took some years, but not quite quickly, in fact, in another world where we begin to see countries losing trust in the global trade, in multilateralism, Russia invaded first attack on Ukraine, then you had in 2014, and you've seen the US on President Trump #1, which began to be, I mean, the isolationism of the US were already there for long, but it has been begin to have a policy which was more aggressive. And then you've seen, COVID is not for there, but then you have 22, and then you have 26, and we go from a world which is completely, which was a dream to be global, to a fragmented world. And then our economies, in fact, we are not the reason, but we are in oil, energy, we have the consequence of this world, you know? The fact that the US decide to make this war with Israel against Iran is just, again, something, since I'm in my industry, each time I'm making a risk cartography, there is always a word, Strait of Hormuz. But nobody was believing it's possible. And now we have it's materialized in front of us. So yes, the consequence, I can tell you, there are different scenarios. I don't know if it will last. For sure, for this year, we are already absorbed. You know, at the beginning of the year, the oil markets were bearish. Now we have absorbed already all the surplus, because in fact, the system continues with inventories. If it lasts 2-3 months more, we are entering in a world of scarcity of energy, which Asia countries already suffered. This scarcity is not yet on the Atlantic basin because we have other sources, but you cannot have 20% of the oil and gas of the planet being stranded and not accessible without major consequences. So all that it depends the duration. We'll see it again. Solving the matter of the Strait of Hormuz is a major topic, and quickly. Yeah?
We totally understand that. I think most of us are feeling that when you said that there's not scarcity yet here, but we do see some, planes being grounded by airlines, for example, that either are experiencing or anticipating that scarcity. And when you say that you're reacting to world events, I would suggest that perhaps both of you, given the amount of capital and resources that you control, you are also shaping events to some degree. But my question to you would be, the follow-up is, given this turmoil that we're experiencing right now, particularly in your business with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the damage to some of the infrastructure in the Gulf states, what has actually changed in your investment decisions so far as a result of this disruption concretely? I do note that the stock price of Total Energy within the last 3 months is up about 30%.
Yeah. A little more. Yeah, but it's we follow the oil. Suddenly the planet rediscovered the interest of oil and gas. We were the devil, now we are certainly fundamental. No, but I mean, in fact, since I've been chairman and CEO for 11 years now, and we go from crisis to crisis. And so we were very exposed to Russia. We had to backtrack from Russia. The consequence for me is we don't control these events, even would like. So our strategy is to be diversified, to be strong on our fundamentals. Fundamentals for an energy company is to have a cheap, in fact, to lower our break-even as much as we can, so that we can benefit from, we can be resilient when the prices are low and benefit when the prices are high, which is the situation. Today, in fact, Total Energies, we have lost 15% of our production in the Middle East because we are quite exposed, so 15% has disappeared. But 15% for me, I compensate it with $8 per barrel. The barrel is up from 60 to 110. So, I'm fine. But then the other planet is to look to the planet where to invest elsewhere, to continue to diversify. Should we lose trust in the Middle East? No, it's difficult for an oil company to avoid the Middle East. This is 25% of the resource. It's very cheap. But what is sure is that, and we have not been very good, is that we will, if we invest in the Middle East, we need to invest as well in the resiliency in the system. The fact that today you don't have enough escape routes out of the Strait of Hormuz, that in Abu Dhabi we can only produce 2 million barrels of oil per day going to Fujairah and not 5. That in Saudi Arabia they have 7 million barrels a day, but it's not 12. But in Iraq we are completely stuck today. So I think for my company, and what we'll need to begin to think resiliency means investing probably in some new pipelines. to have networks of pipelines. So that's type of consequence. And then again, diversification. By the way, my answer to the Russian crisis was to invest more in the US, you know. So
well, we could talk about that a lot, including your decision to accept the offer of $1 billion from the US to stop the lease on the wind farm on the East Coast.
Not accept, I asked them.
It's not accepted. No, not you personally.
No, I got, by the way, I got $800 million on my account yesterday already. No, it was us, we went to them.
Okay.
We have zero pressure.
That was, I see, okay.
No, we are pragmatic people. Huh?
Uh-huh.
When we listen, when you receive a paper telling you that developing an offshore wind is again national security interest, I had two choices. I went to them. Either I go to arbitration, litigation against the US for an energy company, or if there is a national security concern, give me my money back.
Okay.
It was a very simple discussion. And because these guys are good businessmen, they give me my money back. So I'm happy.
I'm glad to hear that. Okay, that's very interesting detail. We could talk a lot more about energy, of course, and I'm sure you will because that's your business. But I want to bring Dominique Seneca back in here. We're talking about fragmenting markets to some degree. And I'm just wondering about where Europe stands in all of this for you, because you are heavily invested, of course, in Europe. And from a capital perspective, though, fragmentation does mean friction, right? There's some friction involved in all of that. I'm just wondering, is Europe, in your view, and you make decisions on the basis of this, is Europe still competitive as a destination for large-scale investment?
Alors, US is very, very large in terms of market cap. It's nothing comparable to Europe. $90 trillion for the NASDAQ plus New York Stock Exchange, 3 times the GDP of US, okay? And it's 2/3 of the market cap of the world. So it's very difficult not to invest in US, first. Second, this market, why is it stable currently? Why is it stable? First, sometimes the markets don't react very fast to major events. That's very common. Second, the S&P 500, $60 trillion, half of it on 20 companies. You know them? NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, blah, blah. Those companies, for the time being, they don't react very fast to an oil crisis, okay? So $30 trillion, it's nearly 10 times the market cap of France, okay, which don't react to such a war. So this explains, and the price earning of the S&P is 21. So it's not 50 like we have seen in the past, 21. And the price earning in Europe is around 18. To give you an example, a recent example of the stability and even the growth since the beginning of the war, the markets in US had an added value of 2.8 trillion, which is the market cap of France. Okay, so in 6-7 weeks, the addition of value is the market cap of France. So this is very important. It means that you have, the money is something immaterial. It goes through computers and hedge fund can, and especially macro hedge funds and hedge funds who are doing arbitrage, they can move their money around the world by a second. Okay, so where can you invest huge amount of money? It is in US. And this is why the European stock market reacts badly to this kind of situation. And so since the beginning of the war, it's just the reverse. I think the Euro stock 600 lost 188 billion, okay? So I'm not saying not to invest in Europe, not at all. And we love the private equity market because we are very keen on mid-cap companies, and the mid-cap companies in Italy, in France, Germany, it's a very strong market. And it's less competitive than in US. In US, there are so many private equity firms that they compete and the prices are quite high. So it's still very good to invest in private equity. In Europe, you need to be very, very careful. Since the beginning of the war, If you look at some drug companies, they went down by 30 billion. So it's for their capitalization, it's something very bad. Okay, you have some luxury companies which were hit because they had some sales in the Gulf, and also there is a Chinese potential barrier one day on some luxury goods which are made outside China. So I think for all that reasons, of course, you need to invest in Europe, but you need to be, maybe you choose Total. No, it's not a joke, because the price earning is very low, okay? But you need to be very selective, and you don't have an harmony of the stock exchange. You know, the German stock exchange is very different from the from the French stock exchange. So I think you can, but in terms of volumes, you are forced to go to the States.
I understand that there are differences in scale and perhaps exposure as well. But you know, we do know that the U.S. market is not infallible. It is capable of having mistakes, as we learned very much during the credit crunch, the prime mortgage lending crisis, which contributed so much to the financial crisis. I'm just wondering, when it comes to Europe, though, where you, as you said, there are reasons to continue investing in Europe, what do you see as deterrents, as barriers to investment, as the main ones for you? Is it regulation? Is it energy costs? Is it scale, as you were mentioning, or is it policy uncertainty right now?
I think if you look at all the oil crises and the wars in the Gulf, Europe recovered more slowly than US. So it means, and you have seen the perspective of growth now for Europe this year is 1.1%, which is very small.
Keeps getting revised
yes,
down. Yeah.
So this is a problem. And so you need to invest, and you need to select companies with a big growth, because the value is a growth. And so that's very important. I think the bad-mouthing on Europe is too much. Okay, there are many strong managers, many strong companies. You have good companies if you have strong managers. And I've learned that because I've been on the unlisted market forever. And so you invest because the managers are very good. And we have that. We have many, many talents in Europe. And they are, I mean, maybe even better, I would say, than in US. We have more difficulties sometimes in US than in Europe to find talented managers. So I don't think regulation, yes, there is a tendency to over-regulate, and Europe is waking up a little late. You have seen that CSRD and C3D was postponed. It should never have existed. It's too much. We were speaking with Patrick about devoir de vigilance, which is something completely crazy, because it's supposed that the CEOs were not vigilant, okay, which is the role of a CEO is to be vigilant. It is in the task definition of the responsibility. So why do you need an assembly of people in Brussels to decide about vigilance duty? It's just ridiculous, sorry. And we have this kind of too much is too much, but I think now there is a wake-up call. It's a little late, I would say, because this is why we don't have a large cap like NVIDIA, with the largest one, as you know, is ASML, which is 483 billion, but it's rather small. It's the 20th company of the S&P 500. The 20th one is the largest of Europe. So, but when you forbid companies to concentrate because you protect the consumer, but then you achieve that you have rather small companies, and this is where we are. And I hope they are taking measures. I just wish it's not too late.
Patrick, you want to come in?
Yeah, I think if I try to answer to your question about Europe, what is Europe economically?
What is Europe economically? Yeah.
Because in fact, what is missing is a real single market in Europe. The real, and no, we have done some steps towards a single market, But in fact, we did not build a real single market economically.
I had the same conversation yesterday in Delphi.
Because fundamentally, the way we built the European market is by accepting, and we use the famous directives where each country translates in its own language a common objective. And then, in fact, at the end today, we have 27 markets. Yes, we have a free circulation of people, yes.
And goods.
And goods. We have a free trade.
But not
services. We have a free trade space, but we are not a single market. And this is a big difference between the US economy and us. And it's true for me, the next step, this famous investment and saving union on the financial world is fundamental. It is fundamental. This would give us a size. In the digital world, why don't we have some giants? But because we have 27 regulators, 27 small markets. And by the way, we built our system with the idea to protect the European consumers. So we have a policy, deliberate policy, not to build European champions, because they might be dangerous for European consumers. And that's a fundamental. And because all the project, in fact, when we think, and I think I just want to remark, the whole European project has been fought initially because we were having wars between us, to avoid wars between European countries. So we built a project which is exactly the opposite of what we require today. I would say an anti-power project. Europe has never been conceived as a power. On the contrary, it has been perceived in a way that we must find some consensus between us in order to keep peace between the European countries. And that's a project which was fitting very well until 2015 in this world. But suddenly, we are entering into a new world, a world of power, where strength is more important what happens in the United Nations. Look, in this war, did you listen one day to the General Secretary of the UN since the US and Israel had declared the war to Iran? I think it's completely out of the game. So all these institutions have disappeared. So we are in a world where you have the US, you have China, you have Russia, and then Europe, which has never been conceived as a power, must rethink completely. We have a problem of reset. But it's not the essence of our projects. And so I would say, and then the consequence in that world is that we must go quick to adapt. We don't have the institution to go quick. Building a consensus of 27 countries requires time.
Indeed.
And when you want to undo the consensus, it's even worse, because to do so that's the fundamental. So yes, we need, and that's why my view is that the only way would be to have more Europe, but more single market, and a real one, which is not yet there, that each state would accept to lose a little of its sovereignty. When in my field of energy, it's quite clear, it's obvious that we should have a common view of investment in Europe. And why not French like nuclear? We can invest in nuclear. The Germans like wind. Let's invest in wind. And then the important matter is a combination and the grids that we must build between us. But this vision today, and it's true that the temptation of the states in front of this tough world is in fact to be even more on their own sovereignty, Defense is another topic. Yes, Europe must invest more in defense, but it will be much better if we're able to be united on the way we think of defense. So this is something for me which is, and this is the main difficulty. So economically, we need a single market, and to accelerate, and it's a real one.
And for that, some would say you also need a political union, which simply doesn't exist. But we don't need to get into that. That's a completely different ball of wax. But one thing you did mention that I think is very relevant for this discussion, for everything that's going on here today, and at this conference in general, is this harder-edged power politics that we're looking at. The world of in terms of, I'm sure Thierry de Montbrial would appreciate the distinction between a realist version of international affairs versus international relations versus an idealistic version. We're going from a transition, indeed, it would seem, from that idealistic world that the European Union, the model, was built upon, and into a different world of hard-edged geopolitics. I think that's driving a lot of the discussions that we're having right now. And indeed, at the conversation I had with the leadership of the employers group within the European Economic and Social Committee yesterday in Delphi, some of these very same topics came through. And what I'm wondering from the two of you, given that you would like to see within the European market greater unity with a bigger, a true single market, maybe something that would encourage investment more. What are you hearing from the people who are responsible for running the European Union within the Commission or at the Council? What are you hearing from them about that when you make your appeal for them to move in that direction? Let's start with you.
Alors, en français.
Please, forgive me.
Par exemple, en finance, il parle de l'union des marchés des capitaux. Et c'est vrai que sur le plan pratique, before speaking of union des marchés des capitaux, on pourrait commencer par dire unification du droit des faillites et régime fiscal plus harmonieux. Alors, je vais dire en anglais.
I'm getting Go ahead.
No, en Europe, we use sometimes words, union des marchés des capitaux, union of capital markets, okay? And my preference as a practical person would be to say, okay, first, harmonization of bankruptcy law, and second, harmonization of tax, okay? Because in Union des marchés des capitaux, we can invest, I can do everything I want in Germany, I can do everything I want as an investment manager in Italy, everywhere, in Holland, everywhere, okay? What is different? The difference is if the company is bankrupt in Germany, the bankruptcy, my money will not be treated like if it is in France. And so it's very different, okay? And then also, because the tax is very different, you need very often to organize differently. And this is why Luxembourg, in fact, and I think Patrick is right when he says you have to negotiate at 27. But in many cases, the slowness is Luxembourg, because Luxembourg is despite the fact that the country is very small, is a big financial place. And their regulation is different. Their tax system is different. And they have advantage, they have plus. So if they have plus, why they would forgive and say, okay, I just cancel my rights and I give you more financial markets in France or in Germany. So it's a very important point. So you don't need to put a big name, Union des marchés des capitaux, and then you don't know what is behind. So let's say bankruptcy, tax, and then we'll make progress.
I appreciate that. This was a little bit of a segue in the conversation. This wasn't really something that I had planned talking about, this European part, but I've been talking about it so much the last couple of days, I'm sort of obsessed with it, sorry. There was something I wanted to talk to you about, Dominique Senequier, because you mentioned this in past interviews, about AI, about artificial intelligence, and I know this is also relevant in energy terms for anybody working in the energy sector. We're seeing large capital flows into AI infrastructure, data centers, chips, energy supplies. The numbers are staggering that is going there. In your framework of cycles, is AI, would you call it a long-term disciplined investment, or are we looking at a potential over-allocation of capital?
I think it could be a bubble. I think it could be a bubble because they are speaking about $2 to $3 trillion of investment, and they are expecting 20 to 30 trillion of revenues. No one can be sure of the 20 to 30 trillion revenues. Meta announced that they will fire 10% of their workforce. So this is the first result. But they are not saying we made 100, 200 million more of revenues. I never saw an announcement like this one, okay? So for the time being, it's a subject. It's a very important subject for the financial markets because we don't want to be like with the subprime crisis because the subprime had something in common, I'm sorry. The something in common is that some of the debt of the subprime were not consolidated. And it was the bankruptcy of ABN AMRO. If you remember, they had a big SPV below, which was not consolidated and full of subprime risk. So, and I think some of the big industrial companies, the GAFA in US, are trying also to play this game, which is non-consolidation of the debt linked to AI. And that's a problem. So you are never sure of anything in finance, never. So it's very difficult to make any forecast, but I have doubt.
I see Patrick Brianet also nodding on this, and I mean you can respond to what we just heard. But I have one specific question on AI that I would like you to comment specifically on, because again you're an energy person. Are you planning for structurally higher energy demand as a result of AI and these massive data centers that are being built? Does it change your investment priority?
We do exactly what Dominique described. Yes, that's why Total Energies, we moved from Total to Total Energies, because now we are investing in electricity. And electricity is for AI. And I can tell you, part of our momentum of our share, each time I'm announcing that I'm growing in my electricity business, my share is going up. And if I put AI in the press release, it's multiplied by 2, you know, even if it's not true. So there are some magic words. So you must be careful, but it's true what you said. And in fact, I'm surprised the way we built all these energy, additional electricity capacities. You know, I've just done a deal with Google for 1 gigawatt in the US, in Texas. In fact, the equity that I will put and they will put is very low. We have a huge leverage, around 80%. So the financial world is taking all these risks. So for me, I'm signing with them a long-term, 20-year contract at a certain price. Do they generate the revenues with my contract? I don't know. But what is sure is that there is behind a big bet. And what I'm doing for 1 gigawatt is nothing. It's 1 billion. They speak about trillions. So yes, you are creating a bubble. Then, of course, there is something happening. I mean, we are at the premise of that, like we were 30 years when internet came, I think just the beginning. What is the real value, for example, I can tell you in my company, today, what was the name, all what was about ChatGPT, all the Gen AI, to see how Gen AI is really translated in a company like Total Energies. It's true, yes, legal departments in some... but there are not so many applications. Agentic AI, we begin to see more real way to use it and to get some more competitiveness. But it's just the beginning, in fact. And where I'm surprised is that these guys, because of what you said, they are so big that they can afford to make announcements. By the way, they are completely changing their model. Huh? That was a software company. They were a software company with very cheap, very low capex, in fact. Suddenly, they become big capex company, like even more than energy companies, you know, which is big capital intensive. So it's completely different business model. We'll see if they will be successful. But yes, for us, it's an opportunity, you know. The planet needs more energy, for sure. So each time you have more energy, I'm happy. And so we will bring them more energy.
Perhaps you can make a comment about where the energy mix is heading soon, but I feel like we need to open the floor, which is the tradition of these sessions here at the World Policy Conference. This is my third time here, by the way, and I'm really thrilled that we're holding it here, and I can see Thierry sitting in the front row there. Does anyone have a question or two, a very, maybe a very concentrated question that you would like to put to the panel? I see a gentleman there in the center raising his hand. If someone could bring him a microphone, that would be great. This is a marvelous venue, by the way, for what I've seen of it so far. That's very nice.
Hello. So I heard at the beginning of this debate, Madame Sénéquier saying that the worst crisis was a financial crisis because it had a larger impact on economy than any other oil crisis. But do we have to measure the importance of a crisis by its financial impact? Or do we measure it by its impact on populations, on people, on their health, on their rights, on their well-being? Because if so, we could talk about the climate crisis also, when Total, for instance, announced 33 climate bombs also. Or maybe that wars and pandemics are also the worst crisis because they kill millions of people around the world.
Okay.
I don't know, but my question is this one. Do we have to continue to think of the present and the future in terms of economical growth? Or should we start thinking and acting in terms of sustainability? Thank you.
I think we act in terms of sustainable because for the last 10 years, when we make an investment, we do first due diligence on the business and ESG, and we have KPI, and so all sustainable criteria are taken into account. I think when you do this kind of conference, you take high-level numbers. And so my view was to explain that the decrease of the stock exchange was 2/3 in 2009. The recession was big also. But it's true that I will tell you something. Today, the south of Lebanon and 1 million people who have been chased and who are without homeless, certainly the worst aspect. I'm sorry to speak in front of Patrick, who is in charge of an oil company, so he has many more concerns than me. But for me today, this Lebanon crisis is the worst of the worst that we have seen since 7 weeks.
But to come back on what you said, sustainability is important for sure. But when you look to the energy world, we have a trilemma to address, which is the security of supply. And suddenly today, it's a concern. You will see the reaction of people when we will announce then that we have a lack of diesel in our country by summertime. It's a question of affordability, and it's a question of sustainability. And yes, the sustainability is a part and a trilemma, but it's not over the rest. Because for the daily life of our people and of today, the main debate in our developed countries, which are not poor, is the affordability of the gasoline and of the energy. And this is what this is the complexity of the sustainability debate. We cannot think only on one way. We must be able, and that's the challenge for the energy transition, of do we combine going to a more sustainable world, but keeping the affordability and the security of supply. And yes, you are right, we could aspire to, and we are all aspiring of a more sustainable world, but at the end, the reality today, what is happening today, in 26, is people are afraid to have a lack of oil and gas. And ask to Indian people today, we don't have access to LPG to make their food. Ask to Thailand people who are today rationed, or to farmers in Philippines who have not enough diesel for their tractors, not enough fertilizer, which is the reality today. And so that's the difficulty of all this transition. So the transition must take place, but for sure it will take time, and it has to be combined with, again, ensuring the reliability of the system and the affordability. And so that's, I would say, my comment. You cannot just have one axis, because our world, our daily life, is more complex than that.
I have a question I want to put to you myself that I've been waiting to put to the two of you, because you carry great responsibility within your industries and within, obviously, your companies, sitting at the top of these gigantic companies. I'm wondering, what keeps you awake at night in this time of poly-crisis?
Space.
Space.
You know why? Because Mr. Musk is sending too much satellites. He's planning to send 1 million satellites for data centers with the light of the sun, so there will be less electricity. But then we won't see the sky. It will change our view of everything. And there is another man, I don't remember his name, who is planning to send other satellites to redirect the sun and to have light 100% of the time on some part of the world. So this is very dangerous. And some scientific magazines are explaining that, and I'm surprised that it's not reported more by the newspaper.
Fascinating. Patrick Pouyanné.
For me today, is to ensure to bring enough energy to our customers. You know, I can tell you it's a real issue.
As
It's a real issue today.
Steward,
but
yes.
no, it's true. It's a real issue. And then I will tell you, to see the price of energy going too high is a problem. My company will benefit from that, obviously. Yep. But in fact, it's not a good news for us, because we'll destroy demand, because we will face angry customers, angry governments, angry people. I experienced that in 22, and I would prefer to avoid again. So, in fact, today, yes, and unfortunately, I just spent some days in the Middle East to visit the head of states of the United Arab Emirates, the Qatar, and the Saudi Arabia, to understand where they were. And it is tense there. It is tense there. We are here in Europe discussing about it. But like you said, and for Lebanon, obviously, it's a catastrophe, absolute catastrophe, what is happening. Transforming South Lebanon in Gaza is not acceptable. This is what happens in front of us, in fact. And so, yes, our planet, honestly, is it's not easy to sleep very well when you see the status of the planet today and the crisis that we are, human beings, but leaders, we lost some wisdom. And we have lost our ideal, which was there after the Second World War, which was to create a peaceful world, as if the big cycle of history is coming back. And after years of peace, we need now to enter into a world of wars, which is quite unfortunate.
We're running out of time. Very briefly, just a quick comment, if you can. When we look, project yourself 10 years into the future and look back at this time, what do you think we'll say was the defining shift of this period? And try to keep it just to one or two sentences, if you can. First, Dominique Seneca.
Useless of bombing. I don't know.
What?
It's useless to bomb and bomb and bomb. I think you need to have diplomatic and diplomats to solve crises.
But what's happening right now? There are many shifts and crises, and we touched on a couple of them. Which one of these do you think will be the rupture that we will remember 10 years ago, 10 years from now? Any ideas?
I think for me, why are we in such a world? In fact, because our global world, the world which we are dreaming, has on one side put plenty of people out of poverty, billions of people. On the other side, have created huge inequalities. And these huge inequalities, which is a reality, and my company that I'm leading is part of the winner of the inequality. But in fact, today, the global world is not, these inequalities have created such tensions that unfortunately it goes to conflicts. So the question is, how can we go back? For me, that's the world inequalities which dominates the planet and which translate it in conflicts.
So the failure to address inequality in the
world. There is a global failure to address inequalities in our planet, and we create these conflicts everywhere, including inside our society, here in Europe, inside our societies. And that's what we face. And so I think, for me, this is the big fight. And for the leaders, it's difficult because, by the way, the leaders in the room are somewhere in the good camp of the inequality, So how can we accept to somewhere give back something in order to go to I would say, a more peaceful world? That's for me
I would love to have a further discussion about why this has happened, but I'm going to give the final word to Dominique Seneca. If you want to leave the audience with one idea of yours that you've been pondering in relation to this conference and to this session that we've just had, this discussion, what would it be?
I think we need to create new governance, because, as Patrick said, the United Nations has nearly disappeared from the world, and we need some common governance for sure. maybe we would need also to not to develop so much armament everywhere in the world, because they are smuggling, and so we are on a planet which is attacked by everyone, like if it was an awful planet. It's a beautiful world, and so I think it's we are waiting for wise men.
And women.
Wise women, probably more.
Okay. Nice. Thank you very much. A warm round of applause for our two speakers. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure. Yeah. Yeah.
On peut commencer. Bon. Bonjour à toutes, bonjour à tous. Nous allons faire une table ronde mixte cette fois entre français et anglais, donc vous aurez peut-être besoin des traducteurs et n'hésitez pas à vous en munir. Bienvenue pour cette session dédiée aux enjeux de défense et de technologie. Aujourd'hui, la technologie dans le secteur de la défense n'est plus simplement un facteur d'amplification de la puissance militaire, elle en devient le cœur. Intelligence artificielle, drones, cyber, systèmes spatiaux, Lutte informationnelle, nous insistons à une transformation profonde des modalités du conflit, non seulement sur la partie capacitaire, mais aussi sur l'organisation même des forces armées. Cette transformation, elle intervient dans un contexte de tensions stratégiques renouvelées. Les formes de guerre hybride se multiplient, la frontière entre paix et guerre est de plus en plus ténue et le tempo opérationnel s'accélère. Dans cet environnement, l'avantage n'est plus seulement de détenir les capacités, mais de savoir les adapter, les transformer, les améliorer le plus rapidement possible. Dans le même temps, l'industrie de défense connaît elle aussi de profondes transformations. À des cycles très longs de développement que nous avons connus, se succèdent des cycles d'innovation de plus en plus rapides, marqués par l'arrivée de nouveaux acteurs. Et aujourd'hui, les grands donneurs d'ordre de la filière, les PME spécialisées, les entreprises du numérique, les acteurs de start-up de la DevTech doivent travailler ensemble, parfois avec des horizons de temporalité différents et des appréciations du risque différentes. Cette évolution, elle crée à la fois des opportunités, à la fois des tensions. Les forces armées ont besoin de davantage de rapidité, davantage d'excellence opérationnelle. Les industriels ont besoin d'être plus agiles. Et nous allons évoquer ces différents points dans cette table ronde. Elle va s'organiser autour de 3 axes de réflexion. Un premier sur les évolutions technologiques en cours sur le champ de bataille, clarifier lesquelles nous voyons d'ores et déjà maintenant. Un second temps sur le commandement, le contrôle, les responsabilités et la manière dont elles ont évolué à mesure que l'intelligence artificielle et les données sont entrées sur le champ de bataille. Enfin, un troisième temps sur les conditions nécessaires pour préserver un avantage technologique durable, que ce soit en termes de souveraineté, en termes de talent ou en termes d'éthique. Pour en discuter, j'ai le plaisir d'accueillir 4 conférenciers. À ma gauche, Thibaut Bezassier, président d'Alcema, entreprise française de défense spécialisée dans les systèmes autonomes, les drones sous-marins et les solutions de communication en environnement contesté. Le général Wayne Eyre, ancien chef d'état-major de la défense des forces armées canadiennes, fort de plus de 40 années de service et d'expérience au plus haut niveau du commandement. Vous avez dirigé les forces canadiennes dans un contexte de fortes tensions géopolitiques et de transformations majeures. Amélie Ferret, directrice des projets data et des relations institutionnelles à l'IRSERM et chercheuse confirmée, vous êtes une spécialiste reconnue de l'éthique et du droit des conflits armés, des usages militaires de l'IA et des formes contemporaines de la guerre. Vos travaux ont analysé la manière dont l'évolution technologique transforme doctrine, légitimité, processus décisionnel stratégique. Enfin, Gauthier Schweitzer, cofondateur de SAAR, une société française de logiciels, travaillant avec les pouvoirs publics et les acteurs de la défense, spécialisée dans l'analyse de données à grande échelle, le renseignement fondé sur l'IA et la gestion de crise. Votre travail vise à transformer des environnements complexes en informations actionnables tout en garantissant la maîtrise humaine et la souveraineté. Merci à tous les 4 et commençons donc par ce qui est déjà tangible sur le champ de bataille. I quickly switch to English for ask you the first question, General Eyre. From your experience leading the Canadian Armed Force during a period of rapid technological change, what have you been witnessing on today's battlefield? How is the technology moving forward? How is it becoming an advantage?
Alors, bonjour tout le monde. Ça me fait grand plaisir d'être ici parmi vous pour partager quelques idées. Merci pour l'invitation. Je vais continuer en anglais. And I don't think there's any doubt out there that we are witnessing massive changes in how wars are fought around the world. But if there's a theme that goes through my talk, it's going to be there is no technological determinism. If history is any guide, there's no one single piece of technology that is going to win wars. So let me unpack that. The nature of war continues to be a contest of human will. We're seeing that in Ukraine, we're seeing that in Iran. Humans matter. Human agency, human leadership matters. War is still the realm of fog, friction, chance, surprise. It's bloody. But the character, how wars are fought, is always evolving. You know, nothing focuses the mind like war, and it spawns an adaptation cycle. Where you've got 2 complex adaptive systems, enemies, that are constantly in play, adapting to each other. And any technological advantage that you may have will be fleeting, because the enemy will adapt. And so it's not just technology, although that may be the centerpiece. It's the ecosystem around it. the political context, the social dynamics, the military culture. And throughout history, it's been the integration of capabilities that has mattered. You know, going from combined arms, you know, think about Napoleon's army with infantry, artillery, cavalry, elevating or evolving to joint operations where you've got land, air, and sea operating together, to what we have now with multi-domain operations, adding in cyber and space, along with other elements of national power. So it's all about integration. The technology needs other aspects as well. Operating concepts. Now, how is it going to be used? Doctrine. How do you expand those concepts across the force? And then training. How do you enable people to use the technology? Especially in a mobilization context where you have to do it at scale. It's all with an aim to solve operational problems. And we're seeing a few of those today on the contemporary battlefield. You know, some are analogous to the First World War, where you have a confluence, where we had a confluence of technologies. You know, think back to 1914, where you had repeating small arms, so rifles and machine guns, barbed wire, indirect artillery, the telegraph, rail, which all combined together made the breakthrough of the defense in depth, the operational problem of the 20th century. You know, my own great uncle is buried just over 100 kilometers north of here in Arras, killed in 1918 as part of our efforts to solve that problem of the 20th century. It was only solved through the integration of arms, tanks, artillery, infantry, air power, working together, connected by radio, which broke the defense in depth. We're seeing a similar phenomena today on the battlefield, where you've got that confluence of technologies, persistent surveillance, long-range precision strike, drones, electronic warfare, AI-enabled command and control. That's making the breakthrough of the defense in depth another problem that we have to solve. You can extend that to the maritime domain with the anti-access aerial denial concepts that we see China employing in the South China Sea. How do you break through that? We don't know. We're seeing a dispersion of force on the battlefield. If forces mass, they become targets and they die. And so one of the solutions is going to have a better balance between exquisite, high-end, expensive systems and lower cost, mass-produced, attritable systems that you can create to produce mass. And both of those, especially the lower end ones, are going to go through rapid iterations. And the line from the path from the production line, from the front line to the production line is growing very, very short. It's that adaptation cycle that in peacetime has been sometimes decades, we're now seeing in weeks. And the challenge is going to be for those nations not at war, how do you posture your force so that it can rapidly adapt when the first rounds of the next war are fired? It means a significant increase in the percentage of defense budgets being dedicated to research and development. It means having adaptable production lines so that you can incorporate those changes very rapidly. The last point I want to make goes back to that human element, and it's the rise of cognitive warfare. So warfare is that contest of will. And with the extraterritorial nature of the internet, it's now possible to greatly affect the will of an opposing population. Every society has got natural fissures in it, and if you can drive wedges into those fissures from afar, you can affect the will of the population, and you can achieve your national objectives perhaps without firing a shot, without fighting. So it's no doubt we are seeing breathtaking technological developments that we have to embrace. But at the same time, we have to realize and remember that warfare is ultimately a human endeavor, and wars will be won or lost in the minds of humans. Merci.
Merci mon général, vous avez Merci mon général, vous avez rappelé l'importance de l'humain dans les guerres. J'aimerais passer la parole à Amélie pour faire le parallèle. On a beaucoup évoqué dans le propos du général la notion d'histoire, l'évolution. Amélie, vous avez étudié les conflits modernes en Ukraine, à Gaza. Est-ce que les tendances qui ont pu être montrées par le général, vous les retrouvez dans ces conflits? Est-ce qu'il y a une évolution, je dirais même philosophique, de la notion de la guerre à cause ou grâce à la technologie?
Oui, alors merci beaucoup pour cette question. Effectivement, je ne me suis pas concertée en amont avec le général, mais j'ai à peu près la même lecture. Donc, ce qui ne veut rien dire sur la pertinence de cette lecture, on vous laissera juger. Mais ce que je dirais sur en fait, l'histoire de la technologie dans la guerre, c'est que justement, en fait, la guerre, il n'y a pas de nature de la guerre. On parle souvent de est-ce que ça change la nature de la guerre? Non, en fait, la guerre est par essence un phénomène social, un phénomène justement humain, et donc il est de fait appelé à évoluer. Par contre, ce qu'on peut voir en termes de tendance, c'est effectivement, du fait du progrès technologique, une évolution en termes de puissance de feu. Et je suis très contente que le général ait parlé de la Première Guerre mondiale, parce qu'effectivement, la Première Guerre mondiale, quand on se plonge un peu dans les discours historiographiques sur cette période-là, c'est considéré comme la première guerre industrielle, une guerre qui change de nature, justement, une guerre d'anéantissement, justement, du fait de cette puissance industrielle mise au service de la puissance de feu, en fait. Et depuis, le progrès technologique n'a pas cessé d'impacter la manière de faire de la guerre et aussi d'être pensé par les échelons militaires. Vous avez parlé effectivement des multi-domain operations, qui sont aujourd'hui le terme qui est utilisé à l'OTAN pour essayer de mieux saisir, appréhender cette manière dont la technologie influence la guerre. Mais on pourrait parler aussi de la Revolution in Military Affairs, qui a occupé, fut un temps, les échelons stratégiques et qui pensait déjà que l'information, en fait, allait révolutionner justement la manière de faire de la guerre. Donc, globalement, dans toute la question, c'est est-ce que cette technologie porte un progrès moral ou pas? Et dans ce débat-là, on a toujours deux positions qui s'affrontent et qu'on retrouve, qui est une première position disant, en fait, la technologie dans la guerre, c'est neutre. Donc, c'est simplement une manière plus efficace d'arriver à la même finalité. Par exemple, le drone, ça permet de faire la même chose qu'un avion de chasse, mais du coup, en réduisant les coûts, en notant le risque sur le pilote, puisque du coup, il est piloté à distance, en pouvant agir sur d'autres terrains, c'est précis, etc. Et de l'autre côté, vous avez les gens qui disent, en fait, il y a une performativité de la technologie, c'est-à-dire que la technologie change la finalité de la guerre. Je reprends mon exemple du drone. Ça va être des gens qui vont plutôt dire, en fait, justement, parce que ça rend la guerre plus efficace, eh ben, du coup, ça va rendre l'usage de la guerre moins coûteux, et donc les puissances vont être plus enclines à aller vers la guerre. Et aujourd'hui, on retrouve en fait ce même débat sur l'utilisation de l'IA. En fait, est-ce que l'IA, ça va être plutôt une manière de mieux justement intégrer l'information, parce que c'est quand même ça le gros changement, et de ne pas laisser la data mourir, et donc de pouvoir justement nourrir des informations, enfin des opérations, et donc avoir une cadence beaucoup plus importante. Est-ce que ça va permettre plus de précision, plus de transparence aussi, puisque si on prend des datas qui sont taguées, finalement, on peut avoir aussi beaucoup plus de données pour ensuite juger de la responsabilité des personnes qui utilisent l'IA, pour faire des rétextes exactement sur les opérations, ou est-ce que l'IA, au contraire, est un multiplicateur de force et donc fait que cette puissance de feu qui est de plus en plus massive peut être utilisée de manière de plus en plus efficace et donc de plus en plus meurtrière. Et c'est effectivement ce qu'on voit, et je pense que là, quelques ordres de grandeur peuvent être quand même utiles pour mieux saisir pourquoi on se pose aujourd'hui la question de la technologie et de la guerre. Quand on pense à l'opération Iron Swords, qui est donc l'opération israélienne à Gaza, en fait, ils ont ciblé, donc il y a eu 15 000 cibles ciblées en 35 jours. si on reprend le taux par jour, on avait sur l'opération Bordure Protectrice en 2014 une centaine de cibles par jour. Iron Sword, c'est plus de 420 cibles par jour. Si on prend Epic Fury, donc l'opération américaine en Iran, on a eu dans les premières heures du conflit plus de 900 frappes, c'est-à-dire plus d'une frappe par minute. Et si on prend l'opération du 8 avril israélienne au Liban, Eternal Darkness, vous avez en une dizaine de minutes plus d'une centaine de frappes. Et donc, c'est précisément ça qui aujourd'hui est un facteur de changement qu'on doit prendre en compte, c'est-à-dire la question des cadences et ce que certains appellent dans la littérature l'hyperwar, c'est-à-dire cette accélération de la boucle de décision. Et je terminerai simplement par justement reprendre le point qui a été fait sur le high-low mix, parce que c'est vraiment ça, à mon avis, le sujet. Le sujet, c'est pas tant comment on prend en compte cette technologie, parce que les échelons militaires le font et il y a des réflexions en cours, mais le sujet, c'est comment on ne se laisse pas aveugler par cette puissance technologique. Parce que si on regarde un peu de manière froide les guerres qu'il y a aujourd'hui, on a des puissances avec une suprématie technologique, je pense à Israël, je pense aux États-Unis, qui sont face à des puissances qui, elles, ont investi, ou en tout cas n'ont pas peur de l'attrition. Je pense à l'Iran, mais je pense aussi au Hamas, par exemple, qui n'a pas eu peur de toutes les pertes civiles qui ont été infligées dans la bande de Gaza. Et donc, la question, c'est comment on arrive à repenser notre modèle avec effectivement de la high-tech, mais aussi de la low-tech et potentiellement, en fait, des systèmes qui ont été écartés, mais qui aujourd'hui sont réutilisés. Je pense, par exemple, aux bombes à sous-munitions. Là, je regardais juste avant la conférence une notification sur Haaretz qui parlait des victimes en fait, faites par les bombes à sous-munitions iraniennes qui ont été lancées en Israël. Et donc voilà, cette nature de la guerre, pour revenir à la question initiale, la guerre qu'on voit aujourd'hui, elle est à la fois très technologique, mais elle est aussi en fait très traditionnelle.
Reparlons de cette question de la puissance technologique que vous avez mentionnée, Amélie. On a parlé d'autonomie, on a parlé de nouveaux vecteurs, et dans les nouveaux vecteurs communément mis en avant, il y a la question des drones. Thibaut, vous êtes fabricant de drones pour le secteur marin. Comment vous voyez l'évolution opérationnelle autour de ce matériel? Quel challenge se pose pour vous en tant qu'industriel? Comment on assure le déploiement de ces systèmes et leur mise à jour?
Alors, merci pour l'invitation et merci pour la question. Je vais du coup rebondir sur ce qui vient d'être dit. J'ai aussi passé quelques années dans la marine française. Il y a eu une période entre les années 90 et les années 2000 où les forces occidentales développaient le concept de zéro mort. C'est-à-dire qu'on avait quand même l'ambition d'aller faire la guerre en ne perdant aucun soldat. Et on a cru que c'était possible. Et malheureusement, on a eu des opérations en Afghanistan, on a eu des opérations en Somalie, dans un certain nombre de territoires qui nous ont rappelé qu'effectivement, c'était pas si simple que ça. Néanmoins, et alors pour rejoindre la question, la dronisation, c'est quelque chose effectivement qui joue un rôle très très important dans cette approche-là, parce que c'est la possibilité finalement de porter le fer face à l'ennemi en minimisant en fait le risque de perte humaine. La difficulté aujourd'hui qu'on a avec les drones, c'est que c'est quand même pas la solution miracle. C'est-à-dire que certes, ça permet d'exécuter un certain nombre de tâches, que ce soit les drones aériens, les drones de surface ou les drones sous-marins, des tâches qui étaient exécutées par des plateformes habitées. Vous avez eu au mois de juin 2025 un exercice organisé par l'OTAN qui s'appelait Task Force X en Baltique. Donc le lieu n'était pas choisi par hasard, où l'objectif était de voir dans quelle mesure en fait des drones de surface aériens ou sous-marins pouvaient être utilisés pour finalement exécuter des tâches un peu ancillaires et qui étaient principalement utilisés par des moyens aériens ou des bâtiments, des marines impliquées, qui a démontré effectivement tout l'intérêt effectivement des drones. Avec un certain nombre de défis auxquels on fait encore face, qui sont la connectivité. Il y a un gros sujet sur la connectivité, parce qu'effectivement, le drone, pour qu'on puisse soit récupérer les données qui sont collectées, si on veut les récupérer en temps réel, soit lui donner de nouvelles directives, on a besoin de cette connectivité. Et ça, on est dans l'espace électromagnétique, electronic warfare, qui peut être aussi un espace de bataille à part entière. Où on va avoir affaire à du brouillage, etc., etc. On a également un deuxième challenge qui est le traitement de la donnée, parce que finalement ces drones, ce sont des plateformes qui récoltent énormément de données. Tellement de données qu'elles dépassent les capacités de traitement qu'on va avoir finalement dans la plupart de ces drones. Parce que c'est des drones qui sont quand même relativement petits par rapport aux plateformes qu'on utilise. Tout ça, c'est pour essayer d'avoir des dispositifs un peu de constellation. On parle de dessin de drone ou de constellation de drones pour occuper l'espace. Donc il va falloir avoir une réflexion sur le traitement de la donnée. Donc on va en traiter à l'edge, donc au niveau du drone en tant que tel. Et puis on va en récupérer grâce aux moyens de connectivité que j'évoquais juste avant, pour finir de traiter tout ça dans un back-office, dans des systèmes de data hub avec des algorithmes d'intelligence artificielle dont on parlera peut-être juste après. Tout ça a vocation à nourrir ensuite le militaire ou les militaires pour qu'ils soient en capacité de prendre les bonnes décisions et de dépêcher les bons moyens d'action. Et là, on revient à toute une logique qui est le temps, qui a été évoqué en creux par le général. C'est le défi, c'est cette boucle, alors qu'on appelle chez les militaires l'OTAN OODA, observer, orienter, décider, agir. Et le défi, il est là. Et en fait, les drones viennent se rajouter, la connectivité, l'IA vient se rajouter effectivement dans les moyens humains classiques qu'on avait lors de la Première Guerre mondiale, avec quelques moyens de communication un peu rustiques comme le Morse ou le téléphone. Et puis, vous allez effectivement rechercher à accélérer finalement cette boucle au mieux pour fournir aux chefs militaires la bonne information au bon moment pour la bonne action. Voilà, donc ça c'est tout le défi. Et pour les industriels, en fait, il y a ce challenge de bien comprendre ce besoin du militaire, qui ne changera pas, à mon avis, dans les prochaines années, donc ça restera le même, mais d'essayer de faire bénéficier des meilleures technologies en matière de drones, en matière d'autonomie, en matière d'endurance, pour répondre rapidement à leurs besoins. Et ça, je vais me permettre de conclure. L'enjeu aujourd'hui, il n'est pas de répondre au mieux aux besoins du militaire demain, mais de répondre bien maintenant. Et ça change un petit peu la trajectoire en fait programmatique qu'on avait par exemple en France avec la DGA, où on s'inscrivait sur des temps longs de programme. Il faut qu'on soit capable d'aller beaucoup plus vite. Il faut qu'on arrive à finalement faire converger la logique des plateformes, ce qu'on appelle le hardware first, avec la logique numérique qu'on va résumer par le software first. Il faut qu'on arrive à trouver un bon point d'équilibre pour répondre aux besoins des soldats qui, eux, vont avoir la responsabilité, effectivement, de porter le feu. Voilà.
Merci Thibault. On a évoqué l'espace physique des conflits. Général, vous avez mentionné l'espace informationnel, et Gauthier, c'est justement votre spécialité, c'est chez Sahar. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous indiquer comment fonctionnent vos outils et comment ils permettent d'aider à maîtriser cette base de données, parfois hostile, parfois fausse, parfois juste, et éclairer les décisions justement de nos décideurs militaires?
Oui, merci pour cette question. Hein. Effectivement, ce qui a été dit sur l'espace physique, on le retrouve a fortiori sur l'espace informationnel, hein, en termes de vitesse, de nécessité d'adaptation, de volume considéré. Sauf que là, on ne va pas chercher, dans notre contexte, à abattre un objet, mais plutôt à abattre un récit, ce qui peut être paradoxalement encore plus compliqué parfois. L'espace informationnel, d'après moi, ce n'est pas forcément un environnement à surveiller aujourd'hui, mais plutôt d'ores et déjà un espace à tenir face aux menaces multiples qui viennent l'agresser. La guerre informationnelle, elle est présentée souvent à part de la guerre conventionnelle. Pour autant, hein, ça a été beaucoup évoqué tout à l'heure dans une notion de multidomaine. Elle ne doit pas, d'après moi, être dissociée des autres, puisque c'est pas parce qu'on est sur un domaine immatériel, comme dans le volet cyber, qu'il ne peut pas y avoir des conséquences physiques qui peuvent être des conséquences physiques lourdes. On l'a vu, on a vu quand même beaucoup d'exemples récents. Hein, une attaque purement informationnelle, quand elle est bien construite, peut tout à fait abîmer l'image d'un matériel militaire. Hein. Le Rafale en a été l'objet lors de Sindor, hein, donc les conflits qui opposaient l'Inde au Pakistan. Dans ce cadre-là, évidemment, l'attaque informationnelle a eu un impact extrêmement fort sur l'attractivité du matériel, en tout cas l'attractivité perçue. De même, l'exemple des élections manipulées sur TikTok, on en a vu un certain nombre récents qui ont conduit même à des annulations. Donc aujourd'hui, l'espace informationnel, ce n'est pas forcément le lieu d'un soft power, mais plutôt d'une combinaison à des effets cinétiques pour concevoir une conflictualité un peu plus globale. D'après moi, un deuxième élément sur lequel je souhaitais insister, c'est que le problème technique fondamental a changé de nature. Nous, notre société, elle fait de l'OSINT, donc Open Source Intelligence, du renseignement d'origine source ouverte. Et pendant longtemps, l'OSINT, c'était chercher une aiguille dans une botte de foin. Aujourd'hui, avec l'avènement de la guerre informationnelle, l'aiguille, elle est fabriquée par l'adversaire et elle est plantée directement dans votre botte. Et dans ce cadre-là, évidemment, l'objectif va être de conduire à une mauvaise décision. C'est bien sûr des éléments qui ont été très documentés. En France, on a la chance d'avoir Vigilum qui fait un travail assez remarquable de pédagogie et de détection sur ces campagnes informationnelles. Et le conflit iranien, encore une fois, a été la démonstration de l'importance de ce type de thématique, avec le fait que l'USS Abraham Lincoln aurait été coulé, avec le siège de la CIA qui aurait été touché par des missiles iraniens. Et quand on essaie d'analyser les informations à chaud, même quand on est un bon analyste, et a fortiori quand on est une IA, c'est parfois extrêmement difficile de discerner le signal du bruit. Donc, une fois qu'on a posé ce contexte, comment on essaie d'y répondre en pratique ? Camille François a donné des grilles de lecture sur comment la désinformation pouvait être détectée, avec un modèle relativement simple sur le principe, le modèle ABC, A pour Actors, B pour Behaviors et C pour Content. On pourrait imaginer que le plus facile, c'est d'identifier les faux contenus. Pour autant, c'est déjà parfois complexe, souvent très subjectif de discerner le vrai du faux, mais un contenu qui peut être vrai peut être malgré tout weaponisé, si vous me permettez l'anglicisme. C'est-à-dire qu'un millier de comptes qui relaieraient dans un temps extrêmement bref un contenu qui est vrai, ça peut ne pas être une viralité naturelle, mais être une vraie opération. Donc, dans notre société, et c'est aussi l'école un peu française de la détection des informations autour de Vigilum, on va plutôt chercher à regarder l'acteur ou l'infrastructure, c'est-à-dire est-ce qu'il y a des sites web qui appartiennent à un réseau particulier qui vont être mobilisés pour véhiculer un narratif, ou alors on va regarder le comportement de propagation. C'est-à-dire, est-ce que le schéma de propagation à l'intérieur d'un réseau social peut paraître authentique ou est-ce que du fait de ses caractéristiques, il apparaît comme clairement manipulé ? Enfin, l'IA, bien sûr, dans ce cadre-là, peut jouer un rôle pour isoler le signal du bruit, mais là, encore une fois, on va toucher à ses limites, puisqu'un modèle, quand on lui donne accès à un espace informationnel qui va être empoisonné, il va être capable de conduire une analyse brillante, une analyse extrêmement cohérente, mais qui n'en sera pas moins fausse. D'où l'importance, et ça, mes collègues l'ont eux aussi souligné, de remettre l'humain au centre de cette boucle, puisque a priori, seul l'humain est capable de douter. Et c'est le doute qui va nous guider.
Merci Gauthier. Je passe au deuxième temps de l'échange en parlant de commandement, d'autorisation, de limite des délégations. Et Je pose tout de suite une question sur la qualité des données. Vous l'avez évoqué, Gauthier, sur la capacité à empoisonner les modèles. Vous l'avez évoqué, Thibaut, sur le besoin de ces data pour comprendre les drones et pour comprendre l'environnement et faire les bonnes recommandations. Ces manques de données, ou cette trop plein de données, comment vous le percevez-vous au quotidien ?
Alors c'est effectivement un vrai défi, c'est le gros défi, je pense, pour la plupart des industriels dans le domaine de la défense et dans d'autres d'ailleurs, enfin, parce qu'on a ce défi-là également dans le civil. L'OTAN a assez bien décrit finalement cette évolution, puisque dans les années 90, un petit peu plus tard, on était sur des enjeux de connectivité, donc c'est ce qu'on appelait la période Network-Centric Warfare. Ensuite, on a eu une période, donc là, l'enjeu était vraiment la connectivité. Ensuite, il y a eu une période et les concepts autour du Human-Centric Warfare, où là, le but, c'était effectivement de bien remettre l'humain, donc le soldat au centre du jeu, parce qu'il fallait s'assurer finalement que les informations lui arrivaient au bon moment et de qualité. Et puis depuis un certain nombre d'années, effectivement, le focus est sur ce qu'on appelle le concept de data-centric warfare, c'est-à-dire que on a toutes ces données qui arrivent, qui sont d'origine et de types très très différents, avec toutes les problématiques qu'on évoque régulièrement pour les experts d'IA, de qualité de la donnée, de labellisation de la donnée, etc., et de traitement de la donnée. Et le sujet, encore une fois, c'est de trouver le bon équilibre entre mes capacités de traitement qui sont de toute façon limitées par nature, en particulier par les puissances de calcul que je vais avoir au plus près du capteur, ou les réserves d'énergie, donc parce que je cherche généralement, et c'est le cas dans les drones, d'avoir des objets qui sont frugaux, donc qui consomment très peu d'énergie, donc du coup avec des phases de calcul qui sont limitées. Donc il faut que j'arrive à trouver l'optimum entre ce traitement finalement de la donnée et puis le traitement que je vais avoir derrière. Et ça, là pour le coup, pour bien l'évaluer, pour bien le faire, il faut qu'il y ait un lien direct avec l'utilisateur final. C'est pour ça que sur l'usage des drones, alors en Ukraine, l'appropriation, elle se fait de façon rapide et forcée, parce que le contexte va dans cette direction. Mais aujourd'hui, par exemple, en France, on plaide, et beaucoup d'industriels plaident par une appropriation par l'usage. Donc plutôt que d'arriver finalement à un objet complètement fini, abouti, qui va être acheté, acceptons finalement de développer des POC ou des MVP, donc des preuves de concept ou des produits minimum viables, pour la traduction en français, que vont utiliser en fait les forces, et qui va permettre effectivement de jauger en fonction des moyens dont ils disposent, quel est le bon équilibre entre le traitement à l'edge et le traitement en back-office, obligeant de toute façon les militaires à développer des compétences dans le domaine du traitement de la donnée, donc en ayant finalement ce qu'on appelle des data scientists embarqués. Et on retrouve maintenant sur les bateaux, par exemple, de la Marine nationale, des data scientists.
Le lien entre toutes les interventions qu'on a depuis le début de ce panel, c'est la question de l'humain, comment le garder dans la loupe, human in the loop, human on the loop, comme on peut le lire dans différents concepts actuellement discutés. Gauthier, vous utilisez des agents d'IA pour vos solutions. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous démystifier le mot? Est-ce que vous pouvez nous expliquer comment, avec les agents, on peut garder le human in the loop ou on the loop?
Question effectivement complexe. Je pense que après l'enthousiasme de l'IA qui a quand même touché tous les métiers, y compris ceux du militaire, aujourd'hui on se rend compte qu'il y a cette peur de la boîte noire, de plus d'automatisation. Aujourd'hui, on se rend compte que les métiers avec lesquels on a la chance d'échanger veulent une automatisation qui pourrait expliquer à leur hiérarchie, qui pourrait être capable de défendre devant une commission de contrôle et qui pourrait être capable de comprendre avec un audit 6 mois après avoir pris cette décision. Si on prend un cas concret et qu'on imagine un service de renseignement qui, avec un outil d'IA, identifie un réseau de financement qui va être suspect, le juge va demander mécaniquement comment ces éléments-là ont été conduits. Et la réponse de c'est le modèle qui a dit avec un score de 0,87 que c'était un circuit suspect ne va évidemment pas convenir. D'où l'importance d'avoir une traçabilité dans la chaîne de décision. Et donc c'est là, encore une fois, l'importance de l'humain et surtout de la collaboration humain-machine. Aujourd'hui, les systèmes agentiques, donc qui vont chercher à automatiser un certain nombre de faits, on va faire en sorte qu'ils ne livrent pas de réponse, mais qu'ils fournissent, si je file la métaphore du judiciaire, qui file un dossier d'instruction dans sa globalité. Et que chaque élément transmis par l'agent soit sourcé, on ait le raisonnement, la chaîne logique qui soit explicitée, et on ait des indices de confiance qui soient associés. Pour que l'analyste n'ait pas directement un verdict, mais plutôt un raisonnement global qui va pouvoir valider, contester ou approfondir. Donc on raisonne plutôt dans une logique judiciaire que dans une logique algorithmique dans la conception d'agents. Ce qui permet de se poser la question, quelles sont les tâches qui méritent aujourd'hui le plus d'être automatisées et comment on réinvente le métier de l'analyste dans cette configuration-là. Si on imagine, vous avez beaucoup d'entre vous des fonctions de commandement, vous connaissez bien la différence entre l'automatisation d'une tâche et l'automatisation d'une décision. Si on imagine que la tâche, c'est collecter 50 000 messages en 3 langues différentes qu'il va falloir trier, corréler ou géolocaliser, on est sur une tâche qui va avoir une haute charge cognitive pour l'humain, mais un faible impact, un faible enjeu décisionnel. Donc ça, l'humain va mettre plusieurs semaines, plusieurs mois à traiter cette tâche, un agent peut le faire en quelques minutes. Donc évidemment, cette tâche-là, on a envie de l'automatiser. Parce que sinon, on serait sur un gaspillage stratégique de ressources. Mais pour autant, la décision qui vient derrière, c'est-à-dire la volonté d'attribuer ces aimants-là à un acteur étatique, de qualifier une menace ou d'avoir envie d'escalader la décision, là, on est sur du jugement, on est sur le retour de l'humain, puisqu'on parle d'enjeux de responsabilité humaine, d'enjeux d'éthique, évidemment, de responsabilité juridique ou même politique. Donc nous, notre présupposé, c'est celui qui est aujourd'hui fait par un certain nombre de sociétés, c'est de chercher à accélérer tout ce qui va être antérieur à la décision pour lui donner plus de temps à cette décision et plus de matériaux pour qu'elle puisse être prise dans le meilleur contexte. Mais pour autant, la décision elle-même ne doit pas être décorrélée de l'outil. Je vais faire un très bref détour par la sociologie et par Bruno Latour, pour ceux qui en sont des connaisseurs. Bruno Latour, si on reprend ces concepts, on pourrait dire qu'une note d'analyse, une note de renseignement, ça va être une coproduction entre un humain et des outils. Et d'ailleurs, c'est vrai pour tous les outils. Si vous êtes dans un laboratoire d'analyse, la fiole elle-même va produire un fait scientifique. Elle va transformer un liquide en des chiffres. Et dans ce cadre-là, elle va participer à la création d'une analyse. Le système agentique, comme on l'évoque, c'est simplement l'exacerbation de cette réflexion et la visibilisation du rôle de l'outil dans la prise de décision. Notre choix pour matérialiser ça et le rendre clair dans la tête de nos utilisateurs, ça a été de personnifier nos agents. Ça peut paraître un peu étrange, mais on leur a donné un nom, on leur a donné un rôle, par exemple l'agent commandant de police qui va organiser les opérations, l'agent nerd qui va être un spécialiste de la collecte de données sur les réseaux sociaux. Et de cette manière, le travail de chacun va être visibilisé, le processus de décision va être affiché et le niveau de confiance va pouvoir être challengé. Le dernier point, et je conclurai là-dessus, il est autant politique que technique, c'est-à-dire que cette nécessité de traçabilité, on pourrait croire que c'est un frein au déploiement. Pour autant, je pense que c'est au contraire un accélérateur de celui-ci, puisqu'on voit autour de nous beaucoup de projets d'IA qui restent un petit peu coincés et qui ne sont pas mis en production, pour la simple et bonne raison que c'est un manque de confiance institutionnelle plutôt qu'un manque de qualité technique qui va bloquer leur mise en production. Les RSSI, les juridistes et les inspections générales, si elles ne sont pas mises dès le début dans la boucle avec une volonté d'observabilité forte, vont évidemment bloquer ce type de système. Et aujourd'hui, je pense que la construction d'une confiance va être plus un avantage compétitif pour une société comme la nôtre ou pour un État comme la France qu'un coût de conformité.
Thank you. General, we heard that the final decision goes to the military command, the military power. You have been the military power. How are you, how can you use all these tools? How will you use them? What are the barriers you will use to do this automatization, use these agents?
So there's no doubt that responsibility of commanders is not reducing, it's actually increasing. And so in our training system for commanders, we need to double down on judgment, on accountability. More autonomous systems are coming, and that's a good thing. They provide tremendous benefits, but the commander remains accountable for their actions. You know, autonomy adds speed, precision, awareness, consistency, risk reduction. It helps calculate probabilities and patterns. But autonomy is also challenged with novel situations, with conflicting rules. Commanders sometimes need to break rules, but you don't want machines breaking rules. That's a slippery slope. Machines have a hard time handling moral ambiguity. They can't be held morally or legally responsible. So all of this, I believe, is going to increase the burden of command. Commanders need to understand the systems that are helping them. They need to understand autonomy. They need to understand AI. They need to understand how it enables their operations. They need to be able to set parameters for it, especially if it's making autonomous decisions. Is it good enough to have 80% information, or do you want 99% information before allowing a machine to make a decision? Commanders need to know when to intervene. I call it the common sense check. Because I'm glad that poisoning of data pools was discussed, because that's a prime way to attack the enemy's system, attack their data, attack their algorithm. And so that common sense check, hey, does this make sense, is absolutely necessary. I'll give you a little story here. One of the things I've been doing in retirement is teaching a master's course. And like educators everywhere, we're wrestling with AI and student papers. And you're looking at a student paper, it's grammatically perfect, but it doesn't make logical sense because the premises are AI hallucinations. If your students don't have that background to recognize what right looks like versus what is way off in left field, that is a recipe for disasters. And so commanders need that fundamental understanding of the profession, the basics. The other thing I would mention, last piece here, is strategic thinking. And we need the ability to exercise strategic empathy, which I'm not convinced machines can do. Putting yourself into the shoes of the adversary to see how they see the world, to understand their strategic culture and how your actions may impinge on it. Not everything is a real estate deal. And so understanding the drivers of what your enemy is doing is super important.
La question de la culture aussi, la question de l'évolution des pays sur ces questions technologiques a été évoquée par le général dans son propos introductif. Je me permets d'y revenir et de vous poser la question, Amélie. Est-ce que vous voyez des différences culturelles, des différences géopolitiques sur ces questions de doctrine, de place de l'humain dans le conflit ?
Oui, il y a en fait, il y a une forme de géopolitique des normes qui est en train de se mettre en place sur quels critères on va utiliser pour juger justement du côté éthique ou non d'intégrer l'IA dans des systèmes militaires. La France, par exemple, a mis en place en fait un comité éthique pour réfléchir pas seulement à la question des systèmes létaux autonomes, mais aussi des soldats augmentés, enfin de tout un tas d'innovation technologique. Et il y a une différence qui est faite entre les SALA, donc les systèmes létaux autonomes, et les SALIA, les systèmes létaux qui intègrent l'IA, mais qui du coup ont quand même un contrôle humain. Après, ce qu'on peut quand même dire, c'est que ce soit les États-Unis, la Chine, la Russie, Israël, en fait, il y a quand même beaucoup de pays aujourd'hui qui considèrent que la technologie, elle est en cours de développement et que du coup, il n'y a pas d'intérêt stratégique aujourd'hui à se mettre des normes contraignantes qui peuvent être rendues caduques par un développement ultérieur, ou alors qui peuvent être aussi une forme de désavantage stratégique si elles ne sont pas adoptées par d'autres. Et là où je parle de conflictualité normative, c'est qu'on a parlé justement de la question de la confiance. En fait, quand on développe des systèmes d'armes, on a un certain nombre de normes qui entrent en fait, dans le cahier des charges. Et dans ces normes-là, il y a des comités en fait, de standardisation technique qui essayent de réfléchir justement à quelles sont les normes qui pourraient être celles qui s'appliquent à l'IA, notamment sur la question du risque, c'est-à-dire quel niveau de risque on est prêt à prendre et quelle marge d'erreur en fait, on donne à un système. Et là, il y a aussi des jeux un peu de dupes ou de faux semblants avec des pays qui vont pousser très très fort pour qu'on ait une marge d'erreur extrêmement faible, mais qui par ailleurs, eux, ne s'interdisent pas de développer et de faire de la recherche sur des systèmes avec une grosse marge d'erreur. Donc cette culture du risque, elle doit être revue et repensée à l'aune justement des impératifs stratégiques. Après, simplement sur ce qui a été dit juste avant, il y a quand même un cas qui permet de penser et de mieux comprendre ça, c'est le cas de l'utilisation de l'IA pour le ciblage dans l'opération Glaive de fer en Israël, avec notamment 2 algorithmes, Apsora, donc Gospel, et Lavender, qui faisaient du ciblage humain. En fait, ce que les Israéliens ont fait, c'est qu'ils ont pris notamment des schémas de données de communication de membres avérés du Hamas, et par un système de probabilité, ils ont attribué justement un score à des Gazaouis pour évaluer en fait la probabilité qui faisait partie du Hamas ou non. Or, ça, c'est pas forcément un problème dans le sens où ça peut justement aider une décision si ensuite il y a des checks humains qui sont faits. Et s'il y a le croisement de données, en tant que bonne chercheuse, c'est vraiment le b.a.-ba de la recherche, on apprend justement à croiser les données pour avoir une analyse qui est un peu robuste. Or, quand vous êtes dans un contexte de guerre, que vous avez justement la pression des cadences, que vous avez une pression de votre commandement aussi pour faire des cibles, en fait, vous allez avoir tendance à avoir une sorte de surconfiance, de biais de surconfiance en la machine. Et dans les reportages qui ont été faits par des journalistes d'investigation sur cette question, en fait, dans les témoignages des soldats, ils disaient finalement, moi, je regardais juste si c'était un homme ou pas, et je considérais que si la machine lui avait attribué un score haut, ça veut dire que c'était bon. Et donc, dans cette réflexion qu'on doit avoir aujourd'hui, on doit avoir une réflexion sur effectivement la lisibilité des algorithmes, mais aussi sur nous, notre rapport à ce que nous dit la machine et à la surconfiance qu'on peut avoir spontanément envers un résultat qui apparaît rationnel parce qu'issu d'un algorithme.
Je vous remercie tous les 4. Je propose dans la tradition de la WPC de prendre une question dans la salle au regard du timing. Et j'invite monsieur.
En Ukraine ne sont pas tout à fait évidents. Quel est votre bilan de l'application, puisque ce sont les Russes qui ont le mieux, à mon avis, intégré toutes les dimensions classiques, cyber et informationnelles? Merci.
Tu veux toute équipe?
Moi, en tout cas, je peux dire juste que quelques éléments. C'était moi.
Ouais.
Okay. En fait, donc il y a la doctrine Gerasimov, ce n'est pas une doctrine, c'est un article en fait qui a été fait, mais qui a été considéré comme une doctrine, mais qui renvoie à toutes les réflexions sur le contournement de la force armée. Et c'est vrai que le développement en fait de ce qu'on appelle les outils non cinétiques, c'est-à-dire les outils non matériels, donc le lawfare, le cyber, les armes informationnelles, mais aussi les armes économiques. Ça a été longtemps vu comme une forme de substitut, parce qu'on se disait, finalement, au vu du développement de la puissance de feu, de l'interdépendance du système global, le coût de la guerre, il est tellement important qu'il est prohibitif, et donc il vaut mieux passer par des outils immatériels pour imposer une coercition. Et en fait, ce qu'on a vu avec la guerre en Ukraine, c'est que c'est pas à la place d'eux, c'est avec. Et ce que dit Zelensky quand il va à l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies il y a un an, il dit en fait on a des conventions pour réguler justement des armements conventionnels, pas de phosphore, enfin oui, le phosphore blanc c'est pas forcément un exemple, mais par exemple pas de sous-munitions, pas de mines antipersonnelles, pas d'armes chimiques, voilà, mais on n'a pas de convention pour l'arsenalisation des dépendances. Est-ce que demain, un influenceur qui partage un contenu qui en fait fait partie d'une stratégie militaire d'un État ennemi, est-ce qu'il peut être jugé pour crime de guerre ou pas? Et c'est ça aussi une des questions que pose justement cette éruption des outils immatériels dans la guerre.
You want to add something?
Je voudrais ajouter quelques points. Je pense que vous avez mentionné la culture. I think Ukraine shows the importance of military cultures as well. And what we need, and what we should take away from the West, in the West, is we need our soldiers thinking more like entrepreneurs, willing to take that risk as they work with industry to rapidly iterate at the lowest levels, iterate technologies, iterate capabilities as part of that adaptation cycle. But that means they must be well-trained. They must have the character so that they can be trusted to do the right thing. They must have the timeless military virtues of selfless service, of loyalty, because they are applying force on behalf of the nation. And they have to be trusted. They have to be empowered to be able to do that. But really, it's that entrepreneurial spirit, which in some militaries, including my own, is somewhat alien, that we have to have that culture change within the organizations to be able to embrace the speed of technological change that the world is facing.
Alors, il me reste à vous remercier tous les quatre pour les interventions. Nous ne pouvons pas prendre plus de questions, mais vous êtes tous les quatre disponibles à la sortie de la conférence si vous voulez échanger avec eux. Je vous invite tous à rejoindre la tente pour le dîner avec le président Paul Kagame qui commencera à 19h30. Merci à tous